tell them
Oh,
yet.
come on, I want to tell them.
No.
They don't get to see what we did?
No, they get to see it.
Later?
Later.
Later.
We're going to show you guys. We went there. We went to some other places. We're going to show you. I don't know. Let's see. When are we going to show you? I don't know. Later we're going to show you. But they do have some new lenses coming out.
They do.
And one of them, especially for the lower end line, they've got their 18
to 250.
To 250, which if you have a kind of entry level DSLR and you needed the one lens to kind of rule them all, that is a good choice.
It's a good option for a carry-around lens. That's going
right.
to go from 18 to 250. And just if you just want one lens to travel around with, you can't go wrong with something like that.
And I have to say, I have only been carrying around this 24 to 70 Sigma lens while we were here.
Yep.
I took a picture the other day that I was pretty proud of. Even RC retweeted it or shared it or whatever last night, and he said it was great. So that made me feel good. You guys can check it out on my Google Plus page. It's a picture of a cab zooming through an intersection.
Oh, you did a pan zoom on that.
I love it.
It looked good.
The more I look at that picture, the better I feel about it.
I'm surprised he didn't tell you to do it HDR. Because that is one of those shots that would work as an HDR
It might,
image.
but it was so colorful already.
Yeah, it looked great. You pumped the contrast
Probably
on
didn't
that.
need it. Yeah. All right. Well, let's keep going. Actually, we got Andy, right? Andy?
How you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
You're from Anthentech.
Athentech.
Athentech.
Just say perfectly clear, it's easier.
Perfectly
clear. Right. So you guys make plugins, am I correct?
Yes.
So we can add you on to our Photoshop and get you into our workflow. And why would we want to do that?
We got the world's best automatic image correction. First stop in your workflow, 12 different corrections, all patented. Get your images perfect, then do all your creative stuff.
Now
save time, save money. Start on your iPhone, go to your computer, go to the print lab, and we're in all those different places.
Wait, what do you mean start on my iPhone?
So we're out.
And by the way, when you say make my images perfect, you haven't seen my images.
We're available on iPhones, all iOS. We got a new version in the App Store coming out. We've been waiting to get approved.
Sure.
We're like a lot of people. I guess
Yeah.
they're backed up.
It takes a few weeks to get it approved at first, and then once you do, you can get updates pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So you're going to have an iPhone app.
We have had one for a while, but
You
we
got
just
it.
put a new version out. It's in the store today.
Okay.
You guys, have you heard about the purple problem on the iPhone 5?
I
have not.
I have.
You have. Tell me about it. When you get it in, I see a picture there that's all purple looking from the sun.
It's called when you shoot into the sun, you're going to have an issue regardless of what camera
You're
you
not
use.
supposed to do that?
No, you don't shoot into the sun, you're going to get flare. That's what lens hoods were invented for,
Okay.
but sorry, the iPhone doesn't have that.
If you do happen to get one of those purple pictures, we just added a new correction into our app that takes the purple away.
Look at that.
Wait, hang on. Let me.
It
put
actually does take the purple
camera
away.
on that. Hang on. Let me put the camera on that.
So this is what happens if you get that nasty purple, and our correction just
That's
eliminates
ridiculous.
That is pretty amazing.
You just dragged your finger across. I like that actually.
Is this a free app, a pay app?
It's a paid app, $2.99 in the App Store.
That's it?
$3.
That's it.
Not bad.
I think if you spent $600 on your iPhone, you can get the $3 app.
So it's not just about the purple, though. I mean, we take any photo and we make it. We just make it beautiful. So we have in our app beautification.
Oh, well, she's already beautiful.
She's already beautiful, yes. But if I hit the beautify button, she's going to be even more beautiful. And we'll whiten her teeth, we'll sparkle up her eyes, and we'll apply skin smoothing.
Wow.
So is the same app on the iPad as well?
iPad. Funny you ask. Would you like to see that?
Sure. Same $2.99?
Same $2.99. It's a unified app.
So you buy it on one, you have it on both.
Buy it on one,
Oh,
and you
I
have it
like
on
that.
both.
I think I may have to do that.
Here's
I bet you he'll give you a reg code.
For $2.99, I think I'll buy it.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
So we take, for example, this one. And the first thing we're doing is applying 12 corrections instantly. So picture's already better.
Wow.
As you can see with this slider.
That's
but
pretty
if I
cool.
want to go ahead and add my beautify preset, we will then apply, sparkle up the eyes, more teeth whitening, and skin smoothing.
That's amazing.
Okay, works on photos of all kinds, whether you take them with your iPhone or whether you have them in your library.
That's pretty nice. And then you just slide across, or is that just to show us?
This is just to give you a visual of
before
before
and
and
after.
after, right?
I really
and now
like
when we're
that.
done, I can save it. I can send it out to Facebook, Twitter, email, keep it on my device.
Well, that's pretty cool. That's extremely
So
robust.
The new mobile version is iOS unified app, and it's also on Android and all tablets, and it looks and feels the same.
Okay,
That
now
looks
you
great.
said we'd start on our iPhone or iOS.
Yeah, I was
device.
trying to give a feel of the technology. We're a 10-year-old company, and we've been powering prints and print labs for forever. But from a consumer standpoint and a photographer standpoint, we've had plugins and mobile apps for the last couple of years.
Wow.
Oh,
So-
by the
and-
way, I guess you guys must have given us something to review because it looks like we've got a review up at geekbeat.tv/perfectly clear.
That's awesome.
There you go.
So,
Who knew?
geekbeat.tv/perfectly clear, and
That-
you get a review for
That's
that.
awesome. And speaking of awesome, I know you were talking about Smug Mug before, and I used to be there. And at the power behind camera awesome is perfectly clear.
Oh, wow.
We are the awesome inside that. And so
That's awesome.
one of the things that we do is we not only have our
Literally and
own
figuratively.
It's awesome.
our own apps and our own plugins for Lightroom and Photoshop, which we'll get to, but we have licensed versions of our technology that companies like Smug Mug would
Co-brand.
use and put inside their code.
That's
amazing.
fantastic.
Wait, I said amazing also?
It's fantastic and amazing.
So amazing right now.
So
I like that.
I've got a question. What version of the app are you demoing right there? Is this the one that's coming out or the one that's already out?
It's the same as the one that the GUI is new and the Deep Purple is new. Everything else is in the app that we have now.
Okay.
But the one that's coming out we're hoping another day
And
or
if people
so.
were to pick it up now, they'll
They'll get the
that
upgrade.
automatically.
Yeah, if they get it for the iPhone now, it'll upgrade automatically.
Yeah.
I love that.
Now, do you have versions of this software that I could run if I wanted to do it on my laptop or
Why
whatever?
don't we take a look at the Photoshop
Wait.
and Photoshop plugins?
Where'd my
Where'd the camera go? The wireless. So we
Okay.
can talk about it.
Okay, we got 5 minutes. You want to
Go
do
ahead.
it?
I can hold it.
Here, you do it. You work the camera.
So I've got some images loaded in Photoshop here, and I would go in and choose filter, perfectly clear. And as you can see, the before and after is pretty amazing.
It's okay. Oh,
So I'll pop a couple more in just to give you guys an example, and then we'll take a look
So
at
is this also a RAW processor?
it's a raw. We work with raw files, absolutely. Let's take a look at a really, really funky image. So this is an underwater shot. Pretty common when you're deep under the sea. We just click our tint correction, we bring it right back to its
So if you're
accurate-
shooting SpongeBob, you can make his yellow look better?
His yellow is going to look awesome, and Patrick's
That
pink is
matters.
going to be perfect.
There you go. So there's a lot of people that always ask, what can they do with their RAW files? Because they want to do autocorrect, and I'm not a big fan of just letting the computer decide what to do for me, but I guess you could run it through an autocorrect for a lot of similar images and then go back and do the little tweaks if you need to.
So we can get you 98% of the way there. We can get you 100% in most cases, but a lot of times people now want to do creative effects with their photos and do special things. First step in your workflow should be getting the color correct and accurate. And that's what we're going to do, as you can see here.
you're still working it. Okay.
So not only can you take the default corrections, but then people can go and adjust with our sliders. You can take the exposure down. You can change the color vibrancy. You can actually create your own presets
Right.
to run
That's
against
awesome.
a batch of 1,000 images, for example, and then run them through in Lightroom or Photoshop and process with perfectly clear.
Wow. So how quick is it? Is it just something that's almost instantly done, or how does it analyze the images that it's looking at?
You probably didn't see how quick it was because you were busy composing with the video camera, but if I just choose perfectly clear, it's going to happen in about a second, and now we're done.
Oh,
Okay?
that is quick for everybody. You
Okay.
can't see the screen right now, but he literally hit a button, and a second later, it totally just cleaned up the image, which is good because he's showing us a party shot. And there's so many times that you're out there during weddings taking party pictures, and you just want to know, you don't want to sit there and correct those things perfectly. But this makes it happen really quick.
And you notice in this picture in particular, it's really bad. It was underexposed, she's got red eye, it's very noisy, and in just one click, we've made that picture perfect, thank you.
That makes it work. I mean, that's going to save a lot of people time because a lot of people don't really want to spend the time with the wedding photos
Well,
like
you
that.
know what? It's not just that they don't want to spend the time. I also I don't necessarily have the same level of skill as some other people.
You nailed it. There's photographers of all kinds. There's amateurs that don't have the skill but have the desire.
Yeah.
There's pros that have the skill, maybe, but they don't have the time. And so we're going to help all those kinds of photographers with this product.
I'd like to get a copy of it too, because I want to try it out. But you guys are going to do a giveaway, and we're going to give away 2 copies of it.
What is the cost for the one on the computer?
It's $199 retail for the plug-in.
Okay.
So $2 for your or $3 for your iPad or your iPad and iPhone.
Yep.
$199 as a version for Mac. Do you have it for PC?
But it's Mac or PC.
Mac or PC.
Yep.
Is it $199? You have to choose one, or do you get both?
No, you can choose either one for $199, or you can buy the bundle together for $250.
Oh, for $250. Okay,
Yeah.
$50
Should
more.
we do something special for people who might want to buy it today?
Sure.
Yeah, you want to?
Heck yeah.
What do you want to do?
How about 50% off?
Bam!
Wow.
And if you call now,
How will
Snapshot.
How would they take you up on that offer?
They're going to have to email me.
Okay.
It's a free trial for 30 days, so they can
Okay.
go to the website today.
Okay.
And if I see their email in my inbox, andy@athentech.com, I'll make sure they get the.
Okay, guys.
is that on the screen?
And
That's
then
not-
you guys will put that on the
Andy at
We got that.
ATHENTECH.
That's a pretty good deal.
The email's got to be in my box today, though.
Okay,
Any
you
subject
got
line?
Sorry?
Any subject
I don't
line?
care. Hello.
today only, half off. Send that email to Andy.
And yeah, we're going to give away 2 copies.
2
for
copies
free.
as well. Wow.
How are you guys doing that?
So the way we're going to do that is, Jared, we're
Yes.
going to give them away on your Facebook account.
We are?
We are. You didn't even know that.
No, I didn't know that.
But we are. Ari,
Ari?
are you going to get Jared's Facebook account prepped so people can go there and win
they
one
can
of these
win,
copies?
just do the normal, hey, win a copy of this. Tell us.
We have 2 copies of the perfectly clear plug-in. So you're gonna get on that. You guys give it a few minutes, and then you head over to facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto, and you can win one.
That's going to be good.
And we can get you guys to like our page, so we'll get some.
That, absolutely.
Yeah,
You got to like it. All right, guys. Well, thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for coming on.
I
Don't
got to
forget,
buy the app. $2.99, I'm buying it. I
What-
should do it right here while we're rating.
you can.
I can.
You could do that.
If we have internet up in this place.
We do have it. All right, Andy.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's
You
all
guys
over the
have
place.
you have only today to send an email to Andy at ATHENTECH.com for half price.
Well, do you know what 50% off is like? It's
Half?
like saving $100.
That's true. That is true.
I mean, it's half off, but there could be more.
All right,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you very much.
That was
We'll
great.
see you later
I love
on.
the cross-platform nature there.
I like the preview slider that you just drag
Yeah.
the finger across the window
And
there.
you know, it is for those people that shoot and overshoot at weddings. If they can hit one button and come back and have 98% of the photos already there, then that's 98% of the battle.
Wow.
100% of the time, it's right.
That's
every
right.
time.
Some people are already emailing Andy, so they're going to take him up on that offer. That's awesome. All right, you know what else people might be getting excited about soon?
What's that?
The new Drobos.
Oh, snap. Snap, crackle, and Drobo.
In fact, you were excited because you said you slept with the Drobo Mini last night.
I did, and tonight the Drobo 5D into my bed.
Wow. Wow. Both at the same time, or?
Well, that would be a little. I don't know if they'd like that.
I don't know.
Maybe one at a time. But I'm giving away the 5D today, right?
You are giving away a 5D.
And the contest is up there.
Is it up there?
It's up there at facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto at the top of the page. Yesterday we gave away a Mini. Today we're giving away the 5D on there. You have all the instructions. Share it for that extra good karma, and you're giving away the Mini today.
Today I give away the Mini, and of course you can get that over on Google+. The google.com/plus John P. And you'll find it there. You've just got to go do the Google thing. So you can Facebook it, you can Google it. Next time I think I'm going to do one on Twitter.
You do it on
just so we
maybe
can
we'll
spread
do
it all
too.
around. Maybe you do it on Twitter
And I'm
as
waiting
well.
for mine. I
That'll be
still have
tomorrow.
2. Yeah, I still have 2 Drobos of the older version waiting to replace with the newer ones.
Yeah, now, I forgot. Yesterday, I did get someone a little concerned because we're giving these away, and they're not actually fully available yet. These things are still in production, folks. So what we're doing is we're giving you one, but you've got to wait until they come out, okay?
Sure.
Like everybody else. But the thing is, when they do come out, you're going to be one of the first people to get it. Okay?
Absolutely. And who can win?
Anybody can
Anybody.
win.
It's open around the world.
You're right. This is an unusual giveaway because it is international.
Yes.
A lot of times we have to limit the giveaways to the US and Canada because of shipping problems.
But what fun would that be?
Well, our friends from Drobo said it would not be fun.
They said, let's give it out around the world.
To anyone. You're right. I'm glad you mentioned that. All right. We have a special guest.
Very special.
One of your dear friends, Mark
Very
Wallace. Dear. Mark Wallace is back.
Hey, Mark.
He stopped by yesterday.
Oh, wait, we got to plug him in. Leora, can we get a plug in over here, please?
Leora's gonna plug you in.
But yeah, there's that.
You stopped by yesterday, Mark, and we appreciated having you on the show. And since that time, yes.
Please pull to the second window to make payment. Thank you.
What
Over to
are you
Wendy's.
ordering? Wendy's?
Extra. Would you like
how
what
do
a
you like
size
your
that?
Countryman? Do you
Yes.
like it?
Did
No.
they say Wendy's size that?
What a size. Whataburger. Do you know
Oh,
have
I've
Whataburger?
never been to a Whataburger. I'm sorry.
Oh God.
They have the ketchup of the gods there.
Wait,
They like put something in it.
Wait. Did you ever try their spicy ketchup?
I have.
Oh,
and the
put
breakfast
Tabasco.
burritos.
First of all, their ketchup's the best ever, as you
It
mentioned.
is. I think they put sugar in it actually. Something.
Oh,
Brown
that's good
sugar.
for
I
you.
think it's crack.
It's the most healthy plate. It is.
It's
And
a
wait.
little sprinkle of crack in this ketchup.
But
I
he's in
said crack in
Arizona.
a live broadcast
They
once. I
have
got
blue-
in trouble for it, by the
Blue
way.
crack?
Yeah, Breaking Bad style.
Yeah.
Yeah, 98.9%
Pure.
Pure. It's awesome. Whatever that, I don't know what crack is, but.
We're
don't know
making,
either.
We're making
No.
the folks in the chat room hungry.
Oh, yeah, for crack?
Well,
What
maybe
kind
for
of
crack,
audience do you
maybe
have?
That
for
doesn't
crack.
make you hungry. That makes
Yeah,
you lose
yeah.
weight.
Doesn't it make you like scratch at your skin?
Gigi
Something
says
like
you're
that?
a legend,
I'm a legend.
by the way.
I am a legend.
Just in case you didn't know that.
Thank you.
What I love about what Mark does, he creates a lot of free content that just educates people.
Tons.
That makes it simple. You know what? I love the pinwheel one. I watched the pinwheel one.
The
I was like-
program mode
I was like,
one?
that
Yeah.
is so simple. Not the program. When you took
Yeah,
the...
but it was about
Oh, that
program
was
mode on the
program?
camera. Yeah.
And then showing it. You just literally show it.
Yeah.
There's no BS about it.
Get out,
You
show
just
it, do it.
Hey,
That's what I like. Very fun.
Ngand1254 says, hey, Mark.
Hey.
You got the X Pro 1?
I have the
Question
X
mark.
Pro 1 right here. And right now I have, I think, a 35 millimeter lens on it. I've got a 60 millimeter lens and a wide angle lens of some sort. But I love it because normally at this event or any trade show, I'm carrying around either a D3X or a 1DS or something like that. And this year I thought, this thing is awesome. It's very small. I can take it anywhere. It's got incredible low light performance. And so I've been shooting like crazy. And I'm actually shooting more with this than I ever did with any of my other large cameras.
Did you
Speaking
buy
of
that on your
incredible,
own?
By the way, Joseph says you have an
Fujifilm
incredible
was,
ND filter YouTube video.
Oh, thank
Yours
you.
is incredible.
Thanks. I think
Sorry,
we
go
did.
back to...
I think we've done a couple indie filter episodes. I'm curious which one he's talking about. Was it the outside freeway one, or was it the shallowed up the field one? Or that one there was, that was for, I think it's either that's the Seikonic, the new meter that came out, that video.
There
That
you
meter,
go.
have you seen it?
I have.
The 478
I
DR?
did- why don't they just make an attachment for the iPhone and be done with it?
That's a great question, but the iPhone isn't going to have the same quality of measurement.
Well, I
Doesn't
mean-
have the controls.
Make the measurement tool, and then boom, you plug in your iPhone, and
Alas.
it is the brains.
I'll call them up.
Call them.
Hey, Seikonic, what's going on? No, but I think it's, you could almost call that meter a Pocket Wizard meter with some Seikonic stuff added on.
Yeah.
Because of all the control TL stuff it has. But yeah, I love it.
Do you have a favorite lens for that camera?
The 60 millimeter lens, but I'm not using that now because I mainly shoot portraits, and it's got amazing. The 60 has amazing bokeh. The only thing I don't like about this camera is the LCD screen on the back doesn't really. It's not representative of what
What you're getting?
Yeah, what you're getting. So you have to totally trust the histogram. So when I first got this, it had some focus issues. It was a little bit slow.
Yeah.
And it sort of it took me a while to get used to that, but I've shot with this in the Redwoods, I've shot with this in the studio, I've done commercial shoots, done all kinds of stuff with it. And since I got it, they've upgraded the firmware, so it focuses about twice as fast as it did when it first started, when I first got it. And then it's sort of like, I mean, I had a Leica M9 for a while on loan, and I had to sadly send it back.
On loan.
On loan for about a year.
Hey,
It's like a
before
car.
you move on,
Yeah.
what's so great about Leica? I mean, they're expensive as hell, okay?
It's sort of
Are
like
they
what's
really
so great
worth
about
it?
the Rocky Mountains. Like you can see pictures, or the Grand Canyon, and you think, oh yeah, that's cool, but it's a hole in the ground. But then when you go and see it, it's like, whoa. And that's the same kind of thing with a Leica.
They
So
really
this-
look that much better. Like if I took
It's-
a Leica out
yes,
and
you
took
can tell the
pictures with it,
difference.
I would be amazed
It's
by
the
what I
glass.
saw.
It's the glass, and
that what it
it is a quality that, and you probably see samples on the web like this is an M9 shot, but it's unless you see full resolution prints,
Sure.
you just don't see the difference.
And the Noctilux, the .95.
Yeah,
I held one of those.
I had the
And
opportunity
sniffed
to have one of those on loan, but I declined because I didn't think my insurance would cover it if I broke
A
it.
$12,000
Yeah.
piece of glass.
It was
That's
nuts.
amazing. I want to give one a try. By the way, Joseph Jamal wants to know, does anyone want to bring a photography class to Lancaster, PA?
Well, the funny thing about Lancaster, PA
course.
is we've been there before for plenty of concerts, but it's not that far from Philly when I run different classes in Philly, and you can always hop in the horse and buggy and come on down.
Right,
Zip
right.
over.
And also, of course, you guys both have, I mean, it does make a difference when someone could come to the class and
Yes.
sit
Right.
with you because you can do one-on-one instruction. But even if you can't, you can get either one of these guys instruction online.
You can
and
download
you're
my
gonna get
entire studio lighting
80%.
class.
You have a class. You have classes basically DVD style.
They're digital
Downloadable.
downloads now, yeah.
Yeah.
StudioLightingEssentials.com, or you can just go to MarkWallaceWorkshops.com. You can just Google Mark Wallace Studio Lighting.
They're well
You can-
worth it. The amount of
yeah.
information that is in those downloads is incredible.
Yeah, and then I also have, I've done 2 creative lives, one on Speedlights, one on the anatomy of a photo shoot, which is like budgeting, planning, executing a shoot, post-production, working with clients, working with makeup artists, hairstylists, wardrobe stylists, all that. So those are out there. You can download those. But then the free videos, I think we added it up. I'm not sure how many videos I've done, but I think it's approaching 300 and something. I don't know, but it's but they're all over there on Seikonic. They're
Well,
on
we
Pocket
got
Wizard, they're
multiple
Pro Photo.
people wanting you guys to also come out to Portland, Oregon. So
Well-
we may just have to set up a traveling, education
I did a tour
seminar.
last year, actually earlier this year.
Yeah.
They're difficult because they're expensive.
They are. That's why when I do them,
right.
it's like a fly date for a weekend.
Right.
And you hold one class for like 25 people.
And then so my style is when I'm doing a workshop one-on-one, I like to maximize those classes to maybe, if it's studio lighting, 6 people. Because more than that, you can't teach.
No.
Because people are doing stuff. Or if it's a photography workshop, 12 people. But it's totally financially impossible to do that.
There is a booth babe walking by.
Hello, booth
with an
babe. I like your
awesome
hat. I like your hat. She's ignoring me.
I wonder why.
And we got fans out
What
in
could be
the
the
audience.
problem, bro?
She walked by. I said hello.
There's another.
Oh, hello. I like your
lady with a
hat.
hat.
I like your hat.
Yeah, the classes, the one people, we teach online. There's
Yes.
only so much you can do in a video.
Yeah.
And when you get somebody in person, we feed off of their questions because
Yeah.
we can't always go back to when we
You
were
can't
beginners.
do this and say, oh, you don't understand this? Let me just show
Yeah.
you. Because we don't know you can't understand that because it's going to be seen sometimes a year or 2 later.
Absolutely, they live on.
Let's, before we go on, let's just talk about something. Because you're on YouTube, you're online, you're on Facebook. I just have a question.
Yes.
Why are people so mean on YouTube?
You mean, well, that's because YouTube
They're mean.
YouTube has given people the anonymity. They
Yeah.
can hide behind their name, and they put in a dislike button. You shouldn't be able to dislike anything.
Yeah, but it makes
mean,
me
you
cry
can.
some days.
We had this discussion on the video when you interviewed me.
It doesn't make me cry, but I started to stop reading comments for a while because it's just like,
And guess what?
Let me tell you guys a
Yeah.
philosophy I have.
yes.
Okay, if and this is kind of controversial because some people don't think you should do this at all, but I absolutely believe in moderating comments.
Oh,
and
we do,
I will
yeah.
do it not only on my website, but I will do it on my YouTube channel because that is your YouTube
yes,
channel.
they're not paying for it.
They have
Right.
their own. They can say whatever they want. You can't come on mine and rip on me. So I think what happens is, in any environment, humans have kind of a herd mentality at times. And so what'll happen is if you put up a comment, if you put up a video and someone makes a negative comment, a lot of people feel brave to just say, oh yeah, I agree, and they hop on board.
And they don't even know what they're talking about.
Well, if somebody says to me, your teaching wasn't clear, or I didn't understand this, or this wasn't the best video, the audio wasn't so good, those things I'm not going to take off. But if they're derogatory, especially to a guest or to a model,
delete it.
Yeah, it's out of there.
Just delete it.
And then they're like, why did you delete me? But we don't have to go down the negativity.
No.
But
so what we do, though,
but you know what it does?
I screen capture like the outrageous comments, and I have a collection on my laptop of about 50. And we were going to do T-shirts with the crazy comments.
Then you get sued. They'd be like, that's my comment.
Well, no, they'd be like, oh, they're just going to make a negative comment just to get it on the T-shirt. So we didn't do that, but maybe one day I'll write a memoir of,
by the way,
like, here's the comments.
Kilkenny Cats
Ryan
says, yes, moderating comments is good for all, so we don't have to see all the hate-spewed comments.
Ryan, speaking of Portland, Ryan used to live in Portland. The 90s are still alive there.
Andy says,
Portland is like
always
the Mecca for unemployed 20-year-olds. It's
always
awesome.
moderate. Don't let the trolls win. And Knight D427 says constructive criticism is fine.
Yes.
But if there's nothing nice to say, then don't say anything. Didn't your mama teach you that? Anyway.
So what's new? What's coming up next for you?
Well, there's
we
some
have 2
things.
minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, here's what's new. StudioLightingEssentials.com is the digital download for my studio lighting workshop. And we've had great success with that, but what we're going to do now is we've had people, especially on Strobox and places like that, please make like a playbook or some kind of just lighting diagrams. Here's a photo, here's a lighting diagram.
Here's how we do it.
How'd you do it? So we're doing that. It's been in production, and it's going to be very low cost. I think we're going to price these at like $10, something like that. And hopefully they'll be published once a month or so, and all different styles of photography, and we can just say, here's how we did it. And instead of one shot, it'll be multiple shots, so you can see the ones that didn't work as well as the one that did.
I mean, my question for you is how many people are on your team? How many people are behind Snap Factory and you? Like, what's it look like?
Kelsey Hazelwood is our producer. Matt Madrid is our videographer. Michael Ham worked for us for a long time. He was a graphic designer. He moved to San Francisco. He's not there. Aaron Marcus is our creative director. So it's a number of people. And then we have some contract employees. The great Z helps us a lot. He's in here in New York.
So it helps to have a team. I mean, I have a
team.
Small, it's literally like 2 of us. It's Ari and I, and a web guy. Oh, I guess it's a couple people.
Right.
But you need to have that. People don't realize what it goes into running these websites.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot. We have a lot of turnaround we have to do. And things like Creative Live, they have a staff of 30-ish people.
Yeah.
Let me just squirt this into my face.
Yeah. I was trying to figure that one out. It could be vodka.
Okay.
And there you go.
It's been a rough night.
Right.
No. I mean, no, strike that. It's family friendly, right?
Hey,
whatever
Mark,
works.
thank you so much for spending some more time with us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Love having you on.
Awesome.
You are welcome to come back anytime. You can guest host. You can take my position if you want, because my voice is not going to hold out all day.
Yeah, I didn't think I would be there. But thanks. I know you got to move on. Good luck to you.
We'll see you. Thank you very much for coming on again.
All right, guys.
Snap Factory.
Everybody tell Mark.
Adios.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. And we have another exhibitor coming up in just a moment.
We do?
We do indeed, but we wanted to thank our friends from Allen's.
Yes.
Once again.
Absolutely.
We can't say enough about Allen's.
Here, my strong point there, being that I used to work there, and the fact that it's a mom and pop store that's been established for 34 years, the fact that you can pick up the phone and call them and get a real human being, maybe even Alan on the phone, is going to be a tremendous thing to have.
Well, that's the part I like. I like that I could call and ask for Alan.
You can call and ask for Alan.
If there's a store called John's whatever, and I can't call and talk to John, then why is it called John's whatever? They need to change the name.
So you can definitely call Allen's, or you could go to allenscamera.com, check out all the gear, competitively priced. They have all of your Nikon stuff, from the flashes to accessories to D600s, D4s, even used gear. Used gear is great.
And even if you wanted to get accessories for your Nikons, when you buy a Nikon, you could get other stuff with it too. They've got a full range of everything.
And they'll help you find out what works for you. That's what I love about working there, and formerly working there with Alan and Brandon and Rob, who was on yesterday, is that they're going to help you find what's right for you. They're not going to push something on you if it's not right for you. It comes down to.
It makes a big difference, because when you're dropping a few grand on something that you don't have any experience with, you want somebody else to whom that is not a big deal.
Absolutely.
It's like, oh, I have 10 of these. This is really the one I'd advise you get.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
sometimes
awesome.
it's the less expensive one, but it is what it is because it's about building a relationship. In this day and age, to have a brick and mortar store that's been around so long, you want that relationship because it's about coming back for more.
That's right. Well, speaking of building new relationships, Greg is here from Gura Gear.
That's right.
Thank you, Greg. We're glad to have you on the show.
And he
it's my
brought a
pleasure.
squirt bottle. I don't know why yet.
I can't wait. This is an interesting and unique prop.
Is the Fro immune to water bottle?
It takes quite a lot of rain
Yeah.
to
mat it
interrupt
down.
the fro.
Yeah.
It does.
I don't need much rain.
No, can I touch it?
You
oh,
and me.
absolutely. Yeah.
Wow,
Nice.
it's soft.
I tell you what, I
So,
do what I can.
how's the show treating you?
Oh, fantastic. We love New York.
There are a lot of people here.
Yeah, there are. And we just add to the mix, and that's even better. Great party.
Excellent, excellent. Well, what kind of goodies did you bring? I've got to know what the bottle is up for.
We'll use the bottle in a minute. It's just a little bit of mystery
Okay.
for the moment.
All
How about
right.
that?
Okay. We'll keep it mysterious.
We brought along some of our new product. We just introduced a new line of bags that builds upon what we've been known for, our Kaboko line, which was really something unique to the market with its butterfly opening system and incredibly lightweight. A bag that can carry up to an 800 millimeter lens, but only weighs 4 pounds.
That's ridiculous.
Without the lens in it.
with the
Yeah.
lens
Weighs
and it
4
weighs
pounds with
400.
that. Because I held one of those
the bag,
Sigmas yesterday.
The bag defies physics, you know.
Yeah. You reinvented physics, right?
That's
for
right,
the bag.
exactly. We came up with a new line built off of that bag. This new one's called Butterfly.
Butterfly?
Butterfly.
There's
yep.
no like butterfly? It's
no
B-U-T-
butterfly. BATAFLAE.
Wow.
It's Bishlama, which is spoken on the island nation of Vanuatu, one of my favorite places to visit. And
Never been there. I guess I need to go.
You need to go. It's phenomenal. All of our products are typically named after places we visit and we love, and we
Do you
bring
have
those
a
back
bag
in.
called Santorini? Because I love Santorini.
You're all about Santorini.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
you'll have to help us design that
I
one. I'm
will
not
do
sure
it.
what
I
it
will-
looks like.
I will help you design that one.
Awesome.
It kind of smells Greek. That's all I know, but you know.
That's fantastic. Yeah, Butterfly builds on those same ideas of building the best bag we can with the best materials, best workmanship, no compromises, maintaining low weight, but also something that we can work out of, still travel on a plane, and go along. You know, in this form, the bag looks a lot like a suitcase. The harness completely tucks away. It fits in the overhead bin of pretty much anything you can squeeze it into. But this bag can handle pro-size bodies. It's deep enough for any body, including L grips or L brackets, excuse me.
Right.
Which for landscape, wildlife guys, sports guys, pretty important.
You want me to do it? Okay. Dave's got the remote camera there.
We'll use Dave here for a second. How about
I
that?
like the big handle you've got on the side, like the handle on the top. Just
Yeah.
right off the bat. There's a lot of times when I'll lay my bag down, and then it would just be easier if you could pick it up that way. But
Absolutely.
nobody does that.
Nobody does, and I don't know why. It's an easy addition. They're fully riveted, so they can handle the weight and the abuse. And you know, when you're putting bags up in overhead bins and in buses,
And people just, want to smush it and move your stuff out of the way, and then you get angry, and then the air marshals come on.
that happened to you too?
No.
Oh.
By the way, question, and I know we're going to go over the bag, but
Yeah.
what's the price range for this thing?
We make the most expensive bags on the market, and we're very proud
That
of
is
that.
way to own it.
Awesome.
That is how you do it.
Awesome.
This particular bag's $449 retail.
I thought when you said that, I thought it was going to be more than that, to be
Yeah,
honest.
well,
but okay,
you know.
$449.
Smells
$449.
rich.
Now tell us why we want to spend $449 on it.
Quite frankly, it's the best made bag on the market, and it's purpose built, and it's backed up by a company who loves their products. No compromises on our service, and that's critical, I think. If you own large glass, large bodies, and you're traveling the world, the last thing you want to deal with is a bag that's not working with you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to worry about that part of your travel.
There's no point in saving money on a bag when you're putting $20,000 worth of equipment in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So show me the inside of the bag. Show me what kind of stuff we can fit in here, etc.
Sure. One of the unique things about our bags is this butterfly opening system.
Ooh.
And it's built around the idea that we can have two bodies attached to lenses, ready to rock at any time on either side, without exposing all of our gear. We can get to the gear we need, and both sides are identical. The dividers are fully removable and configurable. So you can set it up to any gear that you have, and
I really like that design.
it's fantastic.
Just right off the bat, I haven't tried one. I don't know if in practice I would like it, but I will tell you that
answered my question.
My initial instinct, having situations where, for example, a bag like this, typically what I've seen is you unzip from here to here, and this big flap comes open. And you don't even have room for that big flap all the time. But to be able to just do that, that's a lot more convenient. Just seems like it would be.
Usually when you're grabbing your gear, you're in a space-confined area, and so you know this really allows you to access stuff without hitting somebody else or throwing your bag on the dirt. But there are those times when you want to get into the bag to rearrange the dividers and everything else. And while our bag is designed for those flaps to close, so you're not exposing your gear when you're not in it, you know, if you're moving dividers around and equipment, you're back at the hotel or the studio, whatever it is, it would be nice if you could open it all the way. And this bag also allows you to do that.
Nice.
So when
and it comes with extra dividers.
Absolutely. There's more dividers here than you could ever humanly use. It's just not possible to use them all.
You could fit a lot of gear in that.
Oh, absolutely. You know, just on one side you could have, for example, a D4 attached to a 500. On the other side, you could have another spare body attached to a 70-200 and still have room for 4 or 5 other lenses and all your other gear. There's large front pockets on the bag that allow for all the other accessories. All the little details are thought of. This rain cover can actually be used as a ground cloth as well. There are those
for a
times.
picnic.
Absolutely, the picnic. You know, you're in a muddy environment, you don't want to throw your bag down.
Why is there a strap on the bottom?
That's specifically for airplane environments. You know, every once in a while you get your bag in, you need to move it around, or you need a second hand, but you don't necessarily need a full handle. You've got an extra strap there. It also allows you to attach a few accessories to it that we also offer.
And then on the back, I see there's a big zipper right down the middle. What is this?
There is. This is the magic behind Butterfly, and that is not just a set of shoulder straps, but a fully adjustable, fully functioning backpack-style harness.
So it goes from a cocoon to a full butterfly.
To a full butterfly.
Butterfly.
It does.
Look at that.
Nice
What
move.
is
It
the bag made
metamorphosizes.
of?
Right there, we have everything you need inside, all the straps. Everything's fully adjustable. There's load lifter straps, there's harnesses. But you know, there's also times when you don't want a waist belt. You're going from the car into a stadium or something like that.
Yeah.
It's also fully removable.
Oh, you can.
I like the fact that it
Whip
goes
that right out.
and hides away when you don't want it. Is there a
Yeah.
shoulder strap too?
There is not, however, the way this is designed, these shoulder straps here can be converted
could
into a
cross it.
single strap. Just use the one, hide the other one back away, and you can use it that way
works.
as well.
I like the big padded part down on the lower lumbar kind of area.
So if you need an
Yeah.
extra pillow on the plane.
That's right.
Also, you know, one thing about carrying backpacks, and I carry a backpack full, like, it is not unusual for me to carry 25 pounds of gear for 10 hours straight. If you have a lot of contact on the top part of your back, you get really hot, believe it or not. And if
Yeah.
you just have something that will hold a little bit of an offset so some air can come through, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, we've got these
From a
great
comfort
ventilation
level.
pathways here to keep your back cool as well.
The question was, what material do you use to make the bag?
The exterior's made out of a 420D dia product, which essentially is a bidirectional ripstop that is incredibly lightweight. It's also got a double PU backing, so it's waterproof essentially. And one of the unique things, and this is where the water bottle will come in, I guess, since you brought up materials, is our zippers. This is the only zipper on the market like it. It's a YKK-RC Fuse, which is a fantastic zipper, but we've added a new trick. First of all, we sewed it in backwards, primarily to give it a nice clean look, but also to keep those teeth from getting any wear and tear.
Do they? Will they catch the nylon on the inside by any chance?
No, not at all.
Because that's what sometimes a problem you have with some other bags is
Yeah.
they catch on the inside.
Well, if you notice the way our seams are, you really don't
There's
have that
nothing to
issue.
catch.
There's nothing there for it to catch.
By the way,
but
a minute
we've
ago,
also
CC New Jersey said, take my money. Go ahead.
I'll take it. These zippers have also been treated. Most of the fabrics on backpacks are waterproof, and zippers are usually the weak point.
Yeah.
Waterproof zippers, they have that rubber or plastic coating. They're hard to open. They're a pain in the rear. They eventually break down easily. These particular zippers, they've been treated. They're water beads right up.
It's real water.
That's real water, I promise.
Smells like water.
Smells like water. Okay, we don't have a lot of time. We got like 2 minutes left, but there are a couple other questions that we've got coming in from the chat room.
Yeah, let's hear them.
Photo Monk said, show the 2 different ways of doing a tripod attachment.
Sure.
And then also, wait, it's scrolled a little fast for me. Sorry guys. Somebody asked me, do you happen to have any bags that are at a lower price point?
We do have several bags in our line. To the tripod question first, there's a couple ways you can attach tripod on our bag. The first one, I'll do it really quickly here. Actually, we can demonstrate it if we want. On the side of the bag, we have... It is a Gitzo.
So most expensive tripod on the most expensive bag.
Nice. Okay.
What else would you expect, right?
Well, exactly.
Use this pocket here on the side to slide the legs in.
Strap it with the strap.
Strap with the strap.
Okay.
You'll notice all of our straps, they're completely removable. You use a MOLLE compatible system and our quick hook straps. So when you don't want straps on the outside, catch it on
they're
stuff,
not
just
hanging all
just
over
get
the
rid
place.
of them.
Good.
Yep. What that also allows is it means that these same straps can be used to attach the tripod on the front.
How?
Because we're short on time, I won't go through the whole demo, but basically you take these straps, wrap them around the legs, and then run your strap over to your MOLLE sides, and then use something we call a coup cord on the bottom. See if I have one in my pocket. I generally do. This is a coup cord here. I don't know if you can see that. What's really cool about it, it's got a hook on it. It's fully adjustable. And any place you have a strap,
let me see the camera here.
you can attach a coup cord and use it to attach anything else you want on these bags, which is great. Up top, we'd obviously use these to attach to the side. So you can attach the tripod 2 different ways on these bags, depending on what you're doing and how your weight is in the bag, if you want to offset it to the side or not. If you have a big lens and a body on one side, sometimes it's better to put your tripod opposite so that you can adjust that weight appropriately.
Excellent.
Very
Okay,
nice.
now, where can people find the full line of the bags?
Obviously, first step's probably on our website, GuraGear.com. You can find everything we make there. As well as a full range of dealers.
GuraGear.com.
That's correct. As well as B&H, Adorama, OutdoorPhotoGear.com, and several dozen others who are all fantastic partners.
And I imagine if anybody had other questions and they wanted to ask you directly, they could tweet you at GuraGear.com.
Absolutely, at Gura Gear.
Excellent. Excellent.
Very cool.
Well, thanks, Greg. We appreciate you coming on the show.
Appreciate it.
Look
Absolute
forward
pleasure.
to chatting with you more later on.
You bet.
Butterfly.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
It metamorphosizes.
You know what?
Yes.
Actually, before you leave, are we doing a giveaway?
Get him back on.
Get him back on here for a minute, Ken, because I don't know how I almost missed that. We're going to do a giveaway. What bag are we going to give away, Greg?
We're going to give away a Chobi, which is our fantastic shoulder bag that converts itself into a travel and business bag as well.
Excellent.
$349 bag.
Shaking his
Give it
head. He
away.
can't believe it. All right, a $349 bag, and you know what, Jared? We're going to give that away on your Facebook again. Your Facebook.
No, why don't we try Twitter?
Okay, your Twitter.
Yeah,
We're gonna
why
do
don't
it
we
on
try Twitter, and we make sure you put in there at FroKnowsPhoto so we can track it, but also you have to have in there at
Gura Gear.
Gura Gear.
Guragear.
Has to be in there, and just say, hey.
Why do you want the bag? In 140 characters or less.
And hashtag, what are we hashtagging, Ari? PPE Live. Make sure to hashtag PPE Live. It's a little bit of stuff to put in there, but it's worth it for the most expensive bags on the market.
Awesome.
Be clear, PPE as in Photo plus Expo. PPE Live. Put that as a hashtag. Mention at Gura
Wait,
Gear.
I'm going to do it right now.
Heck, you could follow them too on Twitter.
Absolutely.
And
I'm
you could
entering.
win potentially a $350 bag. Sweet.
Awesome.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Thanks for coming
very
by.
much, Greg.
Thanks
we
again, guys.
appreciate
Don't
it.
forget your vodka
All right.
water.
That's
Got it.
right. All right, we'll see you later on.
So what are we up to now?
Well, we got our friends from Pentax coming on here in a minute. And
Pentax.
I imagine that you'd be able to fit a lot of their stuff in one of those Gura Gear bags. Any of our cameras here, whether they're Nikon or Canon or whatever, and you can get Sigma lenses for all of these different camera bodies.
Yeah, Pentax, Nikon, Canon, and the Sigma digital SLRs.
That's a full range.
Full range.
You certainly can't buy Canon cameras for Nikon bodies.
No, not easily.
Or, I mean, Canon lenses for Nikon bodies, or the vice versa.
Nope.
Or anything like that. So thank you very much to our friends over at Sigma. And if you guys need a nice little traveling around pocket lens, then the 18 to 250 is probably what you want. You'll find it everywhere.
Or if you want a big, bad wolf, you could go with a 200 to 500 2.8.
You could.
Has its own separate battery pack.
I bet you could even get it at Allen's.
I'm
just
sure
saying.
he could get it.
I'm just saying.
I'm sure he
Hey,
could do
we've
it.
got John here from Pentax. How are you, sir?
I'm doing excellent, thanks.
How is the show treating you?
It's great. I think it's probably a little bit busier than last year, so
Is it?
we're pretty excited.
This is my first time. Jared comes all the time. This is my first time.
Yep.
I'm digging it.
Yeah.
It's like I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
though I'm not a pro, I'm just an avid amateur. I see Jared can't even get his hands off of the equipment. You're
I'm
already
trying to figure out what this lens is.
But I'm surprised you didn't sniff it yet, but I guess that comes later.
a little bit later.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
We have to get to
okay.
know each other first.
All right. So, John, tell us about, first of all, tell us about the Pentax lineup in general, and then we can talk about goodies you've got here.
You know, Pentax has been in the photography business for years and years and years, well over 50 years. And has always had a focus on SLR type cameras. We're one of the first Japanese manufacturers with an SLR camera. We've always excelled in lens coatings, so we kind of got it all, have years and years of experience in the photography business. So,
Excellent. And I notice you've got, speaking of SLRs in general, you've got an SLR there, and that looks like an SLR.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but that is small.
that is the Q10. We just introduced this right before Photokina. It's part of the smallest interchangeable lens system camera on the market.
That is really tiny.
What?
Why are people going to use that?
What size sensor is that?
Yeah, what?
It's a 1
tell
over
us all about it.
2.33 inch backlit
Point it over
CMOS
at the
sensor.
camera so that Dave can show it off.
1 over 2.33 inch backlit CMOS sensor. We've got great 13 by 19 prints out of this camera because while the sensor is relatively small, you have dedicated lenses that are designed specifically to give you excellent image quality for that
Tell us
particular
what kind of
sensor.
lenses you've got for it.
We have 6 different lenses for this system. We have a prime, equivalent to like a normal 50 millimeter lens, a zoom, a wide angle zoom is equivalent to about a 28 to 80.
Wow.
Just introduced a zoom equivalent to about 80 to 200. We have a fisheye lens, and then we have 2 what we call toy lenses. They purposely leave distortion and lens flare so you can kind of get that toy effect in your images. We have a wide angle and a telephoto.
Can you imagine, Jared, you take that picture, take that thing with you, you could get a picture
I see
anywhere.
that?
Like
Yeah.
it's very gorilla. You can kind of hide that behind your hand.
It's like it's for
And then
little
whip it out.
people. It's for little people, everybody. Oh, can you get a separate viewfinder?
There is an optical viewfinder.
There is.
That's matched to our prime lens. But we wanted to keep it nice and small and compact, so we didn't go the electronic
Sure.
viewfinder route. One thing I want to show, another accessory we just introduced, interchangeable lenses. We have the 6 built specifically for this camera, but we introduced a new adapter, so you can put our Pentax K-mount lenses that have been in production for 27
Wow.
years on this camera.
That's like a 7 times factor.
Walrus,
5.5 times.
by the
close.
way, Walrus said would be great for kids learning photography if they have small hands also.
Exactly.
Well, that's a good
yeah,
point.
and it's very easy to use. So you've got the automatic modes that you find on, most point and shoots, but it's also you can grow with it. It's got manual modes, aperture priority, shutter priority.
What kind
full
of price
manual.
point are we looking at?
You can get the Q10 with the standard zoom, the 2880, for $599.
Okay. and
Micro SD, SD.
SD, SDXC. So
Video
pretty
capability?
versatile. Does 1080p video at 30 frames per second. Uses the H.264 compression.
So if you really want something small to take around, this is probably the smallest interchangeable system out there.
I've never
It
seen
is
one
the
that
smallest.
small.
It is.
It is.
He just said it. It is the smallest interchangeable system out there.
That's pretty
In
awesome.
fact, the only smaller interchangeable lens camera that's ever been produced was actually by Pentax in the film days. It was the Auto 110. So kind of following in that heritage of,
110
we've been
film?
doing it.
Alvin says better than any Sony NEX, and Sandy says true.
Sandy said something.
True. True. It is better. Oh,
So-
great for RC helicopter photography. That would be good for it.
Yeah, definitely.
It would be
Very
good for it.
lightweight.
All right, what else do we have here?
Pentax introduced it right before Photokina as well, the K5 II and the K5 2S. Our predecessor to this, the K5, was very well regarded in the photo community. DxOMark actually rated the sensor in the K5, the original, as the #1 APS-C size sensor. It still has that ranking on
Wow.
DxO. So what we did is we looked at where we could make an improvement built around the same sensor, because obviously if it's a great sensor, why change something
What I've
that's...
seen with your sensors is the punchy colors that you get. Your contrast and colors are really, really good, and that's probably a combination of the lens quality and the sensor quality
Correct.
there.
Yeah. Again, Pentax has been in the lens business for a very long time, and
Hey, sorry, I have to interrupt. Hey, you guys, stop begging for the giveaway. We don't have one of these to give away. Everybody's like, oh, give one of those away.
Yeah.
It is
Sorry.
very awesome.
Just gave away a lens
Right.
to my pocket
By the
because it's
way,
so small. Nobody saw
What
it.
was the model number on that small one again?
that was a Q10.
The Q10, guys. So somebody go put a link in there for everybody. And we're on to the other ones now. Okay, let's keep going.
So the K5 II and the K5 2S, we looked at where we can make improvements. One was with the LCD. Pretty much most of the LCDs out there on the market for reviewing your images on the back of the camera have a cover, and then there's a little bit of a gap, and then the actual LCD panel itself. So what we did
Show
with
it off
this,
to Dave there a little bit, just kind of, yeah.
what we did with this camera is we used a scratch-resistant glass LCD cover, and then it's bonded to the LCD panel itself. So there's no little gap of air, we call it air gapless technology, between what you're looking at and the LCD. Just makes the viewing experience much better. So that's a minor thing. The major thing is we improved the autofocus system on this camera. It will focus in lower light than any other digital SLR on the market. It'll focus down to -3 EV, which is kind of interesting. Talking to people in the media, the guys that are testing these cameras in lab environments, their light meters don't go down to -3 EV.
Wow.
So this camera will actually focus in those low light conditions, which paired with the high ISO capabilities with this camera it's pretty phenomenal.
So if you're a caver, you definitely want to get one of these.
You bet. Well, it's interesting you say that, because caves are pretty severe environments.
Yeah.
This camera is also weather sealed.
Oh.
There's 72 seals throughout the body. It's a magnesium alloy body, so it's tough. It's weather resistant, cave resistant. I mean, basically the only thing you don't want to do with this camera is dunk it underwater. But
Price range?
What's that?
What's the price on this one?
This one, there's two models, the 2 and the 2S. The 2 is $11.99. The 2S is $12.99. The difference between the two models is the 2S removes the anti-aliasing filter, so you get that extra sharpness, extra resolution. There's some drawbacks if you're shooting patterns, that kind of stuff, but that's all stuff you can correct with software. So.
Can we talk about this lens?
Yes.
Is this a medium format lens?
This is a medium format lens. This is our new 90 millimeter for our 645 system. The 645 was showcased for about 5 years as a design or a concept model before we actually introduced it about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. And we're slowly expanding the lens lineup. So this 90 adds to the 55 we currently have and 25 millimeter lens. So we have wide angle, normal, and a nice portrait lens. Something that this has added is a new HD coating, which is an improved coating above our SMC coating that we've used for a number of years. It's always been regarded as kind of a leader in the industry. So this this coating is even better. We have a little display in our booth that compares it side by side. So just clearer, crisper, sharper images. It's also got shake reduction built into it. So the 645 is such a big format that you can't put it in the body like we have with the rest of our cameras.
That's
So
something
they
we
put
didn't talk about in your other cameras,
Yes,
that it's
yeah.
built in. You don't have to pay extra for
Correct.
the lenses that have the,
Yeah.
you call it what's that
Shake
say?
reduction.
Shake reduction.
Yeah.
I like to dance, party rocking, and
Yeah,
it
there you
would
go.
work well
Perfect.
for that.
Exactly. So it's in the lens itself. So great quality, very usable. And what I like to point out is you can get the 645 body, you can get the 55, the 25, and now the 90, all for less than you can buy any other medium format body only for. So you can get a full system.
full system.
For, it's a big number. It's $18,000, but a lot of the
But
other
you're ready
medium
to go.
format are $20,000 just for the body.
And do they even offer anti-shaking lenses?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because I haven't seen any on the medium formats that actually do that.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that's pretty interesting. What's coming up next for you guys? What are you that you can talk about? What direction are you guys going?
It's looking at where the growth is. I mean, DSLRs are doing great. Mirrorless cameras are doing great. Cameras like the Q10. There's a lot of opportunity where I think people are looking at their pictures they're taking with their iPhones and their Android phones, and like they're okay. But I want a really great picture. I want something I can blow up or share, that print, and we're building cameras that allow you to do that. So, we're not gonna make a $100 point and shoot camera.
Yeah.
We're gonna focus on the
Yeah.
DSLRs, the nice compacts that offer great image quality.
I think you're right. I think that now the camera phones have replaced the entire low end of the spectrum. And for some people, they look at it like, wow, that just like totally cannibalized on a business. But I think the other way to look at it is that makes it so much more accessible for everyone that the medium and high end is benefiting dramatically. Because people who just didn't take photos before, now they take some and they're like, wow, that was really pretty awesome. How do I do it better?
Yeah.
And they have to invest a little bit to do it better.
Exactly.
Now-
We are about out of time. We do have one very important question for you, and they want to know: is that a Swatch watch?
No, it's I'm not going to pronounce it right. It's a Mondane. It's the clock that they use in the Swiss rail system.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you mean the one that's on the iPhone?
The one that's on
the one that
the
Apple
iPad.
they just had to pay a licensing fee for.
My sister lives in Switzerland, and she.
Can I ask one more question or no?
Go
I'm
ahead.
allowed to ask one more?
You are allowed.
You have a whole line of point and shoots as well. Yes?
We have several.
You have the rugged cameras.
We have the waterproof. Yeah.
Because I saw over by the booth, you had a harness on it.
Yep.
For I'm assuming like whitewater rafting and all that
Rafting,
good stuff.
skiing, yeah.
Because I remember you had one of the first underwater type point and shoot cameras.
Yeah, we're on our 13th generation of digital waterproof cameras, and then we had 4 or 5 in the film category. So we've been doing that for a long time. So we've got the ruggedized cameras. That's been a great category for us.
So if somebody wants to take a trip out to the islands, they need to pick one of those up so they can take pictures everywhere and go underwater and get us some video of
drop proof, crush proof,
whatever.
So,
cool.
Very cool.
Thanks so much, John, for coming on.
Thank
We
you.
really
Thank
appreciate you coming
Just
by.
leave the Q10 when you
Appreciate
Great
it.
stuff. Yeah, I love it, and I think I'm amazed by that little bitty bad boy. Jared wants to go around and take pictures with it.
I do. I want to play with this thing.
All right, well, you can play with it in a minute because...
Whoa!
We,
It R2-D2.
Wow.
Actually, that's not even
Oh, yeah, the
R2-D2.
Flash.
But you know what that's like? It's like Johnny number 5.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Okay, we are going to do a couple of things. First of all, we're going to remind you guys that we do have a bunch of giveaways going on already, currently.
Yeah.
You can go over to Jared's Facebook account. You can potentially...
Facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto.
That's right. We're giving away a Pro Smug Mug account. That is a $300 a year account. We're giving that away. We're giving away a couple of the Perfectly Clear plugins, which are $200 a piece.
And
That's already $700 worth of stuff. And we're also giving away a Drobo 5D,
yes,
but we're not done yet. On
Not-
your Twitter account, we're
There's
giving
more.
away a bag worth $350.
That's right.
All this is going on right now, folks. And over on my Google Plus, on John, look up John P on Google+. We're giving away a Drobo Mini. Good God. That's a lot. That's
a lot
like
of stuff.
$2,000 plus worth of stuff right now that's currently, and we got more coming up.
But if you call now, I am
There's
going
more.
to include a ShamWow.
Awesome. That ShamWow guy, he's a whole nother story. We'll talk about him later.
He is a whole nother ball of wax.
You and I, yesterday, we broadcast here for 2 hours in the morning. Then we spent the rest of the day out on the floor.
We did.
We each filmed a variety of different things we saw. And we're going to bring you guys some of that coverage today. In fact, we're going to bring some now.
Right now?
So Ken, are you prepared? Are we going to show? We're going to show some stuff. Huh? Yep.
Yeah, what I like about it is that it's going to give you guys a feel for not just sitting here in the booth, but you're going to get to see the floor, the things that you may not have seen in the past when you were, sitting at home. But you can get a feel for what it's like to actually be here because we walked around.
Yeah,
and did
we wanted
this.
to take you virtually with us, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Ken's gonna roll it, and we'll be back after you see a couple of these clips. Okay, guys, we're out here on the floor, and as you can see, it's a madhouse. People are everywhere. But this caught my eye. This is the Expo Disc booth, okay? And actually, we've got Eric over here. We're going to grab a hold of you and use you on film. It's going to be embarrassing.
Best, yeah.
Listen, I wanted to stop. You've got a particularly useful toy in your hand. Can I borrow it for a minute?
Yeah,
I want to tell you guys about this. This is an Expo disc. This is what you use for white balancing. And it's a very unique tool. If you can examine it closely here, you'll see that these come in different sizes, but here's what you do with it. You stick it right over the lens on your camera, okay, and you take a photo into the light. As opposed to, let's say, shooting a white image and then doing white balancing, you go where the image is and you shoot from the light that it's receiving, which can be different than like what you're seeing from the other end, right? And then you use that to set the white balance, and bingo, it takes like 5 seconds if you're decent at it. Did I describe that fairly accurately?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yeah. Generally, white balance is a really quick procedure. Cover the lens. You're essentially calibrating the camera to the exact color temperature of light that you're shooting in. Takes all the guesswork out of it for the camera. Auto white balance can be somewhat inconsistent. The presets don't always hit the mark. So this is a way to ensure a correct color balance, right, a capture, and the result is huge time savings in post-production. So the camera produces accurate color, and when you download them into your computer at the end of a shoot, your color balance, you can just crop and move on and do other things. So.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned that these come in different sizes. That's a 77 millimeter you have there. I know some people are probably, I bet there's two big questions. One is, what does this cost me? And the second one is, okay, if they come in different sizes, do I have to get one for every lens I have?
Well, we would love that,
Yeah.
but that's not really necessary. They range in size from 52 to 82 millimeter. Most people buy the largest size to fit their largest lens, and then when you use a smaller lens, you just hold the large Expo disc over the smaller lens and you white balance through it. So you just get the largest one.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the pricing range for these things?
$80 to $100.
Okay, folks, I'm just going to tell you from experience, I've got the biggest one. It was absolutely worth $100. I carry it everywhere I go. You see it's got this little strap on it. I just literally will wear it around my neck, and I'll drop it down inside my shirt so I don't look like a complete geek.
I drop it in my pocket like this.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's not all you guys have. I see flash benders. That's a cool name. It kind of sounds like a superhero name. Tell me about it.
Well, the idea with the flash bender, about 3 years ago, we designed a light modifier that has positionable rods sewn into it, so it allows you to change the shape of the reflector. So rather than just a static shape that gives you a single light pattern, you can adjust the shape of the reflector to change the ratio of light that goes up for bounce or that gets kicked forward to fill in shadows. This device, the flash bender, can also be coiled around to use a snoot, so if you're shooting with off-camera flash, you can use it for a hair light or shoulder light or a spot. Or you can, again, you can control light. It's nice for event photography because people behind you don't have to look at the pop of the flash. It's more efficient than using dome diffusers because you're not losing light to areas that don't fall on your subject. So your batteries last longer and your flash doesn't get as hot. So we came out with these about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. People kept asking us for a softbox. So we came up with a very simple, we call this a diffusion panel. This is a very simple attachment.
You're just literally Velcroing it on to the front of this thing.
It just attaches to the sides and it creates a small pocket for the flash. And in a few seconds, you've converted your bounce flash reflector into a small softbox.
That is fantastic, seriously.
So this, people here are just going crazy over it, so they really love it. It softens the light and it makes it more directional. So if you can't use a low ceiling for bounce, you just go ahead and put this on, and you've got directional softer light. So. And how much are these going to cost? I imagine I can buy this in 2 pieces. Is that correct? Yeah. Well, we designed them at different times, so they're available separately. The reflector is $40 by itself. The diffusion panel is $20. Together, they're $60. And I can get them where? Everywhere? You can get them everywhere. They're online, B&H, Shadoorama, Amazon. Most photo specialty dealers are selling these as well. So. Excellent. All right. Well, thanks for giving us the tour, and I'm going to get me one of these right here. I've got to try one of those. Anyway, thanks a lot, Eric. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, guys. Let's keep going. Let's go see what Fro's up to. He's got to be around here somewhere. I don't know.
So we're in the Wacom tablets. We're right here. We've got the 24-inch HD version of it that we talked about yesterday, and it's $36.99. But it's amazing. I'm sitting here literally touching the screen and drawing on this pretty lady's face, but I figured it out pretty quick. The learning curve isn't that bad. I'm just pushing buttons and things are, look, I'm just hovering right here and I discovered, oh, I can change the size of the circle here and just play like this. I can't do it any justice yet because I don't know much about it. I haven't used it, but I can tell you I've heard a ton about it, and so many people use this to do all of their illustrations and now touch-ups and post when they're playing with their RAW files, and I wonder what she smells like. You know what? She does smell like suntan lotion. I don't know why she smells like suntan lotion, but it smells like SPF 40. Not 35, not 50 or 60, but SPF 40. It's pretty darn insane, but it's simple. You have a pen, and I'm using it in my left hand because I'm left-handed, but you basically don't use your mouse anymore. Everything you do, whether it's launching Safari, going into Photoshop, doing whatever you want to do, you just literally touch it. It's goodbye, go, get off my screen, go away, thank you, and it went away. And then you can just do all of this stuff, and it's just like, hey, I'm just going to draw on you and then see what happens when the computer can't power enough. There, it's gonna play, it's gonna render. But this thing is pretty cool. $36.99. If you're running a big company and this is something that your business depends on, you want one of these on your desk. You're gonna throw your mouse away forever. So that's it. Let's go see what we're doing back. Where's John? I don't know. Let's go figure it out.
Hey guys, okay, we're continuing to walk around. I swear I'm not gonna stop just every time I see something that I bought. But I have to stop over here because we got to go check these out. These are really cool. Come with me. Let us explore. I wanted to come and chat with you. How are you doing? I'm John.
Hi, I'm Flo.
Nice to meet you. Listen,
nice to meet you too.
I wanted to stop because I just bought one of these and I used it for the first time about a week ago. I love it. Mm-hmm. I really do. What can you tell us? Let's talk to people about how the Sunbounce works.
How the Sunbounce works. So, at first, we are producing these products in Germany, and we got a three-dimensional frame for it. So that's the way why we got this tension on it. We get this material. So when you look at a Sunbounce reflector, it's extremely tense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like a trampoline or something.
Yeah. Right. That's right.
So it breaks down. What I find really interesting is it breaks down and you can carry it in a tiny little bag over your shoulder.
That's right.
These 2 pieces. This one is bigger than mine. Mine is about half this size.
You got the Micro Mini.
Yeah.
It's called the Micro Mini, and it's a mobile version of it. And you can even use flash bracket. We call it a flash bracket. It's an arm that you can put it on one of these crossbars, put a flash on it, and even flash into the reflector and get this softened light like a soft box.
Nice. Also, one thing is this one currently has, what do we call this particular surface here?
That's called the Zebra.
The zebra, and it's going to give you a little color. It's got kind of a gold pattern. But we could have put this on the other way and used it as white.
Exactly. It's like the same when you're positioning your model on the side of a white wall and flash into the wall. It's the same thing when you use the available light.
Excellent. Okay, now I see other stuff in the booth here. I see we've got some kind of a big, I don't know, what do we call this up here?
It calls the sun swatter, and the sun swatter is to reduce the light from above. So when you're shooting outside with models and you got strong light from above,
it's really harsh.
It's really hard. You got this shadows under the eyes and the nose, so you can break it down. The contrast, break down the contrast, and the combination with a Sunbounce refractor is the best option you can use. You break down the contrast and light from above. There comes a little bit light through it. You use
we use that, and then we use one of these to reflect some into fill.
Exactly, that's the way.
Okay, now what is this big black one here? Why would we use this?
Normally we get using it for reduce the light. So the thing is, we got questions from photographers with cameras, with the new cameras. They're so intense that how would it call it? The sensor in the camera is so intense.
It's so sensitive.
Yeah, it's so sensitive. So they wanted to reduce the light. Don't bring more light back.
Okay.
They want to reduce the light.
So we can use this to block off some of the light and shape the light.
Right, that's right, exactly.
And finally, what are you're hanging on to something here. What is this that you're holding on to?
So this is a new product from Sunbounce. It's called the Bounce Wall. And it's, yeah, you could say it's a wall, it's a mobile wall that you can take with you.
If I don't have a wall with me, then I want to bounce my flash off something.
That's right.
So you've got a little ball, there's like a ball on the end of this.
That's a hat, right?
Okay.
You can put it on it.
You're just clamping that on in any direction you want.
That's right. And it's a fiberglass arm, so you can't break it.
Oh, that's awesome.
And it's extremely light. I will give it to you in the end. We can't show it how.
Okay, let's see. It's like a piece of paper. That's ridiculous.
Nothing. Yeah, that's nothing.
All right, so I noticed you've got your flash and you've got it turned sideways and you're angling it into the wall and just using it. Okay.
So you got indirect light, not from the angle of the lens, and you got a soft light, and you even can't use separately surface for the bounce wall. So you can use the Zebra we got with a difference in the color, and you can use the white, the background white. So you got the same effect like you flash on a white wall.
Excellent.
That's why it's called bounce wall.
All right, now where can people find out more about these and where can they order them? I got mine off Amazon actually.
Yeah, right. We're working with Amazon, that's right. We got many distributors worldwide. Yeah. So
and how about y'all's website? And do you have like tutorials or something on the website to show people how to do it?
Yeah, of course. You can go on sunbounce.com and you got all the videos and all the tutorials, all the products. We got some examples, pictures, and a lot of stuff.
Excellent, excellent. Well, thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
You guys go check out Sunbounce, okay? We're going to keep going. Let's do it. Rating this one? All right, so I'm going to work the camera, and you're going to be tour guide, okay? So you guys hang on. We're going to walk around. I won't be able to see your chats until we get back, but we'll be right back, okay? Hang on a second. All right.
And can everybody hear in the booth still? And we got to wait for him to unhook. Ken, do we have me? Yeah, good. How about in here?
Hey, Ari, what's happening? Okay.
Let's walk around the floor to give you guys a little bit of insight into what we see every day when we show up here. There's a lot of people. We'll probably just interrupt people. Should we interrupt some people? Yeah, maybe. We'll just stop somebody. Hi. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Jared?
I'm doing well. Are you having fun?
I'm having a blast.
Awesome. What's been your favorite thing so far?
I came back here first to see you.
Oh, to see us first? Well, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm Deb Harlander from up north. I was the 5-hour driver.
You came from she came from 5 hours just to see us.
I did.
And you have this shirt, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I have that shirt. I bought it because my husband, it supported the Michael J. Fox Foundation.
Yes,
and
it did.
Thank you very much for that nice note that you sent me. So.
No problem at all. Well, enjoy the show. Have fun. We're going to walk around.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. We'll see you. Well, what we're seeing, other than a lot of people, we've got albums, we've got Topaz plugins over here. We're coming over here, we've got Couture books. We've got whatever this is. What is this? What is this?
It's awesome.
They're ignoring me. Can you believe that?
I don't know what it is, but it's awesome looking.
It is awesome looking. Oh, you have the Phase 1 digital bags here. Yes, do you want a Phase 1? Would you like to spend $30,000 to $40,000? I would.
I would.
Would you?
Yes, I would.
Can you send one to my address?
What is it?
I'm not putting that on the air. I don't want people to come out here.
You don't want stalkers.
I don't want stalkers, but I'd like the Phase 1. They are pretty kick butt. Tuchus. I can say tuchus. How far can we go, John?
Well, we can go to the next one.
Thank you. We're live. Photo Plus live. Let me go this way. Walking backwards.
Let's take a look. What we got here?
Something Vulture. Art into Art from album something another. Chimera Perfect Lighting. There's good stuff. Maybe we find some random people. Do you want to find random people? It's amazing out here. I gotta tell you, there's so many people. Yes? You have a And
It's back up. We're up. Okay.
we're up.
All right. Well, tell them we lost the TriCaster.
I guess we lost a TriCaster.
What happened, Dave?
The TriCaster's had to reboot itself.
All right. Well,
The magic of computers and things like that.
let's go back to where we were.
We're going to go back to where we were. We were at the Schneider Optics booth. And what's cool there, they make the lens cloths. The lens cloths that I have in my store, I only use them because they're good and they work really. I got some light over here. Chimera Perfect Lighting. Look at this. Is it perfect?
You are sexy.
Sexy, and I know it, right? How about this guy right here? Look at him.
You know, I'm Austrian.
Let's go back that way.
I'll go backwards. I'll try not to run into anybody backwards. There's so many people here. You can't walk without running into people, which is a good thing. And here we go. Back over to this area. Where else would you like to go, John? Up there and to the right? Well, how about talk to the little guy?
Yeah.
Can we talk to you? Can we talk to him? Where are you from?
Connecticut?
Connecticut. And are you into photography?
Yes.
What do you like shooting with?
A camera.
Which one?
Nikon.
He's a Can I get a high five for that? I'm a Nikon shooter too.
Cool.
What's the coolest thing you've seen so far?
I don't know. There's so many great things.
If you could take one thing home with you today, what would it be?
A camera.
A D4. A D4? Nikon D4? That would be fun. We should get him a D4 one day. Thank you. Have fun at the show. All right. Hi.
Whenever you get a chance, come to us.
I will. We have a lady in a boa and a hat and sparkly hat and stuff. She asked me to come to her later. Yes. Quote unquote.
7, 8. You can't forget that.
I won't forget it.
All right. Okay, over here. This is where we eat.
This is where we eat, which is great. And actually, this is where they can watch us live, because there's our live stage right over there. We've got the live stage. You guys watch us when we're here, all that good stuff. How you doing? So everybody can hang out and listen to us the whole time, which is the greatest thing to do.
Okay.
What else do you want to see? Around this side of the booth?
Yeah, let's go this way.
And we're walking. More people. We only have a couple more minutes, and then we're going to walk on back. You could get a massage here. Is that relaxing?
Amazing. It's amazing.
We're going to leave her to get her massage. I don't want to bother her. I'm sorry. It looked good. We had to do it. But honestly, John, there are so many people here. This is one of those experiences you have to get to at some point. If you can come to New York, not only can you go to New York, but you can come to Photo Plus Expo, just hang out, see all the cool things. Was that good? Here we go. Plug back in, Ken. That was a fun little turnabout.
Get that smoothie thing. Can they hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm going to turn off.
And I'm in as well.
I'm going to turn off the traveling stuff. There's that, Ken.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And I'll hand this back over to the master of ceremonies there. Loud and clear, they say. All right. How
about back in the booth?
Yeah, how'd you guys enjoy that? Was that fun? That is a very,
quick.
You don't get that very often. The opportunity to do that only comes with that wireless technology.
It does. That is pretty amazing. And when you have like a clean signal, we have so much interference in this room that's interfering with that wireless signal.
Yeah, we actually had to buy the most powerful router known to man.
And you did.
And we did. And so we drowned everybody else out. I guess we had about 50 to 75 maybe feet of range.
Yeah.
Actually, with those Teradeks, if we were, before the event, to have come in and set up a series of routers, like a mesh network throughout here, we could have theoretically wandered all over the floor with that and broadcast it. There's a little bit of a delay.
A little bit.
But hey, it's better than nothing, right?
Absolutely.
You can't get it any other way.
Nope, not at all.
So that's kind of cool. All right, they're saying the sync is a little bit out on the audio. I don't know, is it okay now, guys? Or the sync would have been a little funny while we were doing the remote stuff, but we should be good now. You're asking or telling me? Oh, we're asking, is it still out of sync right now? Are the words that are coming out of my mouth at the same speed as my mouth? That's the question. of the day.
Wasn't it cool to see a kid walking around here?
That was
shooting
awesome.
Nikon.
That kid reminded me a lot of you. Okay, you were
Really?
like, what do you like to shoot with?
Camera.
A camera.
Hey,
what a smart aleck.
Yeah, but
we're training them young.
That's all you need to do is just get into shooting and start young. I mean, the opportunities you have to shoot today are more than 20 years ago. Because you can pick up a digital camera and just get out there and start to learn on your own.
Yeah.
You don't need to shoot film and then have to take it to get processed and pay for it and run into all of those different things that we did when I started out. You can really start experimenting with these cameras at no cost other than picking up your first camera.
I guess you could say from a philosophical perspective, he was exactly right. What do you like to shoot with? A camera.
That's it, and
Any
just shoot
camera,
pictures.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. So we have some friends coming soon. Are they here yet?
They're on their way. We've got more
over.
people
All
coming to talk to us.
You know who's coming next?
No.
Our friends from Think Tank.
Think Tank's on the way?
They're on the way over.
Really?
Yeah.
We hung out with them last night at my party.
We did indeed, and not only that, we got a lot of Think Tank stuff around here.
Who won the baseball game last night?
I have no. Which baseball game?
I wasn't paying attention.
What's baseball?
What's
we were very busy.
The World Series.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know. But I do have a ton of those Think Tank bags. That's actually the bags I brought here today. Airport security.
I wonder if they
backpack.
I wonder if they make a Think Tank bag that we could take our Drobo 5D in.
Absolutely. You could probably fit a 5D and a Mini into, say, an airport security or even their new airport navigator.
Have you noticed that the Mini, of course, you guys, a lot of people have never seen a Mini before because they're not out yet. But have you noticed that the footprint of the Mini, it's 7 1/4 by 7 1/4 square?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
You could put 4, I think that it uses these 2.5 terabyte drives. You open this door here. It's magnetic. Okay. 4 of those 2.5 inch drives. I think you can get 2 terabyte drives now for 2.5 inches. I'm not 100% certain. At least 1.5, maybe 2 terabyte. You put 4 of those in there. Okay, they just pop in and out. You go like this. You push the button, or you push the drive, and it just pops in and pops out.
And you're not going to be doing that too often.
Well, no, you don't want to do that. But, if you did, it'd be okay because it's rated. But you push it, you put it in there. Now, we got 4 of these. Let's say they're 2 terabytes each.
Yeah.
That's 8 terabytes in 7 inches square. What if you took 4 of these with you? Think about the density, okay? You take 4 of these, that's 16 2 terabyte drives. And I'll let you in on another secret.
What's that?
Okay, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to anyway. We have some friends at I won't tell you who battery company. They make batteries. I won't tell you who the company is that makes the batteries, but we have some friends who are working on a battery for this.
Really?
That would be the same form factor as this. So imagine being able to take a Drobo Mini in the field with you, with a battery, with your laptop, and having a Drobo hooked up through Thunderbolt.
In the field?
On battery.
That'd be pretty good. Nice backup.
So anyway, I think it's amazing, and I like the fact that you could achieve such density, in such a small footprint. Anyway, we're giving away one of these.
You're doing a Mini today.
I am doing a Mini today. You go over to my Google Plus page, google.com/+JohnP, and get entered to win for that. You're giving away the big 5D.
Big 5D, facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto. You can see how to win one of those. I mean, that's $8.99? Is that what they sell for?
I think so. Well, they're not even out yet.
They're not out yet, but when they are, $8.99.
We'll ship it to you, that's right.
And it's open to everybody around the world.
USB 3.0, Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt's what you're looking for.
5 delicious 3.5 inch drives. You could put 4 terabyte drives in there and have 20 terabytes in that one cube.
I actually have mine. I don't have this version yet because it's not out, but I have 2 of the older ones sitting on my desk right now, redundant. One copies to the other, and I've got 10 terabytes in each.
Wow. Okay,
Maybe we have some questions from the chat room.
Yeah, you guys in the chat room, we've got a few minutes before our friends from Think Tank
maybe
get
from
here.
people
We're waiting
here.
on them. But if you've got questions for us, or anybody here in the audience, if anybody has a question that you'd like to ask the infamous Jared Polin,
It's me.
or me, let's have it.
You want to give something away?
We got giveaways for the audience members.
You see that?
Yeah, that
Hand-eye
was-
coordination.
That was amazing.
It's right there. We've got a big crowd. We've got about 750 people watching us right here in front of our booth.
Yeah, we do. That's at least 750 people.
It is. I shouldn't just throw it out there because I don't want to see a fight.
Yeah,
But we
don't
need to
wanna
come up with
bust people
something.
in the head.
Who knows my website? Anybody? How old's my grandmother? No, you lose. You are wrong. No, forget it. Next question. I don't know. What could we do? What kind of giveaway could we do? For somebody
well, how
sitting
many
here?
of those do we have?
A lot. He held up like 14 fingers. We have eight of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wherever
6.
it lands.
Okay, everybody sitting down gets one, Dave.
What was that? Yes. Hand him that bad boy. There you
Okay,
go. Or
Dave,
you can have
all
it.
these people sitting down, they all get one.
You see that? You watch us live and you get an I.O.
Those
shutter.
are 70 bucks a piece.
70 bucks a pop. Can I get some of that popcorn?
No, he's kidding. He's kidding.
No,
you don't have to bring
I'm
your
not.
popcorn up here.
I'd love some popcorn.
Can we throw one to Montreal? How about us? Hey, those of you who are in the chat room, you've got a whole bunch of
a Drobo.
You've got the ability to get all
Drobos a
kinds
day.
of stuff. We did have one question from the chat room.
What was that?
How's it going, Fro and John?
It's going well. How are you doing? How's your voice holding up?
My throat's getting a little sore. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
I'm to the point where I'm kind of straining a little bit to
Are
get
you?
the voice out, but it's still working, so that's good.
I'm looking forward to see what lunch will be today.
I'm
Hopefully
gonna have
I
a
can
hot
get
dog.
something. All I've eaten today, again, I've had a couple of chocolate muffins.
Well, chocolate muffins aren't bad.
No, they're not bad, but then Ari got me one of those smoothie drinks. So
yeah, and that sounds good to me because it's probably got frozen
put
crushed
protein in
stuff,
there,
and that would cool off the throat a little
it
bit.
did. It did. Any questions out here in PPE from anybody? Guess not. Were there any questions in the room?
In the chat room. Let's go back to the chat room.
You know what I have to
Let's
find
see.
interesting? That phase one back, when we were in Germany recently, you could see, they're like, it's 30,000 euros. I'm like, 40,000 bucks for one of those things.
That is a lot.
Could you imagine spending a nice luxury car on a camera like that?
I don't think I can.
If you've got it, you can, but sometimes it makes it a little more difficult. And we've got our next guest on their way here. I can see him walking in.
And we do have a question from the chat room.
Yeah.
What is the best Canon macro lens, in each of our opinions?
They have a 100mm macro. People like that. I know that the 135 f2, I don't think that's a macro, but I just go with the 100 macro.
You know what? I'm not going to pick a lens. Instead, I'm going to pick an accessory.
What accessory?
The accessory that I would recommend, if you don't want to go out and invest in macro lenses specifically, you can turn any lens you have into a macro if you use a set of extension tubes.
Alan's got them.
Alan's got them.
He's got them.
You can get them all over the place. They're cheap, relatively speaking. I have a set of 3 that was about $100, and what you do is, where you would normally have them mount, you can get them for Nikon, Canon, you get them for anything, where you normally would, unscrew this and mount your lens right on it. It's a little, I'd call it, well, it's a tube. It's a little tube.
It's
You
literally
screw
just
it
a ring.
on.
There's no optics in it at all.
That's right, and they come in different thicknesses. You put that on, then you put your lens on it. So for example, you could take a lens you've already invested in. I have one I love. It's a 70 to 200 millimeter Canon L series lens, the 2.8. I'll stick a tube on it, and I turn this giant lens into a macro lens.
It is a way to get a
It's
entry
a
into the macro.
Yeah,
but
it works.
it's definitely an affordable option.
Absolutely.
Are we ready to go here?
Oh yeah, we're ready to go.
We're good? We're good with our next guest?
Yes, absolutely.
Ken, we're good? Hey.
How's it going?
It's going. How are you? Good to see you last night. And
I
good
know,
to see
it
you
was
now.
great. Thanks for inviting me.
Think Tank.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey, who
We've
won the
got,
game last
if you
night?
look back
The
here,
Giants.
If you look back here behind the stage, you'll see how much think tank
It's a
stuff
whole row of think tank
we
gear.
have, and we actually use it. That's what we use. We can use anything we want. And by the way, we love all the other guys who are exhibiting here. Everybody has a personal preference, but it was interesting because when Jared showed up at the show, he's carting around his big think tank bag, roller bag. I have the exact same one.
Okay, looks like an airport security.
Yep, I was wearing my shapeshifter. Okay,
right.
we have 2 of those. I mean, we just came with all these. What's up with all these people wearing think tank bags and carrying think tank gear?
It's becoming it's a movement almost. We try to develop bags for the industry, and the industry just happens to be following us. I myself was a news photographer for over 35 years, and we saw this real big void in the market where we needed to have a bag that just worked. And so we set out, myself and Doug Murdoch, my wife Deanne Fitzmaurice, and Mike Sturm, we set out to build a bag that actually works for real photographers in the field.
Which is the key.
And by the way, comment from the chat room from, say thanks to Kurt from Andrew, awesome stuff you're putting out.
There you go.
Thanks.
I mean, it's great to find you guys. You are full-time working professionals, which we talked about this last night.
We did.
How your wife literally shoots the World Series and then hops on a plane to come here to Photo Plus. But you make bags that you would use yourself, which means every other photographer will want to use it as well.
Well, I hope so, yeah. A little funny note, Deanne got on a plane this morning in San Francisco after shooting the game last night, and she's heading here for tomorrow. But she got on and she texted me the fact that somebody in the back of the plane said, "Aren't you the girl from Think Tank?"
There you go.
Which is, she's got a Pulitzer Prize, but she's only known for the girl from Think Tank. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Well, that kind of tells you how many people are buying them because they see the tags, and all that stuff. And, you start to recognize people after a while once you see them everywhere.
What's your favorite bag of the system? I mean, because as a photographer, there is not one bag to rule them all, like one ring to rule them all, just multiple bags.
Yeah.
Which one is your go-to?
The shapeshifter, absolutely.
You love the shapeshifter.
Yeah. I've got...
Do you have one right there?
There is a
Is that ours
right
or is that yours? Did you bring that or is that one of ours?
I think it's Ken's.
Oh, that's one of ours. Okay, that's one of ours. Let's show it off.
I think
did we knock it loose?
Uh-oh. Well, while we're doing that, getting it plugged back in, I have a shapeshifter. I took it through Israel.
Did you?
I did. I carried this through Israel with me.
Let's tell them why we like this bag.
Okay, I love this bag, and I was one of the key features of this bag because I needed a bag that I could run around and shoot assignments with in a very newsy way. I mean, I was always covering protests in San Francisco. We were always having something where I needed to be just running and gunning, and I needed to get basically my computer in it. It's got a great little computer slot in the back. Where I could put my 15-inch, and then I was actually running around with for a while with an Iridium sat phone, and that could fit in here. I put that in the front.
Here's the computer. Here's the computer slot. For those of you, we'll turn it this way so they can see it as well. I stick my computer in there, and I stick my tablet. That's one thing.
Okay, both
this
in there.
one, it has 2 kind of options for tablets depending on what you got.
Yeah.
There's a pocket here in the front. And there's like 2 pockets here. I'll sometimes stick a tablet in here, or a 7-inch one will go in here.
Yeah.
And then I'll stick a computer in here, or sometimes I'll stick my computer and my tablet in here. But anyway, go ahead.
You know what's funny? This is pre-tablet. This was built
is.
way
Yes.
before the tablets even showed up.
I mean, the front of this is great. When I fly all the time, I put my Bose headphones in the front, and they zip it up, and then I compress it, and it just is just so nice and tight. There's no movement, and that's what I really like. I can put it underneath the seat on the plane, and actually get to it instead of having to jump up. But the other really key feature to this bag is when traveling, because being a news photographer, you had to be ready to go at any moment. So we could take everything apart, your camera and a couple lenses and a flash and a few other things. I used to put a belt system, wrap the belt around here. And then when you get where you're going and you take this whole bag and you take your cameras, put them all together, and you get ready to go to whatever event you need to shoot, then you can zip this thing down. It's got a lot of zippers in it, but so once you figure out how to zip this thing together, so it's pretty, it can get pretty big. I mean, it'll get really big with a lot of things in it, so you can put a couple cameras in it. But once you get everything,
routinely carry 25 to 30 pounds worth of stuff in mine.
Oh, easily. And so once you get everything out of it, then you can compress this bag into a very narrow, and it's got a nice form to where you can walk through crowds and you can basically get, in different spots where if you had a big, huge backpack on you, where it'd be a lot harder to just deal with moving through these situations where you have to go.
If you look, one of my favorite things, and it's so simple, but the fact that the bag has webbing on it where I can clamp things all over the place. I've got these little carabiners that holds a water bottle. I put a water bottle there. I can have 2 water bottles hang on me. I also use these think tank. What are these called? The little camera holder things.
Yeah.
So I've got a think tank.
The official name.
The official name. I have no idea what
but
I
it
can't
doesn't
remember
matter.
the exact name of that. But
so you see, I've got the think
Yeah.
tank camera strap on my camera, and it has these little rings right here. You see those little rings? Well, I can connect this to one side and one to the other side, and my camera hangs right in front of me, and it uses the straps that are on the bag to do it.
And then it takes the pressure off your neck
my
or
neck.
off your shoulder. It's a really great idea.
Hey, here's a tip for you guys. You can get these little like neon-y handle wrap things like on Amazon. They're like $10 for 3 of them. Stick one of those on your bag, and you'll always know your bag, from everybody else's.
We're always trying to think of ways to pimp your bag out. So, if you got anything that, a lot of people come in and they have all these different crazy ideas for bags, and which is why we exist, because we listen to the crowd and we listen to the movement of photography.
So we were talking yesterday about something new you announced?
Yeah, it's called the Mind Shift. It's a brand new company, and it's an outdoor backpack. Right now, it's the first one we've come up with, and so we've got it on display over there. We've got Daniel Beltraz over there, and he's showing this bag off. So if you're really interested in kind of the really rugged and going outdoors, we've got a backpack now that has a rotation feature in it, so you don't have to take the backpack off to access your gear. So it's very important to be able to do that, especially in the situations these guys put themselves in.
Where can you find more information on that?
Over at our booth, or go to, I think we've got a page running now on Facebook, which is mindshiftgear.com. I think you can go to that. We've got a splash page.
Sure.
So we're just starting out with that, and we just announced it yesterday, and it's got there's a lot of people looking at it.
We'll have to get some and check them out, do some reviews on them and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I have them. I have a whole, I just moved again, and you should see all the think tank bags that came along with me. Definitely.
We love everything you do for us. You're just great. Thanks for having me.
Well, don't forget about the think tank shower cap.
Yeah.
I carry around 2 of them. I do. I wear that in the shower.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it.
All right, we're going to have to move on. We have a little pre-recorded video we're going to jump to. We're going to show you guys what we saw over at the Sigma booth. So stay tuned for that here, and then let's see. We're going to be back right after that.
Yep.
All right, guys, here it comes. Hey, everybody, we are actually at the Sigma booth. It is packed. Check this out. I mean, we're like 2 hours into the show, and they've got, 100 people in the booth. It's ridiculous. But we actually have Jack with us from Sigma, so that's good. Jared is like a kid in a candy shop. You're going to have to he can do the sniff test all he wants. That is like a $30,000 piece of equipment. I don't know what that is. Anyway, Jack, thanks for spending a little time with us. What we want to do is we're giving everybody kind of a virtual tour of the booth since they can't be here with us. Okay. So Sigma has a whole range of stuff, and I want to make sure we can kind of tell them a little bit about all of that. Okay. So first of all, what do you guys make? You make cameras? You make lenses?
Sigma's a full-service company for the photography industry. We have a massive line of lenses, over 40 lenses available for all of the major brands of DSLRs, including Sigma's SLRs, the Sigma SD1 Merrill. And as you can see, a lot of the interest at the booth today is over at the Sigma SD1 Merrill test station, where photographers are getting a chance to actually do a studio shoot with Sigma Pros Lindsay Adler and Kevin Ames to test drive this camera. And everyone who test drives the camera is going to be entered into a chance to win a 50mm f1.4.
So nice. So if they're coming out of the show, they definitely need to come over here and get entered into the contest there.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a fantastic camera. The detail is unbelievable, and it's a beautiful studio camera.
All right. So if I happen to shoot some other brand of camera, like a Canon or a Nikon or something like that, you guys, this is a distracting wall. Would you take a look at this? Look at all of these lenses. I mean, they make lenses in every shape and size and for every kind of fitment, right?
Absolutely. We've got a 4.5mm f2.8 circular fisheye that's full frame, all the way up to a 300 to 800 f5.6 full frame telephoto zoom lens.
Where's the big 200 to 500 2.8?
That's not here right now. We hear there's one at the World Series. There's one out at the World Series right now doing some video footage.
Wait a minute. That just hit me. Did you say 1.8? Did you?
No.
Oh,
it's
2.8.
It's a 200 to 500 2.8. It has its own battery. Correct. It has a separate battery for that one to power the zoom. It's insane. They haven't let me. Well, actually, they said I could ride that if I went up to wherever their offices are. I could ride that lens and sniff it and all that good stuff.
Nice. Okay. Well, you're going to tell them about some new lenses in a minute. But before we do, we've got a whole wide range of them here. You were mentioning we've got everything from like fisheyes. What can we talk about with some of these? I see primes. I see zooms. Let's pick out a few really standout ones and talk about some of the stuff people might do with it.
Fro just grabbed the one I was going to point to. This 85mm f1.4 is super, super hot. This lens is razor sharp. It is amazing. Everybody over at the test station right now is asking for this lens. We love this lens, and more importantly, photographers love this lens. It is super sharp, gorgeous bokeh, and just absolutely spectacular. One of our most popular professional lenses.
85mm. That's really particularly good for something like portrait photography.
It's great for portraiture. It's great for studio work. It's great for location work too, because of the f1.4 you get beautiful blown out backgrounds. It's also getting very popular with sports photographers because it's f1.4, nice reach inside, and very, very quick and responsive autofocus motor.
Okay. All right. So that's a good one. What's another? You got another favorite choice here, Jared? That looks like a zoom lens of some sort.
180.
Oh, holy mother.
This lens has just recently been introduced in 2012 as well. This is the world's first one-to-one life-size magnification 180mm f2.8 macro lens. And again, this is macro. It's got internal focusing optical stabilizer, so you can leave the tripod home for so you can leave the tripod home for even macro work. And again, we call this a macro because it does close focus all the way to 1:1, but it's got a focus limiter that makes it perfect for macro or perfect for sports and telephoto work as well. And everything that makes it a fantastic macro lens also makes it great for portraiture, photojournalism, and location work.
That looks like something fun to play with. You've been mentioned multiple times now, sports and action kind of photography, and I know Jared, of course, the first thing he wanted to put his hands on were these gigantic. I mean, that looks like a bazooka. What are these bloody huge lenses here?
Those pair of lenses are the 800mm f5.6 and the 300 to 800 millimeter f5.6.
Jared's got to get his workout.
Yeah, here, can I see this?
How much does one of these things cost? How much does it weigh, Jared?
This weighs about 12 pounds, I'm going to guess. Is that about right?
It's about 12 pounds, yeah.
And what does this is the, what is this, the 300 to 500 zoom? 300 to 800, 5.6. What's this cost?
Let me double check on the price. We'll put it on screen.
We'll put that up. But this is a massive lens. It's one of those things that if you're shooting nature, you're going to take this out there. But if you actually
I'd shoot portraits with this. Why not? You could do anything with just about anything. And
how would you shoot a portrait with this? You got to get half a mile away, don't you?
Well, that's the fun of it. Fill the frame, do whatever you can, blow the background out, compress it, and it would look pretty good. But I mean, honestly, the whole line of lenses is incredible. From your 18 to 250 type lens all the way up to something like this and your 70 to 200s, and then we're going to get to the new gear hanging out over there.
Well, okay, I know that you're anxious to show that off because you've been telling me, and we kind of leaked a little bit about the new lenses on the show earlier today. Why don't you, because you know about those, tell us, here, take this, tell us about the new stuff coming out.
I got it, yeah, because I was in Germany and I got to play with these bad boys. Yeah, let's just grab this.
Wait, I get the hold.
Oh, you want to hold it this time?
We're holding the other one. This is the big boy too.
So you guys have found a direction. You've got 3 different lines now that you're moving towards, correct?
Yes, exactly. At Photokina this year, Sigma announced the new Sigma Global Vision. Excuse me.
It's all right. Yeah, so Sigma has the 3 different lenses. You've got your sport, you've got your art, and you've got your contemporary, and John's holding the big boy right here.
Yes, exactly. That is the new 120 to 300 f2.8. And this is the first of the new sports lenses. And very interesting about this is it includes a focus limiter, it includes optical stabilizer, and when it's paired with the new USB dock and the Sigma Optimization Pro software, you can customize the features and the reactions of this lens. You can.
Wait a minute.
Well, yeah, basically.
What are you talking about a USB dock? What are you talking about? This is a lens.
Oh, basically, I'll do this. I did this in Germany. I got to play with this thing. You put this on top of this lens, and you can connect it via the USB cable right here. This one I don't think is going to go on there, but it sits there, plugs in, and then you can tell it that you want it to limit it, so if you don't want the focus coming back any further to a certain distance, you can control this. You can tell it where you want it to go and when you want it to do it. So that's what's cool about the focus limiter.
I put it on. Check it out. Look how awesome that is. I just can't believe you plug a lens into your computer.
Why not? You have a lot of control that you can do there. Did I forget anything there?
Micro focus adjustment.
The micro focus adjustment, that sounds pretty good too.
What does that mean?
It means if digital SLRs, the focal plane is very, very shallow, and everybody's known that in cameras there's been micro focus adjustment for years. We have all these lines of lenses, so we've decided to put the micro focus adjustment in users' hands. So now they can fine-tune their adjustment specifically to their camera, and they can also adjust the autofocus speed and focus limiter. The exact customization is going to vary from lens to lens, but if you want super fast and responsive autofocus, or if you want it to be a little bit slower, so when you tap the shutter it just moves a little bit, or if you want it to really go, depending on, it's a customization.
So there's another lens. You're saying I could use this on this lens as well? Can I use it on all the new ones?
All the new lenses will.
Well, I mean, that's cool, just having the ability to make those type of changes, but now holding on to the 17 to 70, this is a 2.8 to 4. I'm very interested to try this one out on the DX bodies, because, a lot of people say I can't afford a 2.8 lens, but if you can have at 17 a 2.8, and probably somewhere around 24 is when it starts being the variable aperture part, you can get into the game for not terribly too much. So 17 to 70 is a great range, and to have a 2.8 is just it's all I look for anyway, 2.8 or better.
Is that the most versatile size of lens in terms of if you could only walk around and carry one lens, is that kind of the size you'd want?
Well, it depends. That's this contemporary. That's the first of the contemporary lenses. We have all-in-one zooms that cover 18 to 250 millimeters. That's very, very versatile. That gives you a lot of reach, range, versatility, including macro in a single lens. And that's recently been reintroduced and that's recently been redesigned and introduced this year. And it's very popular. In fact, the 18 to 250 millimeter f3.5 to 6.3 DC OS macro is being paired with one of our strobes this year as a special instant savings package for beginning and aspiring photographers.
So right now you have a rebate program going on?
Instant savings. Yes, instant savings programs on.
You don't have to fill out a rebate.
You just do it. It's instant.
Just get the discount.
Exactly. On over 20 lenses and strobes.
So that's definitely cool. And then the last lens we have here from the art line is the 35 1.4, which is a nice hunk of glass that does. It does have that nice smell. Goodyear, man. Goodyear. A little bit. It's very Goodyear-y. But check that out. Do you have anything to say about this bad boy?
35mm f1.4 full frame. I've seen some of the sample shots from it. Kazuda Yamaki, the CEO in Japan, has demonstrated this on the new A1 MTF testing process, and the results are looking spectacular. This lens is going to be available very soon, and we're very excited to see what photographers make with these shots. It's one thing to look at test charts, and it's fantastic to know that these new lenses are going to perform spectacularly, but there's such a joy in seeing the images that people make and that they share. And I mean, the same with the images that people are producing right now with the Sigma DP2 Merrill, our Lux Compact with the Foveon sensor in it, are just absolutely spectacular. And every day I have an alert pop up, shows me another review where someone is just beaming about the image quality and showcasing these spectacular images they're making. And that's so rewarding as, as a photography company, as, photographers and for photographers. It's just, I'm excited to see what people are doing with the gear we.
And I'm interested to see what direction you guys go next, because I think this is an amazing step in a really good direction to have the sport line. The way that this lens feels in the hands is different than any of your lenses before. I like the new rubber. I like the feel of it. I like how smooth the zoom is. And then to see the direction of the 35-1.4 and the 17-70, it's good because you've got everything from an amateur, very affordable, and then you can move into the pro line of lenses, like we looked at the 85-1.4, and moving up to the 120 to 300. And I want to see when the new 70 to 200 comes out from the sport line. If that is in the works or something, I don't know, but I'm sure it's going to be somewhere. That's it. That's all we got from that.
All right. Well, thanks, Jack, for giving us a tour of all this stuff. And you guys, obviously, Sigma. It doesn't matter what body you're carrying. These are very high quality, economical lenses, competitive with anything in the world. So should we go back to the studio, back to the booth?
I think it's time. You have anything else you want to say?
Exactly. People can learn much more about the Sigma Global Vision, the new lenses, and at sigma-global.com. That's our worldwide site explaining the design philosophy from conception through execution of these new lenses. And we're very excited about the new direction. And as you look around the booth, more importantly, fans are very excited about what we're doing, and it's just a great energy at the show. This is a fantastic demonstration of a fantastic showcase of what we're doing here, and thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having us here, and John, let's run on back to the booth, man.
Let's do it. All right, back to you. Back to us.
Yeah, back to me and you.
Okay, guys, we're back in the booth now. Sigma, we got. How did you guys enjoy the Sigma coverage? It's like you were there.
It was almost like you were there, but you were there.
You didn't even have to travel to New York. We just took it. We brought it right to you.
Absolutely.
We actually have another guest with us. Jefferson's here, but give us just 1 second.
Yes.
We're going to announce a couple of winners.
Winners are good.
You've been giving stuff away like a madman.
And I didn't even know about it.
And you didn't even know it. So first of all, actually, Ari, you were right earlier. We will need the Smug Mug winner. I'm sorry. We're going to tell you in just a minute who won your Smug Mug Pro giveaway.
$300, right?
That's a $300 value.
Worth $300.
Before we tell you who won that one, I'm going to give away 2 of them.
Go for it.
Two Smug Mug Pro accounts. We're going to give them away on my Twitter. So if you will go to twitter.com/John Pose, JOHNPOZ, you will see that I will be tweeting something. Well, obviously I won't, but somebody will be tweeting something from me in just a minute. And if you retweet it and do whatever it says, you will be entered for a chance at one of 2 $300 annual Smug Mug Pro accounts. Those are the top of the line Smug Mug accounts. And also, earlier we announced a giveaway for 2 of the Perfectly Clear plugins. We got a demo of that earlier. It was awesome. And you gave away 2 of them on your Facebook account. Are you ready to hear the winners?
Yeah, who won?
Bob McClanahan. I think I said that right. and Andy McGarry.
Awesome.
And then the winner of your Smug Mug Pro giveaway at Movie Trailer.
Oh, you gotta love that movie trailer. It's like, hey, it's movie phone, but it's movie trailer. Is that a spam one or a real one? Because you can't win as a spam because you're not a robot.
And they participated, so we know that they're real. Okay, so you guys remember, you got to check Jared's Facebook, Jared's Twitter, my Google Plus, and my Twitter. We got all kinds of contests currently going on there. But back to the moment at hand, we've got Jefferson Graham with us.
Hi.
Thank you.
You know, I bet if you ask people if they'd like to win a free book, I could arrange for that.
Winning a free
now.
book?
Video
Well, let's
Nation.
tell them about the book, and then maybe we'll give them one free.
Can we get a close-up?
There we go. Look at that.
Video Nation. It's a book that brings video production tips to the masses. How to shoot great video on your iPhone, on your 5D Mark III, on a point and shoot. I host and produce the Talking Tech series for USA Today. I've done over 300 videos over the last few years.
Wow.
I churn out these things every week, gone through every mistake and every issue that you could possibly go through, and tell you how to do it.
And tomorrow you're speaking for 2 hours.
Yes, I am. Here at the PPE.
And people can still sign up for it if they want to come out to the show?
Sign up for it and get one-on-one time with me. Anything they'd like to hear, I'm happy to help them out.
Because you have a 2 hours to fill.
That's right.
That's great. And where can people pick up the book if they don't win one?
There is a Peach Pit booth here. And I
So
think
if you're here, you can go over there and pick one up.
And I'll sign it. Or they can come to the seminar, either way.
And for all the people out in internet land, if they want to get a hold of one, how do they do it?
Let's
Can they go to your website?
Contact me on Twitter.
Okay, ping me on Twitter.
At Jefferson Graham.
At Jefferson Graham on Twitter. Okay, let's talk about the content of the book first.
Yes.
So all of us, I think just about everybody today, seems to have a smartphone.
That was the
You've got an
idea.
iPhone.
Yeah, here's my smartphone, everybody.
I've got a Samsung. But all of these things will take high quality video nowadays.
Yeah, great video. More of us have video cameras in our pocket than at any time in history. We're all walking around with them, but they don't know what to do with them. They shoot these little clips and they sit on their phone. They don't edit them. They don't think about putting the production together. They don't mount them on a tripod, which is easy to do. They use the terrible microphone in there, which doesn't have to be done. I bought this cable yesterday, $30 to show you. Click it right in. Connect it to a microphone, dramatically improve the sound. We've got attachments. You can put lighting on these things. And if you think about your lighting when you use these cameras, these phones, you can do a nice job.
You're getting tweets right now, aren't you?
I don't know.
People asking for the book. I saw a notification. Somebody wants the book.
Yeah, before we move on for a second, I've got the portable camera here. Here's the book.
Yes.
Okay, it's Video Nation by Jefferson Graham.
Okay, Peach Pit
And
Press.
you were showing also this cable. So this is just plugging into the little headphone jack.
And that's why when people say to me, what kind of video camera should I buy? I generally tell them, don't. You've got one in your pocket and it's great. And there's so many accessories that you can do for these phones, way more than you can get for a video camera, and you can find them anywhere.
Absolutely. What is the simplest tip for somebody just starting out? Was it the tripod one?
Tripod would go a long way because most videos, as you know, are jerky.
Yeah, and digitally correcting it isn't always the answer.
You can even get a GorillaPod, and there's a $10, I don't have it here, but a $10 tripod attachment for this phone. Stick it in there, stick it right on the GorillaPod. Buy a GorillaPod for $20. You can actually buy a tripod at Walmart or Best Buy for $20 as well. But if you don't want to walk around with it, get the GorillaPod, which is a small little tabletop, stick it in your pocket. I will say there's a new iPhone out, the iPhone 5, and most of the attachments don't fit it. But it will soon. There'll be attachments for it soon.
Oh, and guess what?
No,
the iPhone, the dock is on the bottom.
Yeah, but
it should fit.
Yeah.
There it goes.
It fits.
You know, we've got our friends from i4 Software. They make a software application called Video Camera, and it works great on the iPhones. They also make a little grip. It's just a little grip that kind of holds your phone, and on the bottom it has a tripod mount, but even just having a handle helps a lot as opposed to trying to hold like that.
Anything helps. Manfrotto has something called the Clip, Have you heard about this one?
I have not.
It's a case, you stick it around, and then you attach a light to it. It comes with the light, and then it's got a tripod mount on the bottom. So it pretty much gives you everything you need except for your mic.
And audio is so important when it comes to video.
Looks like we picked up a lot of new Twitter followers.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing, all the Twitter notifications popping up on the screen right here after you put it out, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
People want to find out how they can do video simply, because video is a strong point in today's age.
And for any of the photographers out there,
absolutely,
you're not a photographer anymore. You're a videographer.
You're a little bit of both.
You are both. Let's say 3 years from now, you're hired, you're expected to do both.
Yep.
5D, any SLR is going to shoot great video, and you're expected to shoot video, and you should know how to. I have sections in here on editing, but the videos I make for USA Day, I'll make them on the iPhone, I'll make them on the 5D, I'll make them on the iPad. I'll use anything.
So your techniques basically transcend all video.
Yeah.
And whatever you want to use.
Yeah. I do a lot of multicam, as you guys are doing right here, which I do with Final Cut 10, which is great for multicam.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is definitely really good.
What other top tips would you, I mean, there's no way, you've got a whole book here. We got like 5 more minutes, okay? Yeah. But if you had to kind of distill things down to the biggest mistakes people make when they're shooting video in general on any of these portable devices, what are like the top 3 little keys?
Learn how to love natural light and how to use it correctly. If it doesn't look good that way, keep moving until it does. Because it may be great this way and terrible this way. Window light is your best friend.
Yeah.
Learn how to use it. And if I'm going to shoot you right there with that big light behind you, it's going to overexpose and blow it out.
Absolutely.
So move you over here.
It's simple, moving out of the way. Just seeing what you're shooting and finding other angles. You have to move your feet.
Right. I mean, you have very few options with these cameras because they're automatic point and shoots. So you have to work a little harder at them. There's a great app called Filmic Pro, which I like a lot. Actually lets you change the exposure.
Really?
Not really. It lets you burn and dodge.
Right.
But it'll get you there. And there's some other great apps. I like the Dolly app.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun. We'll take some of the shakes away. But you can shoot a movie on this thing with a tripod, a mic, and a light.
And so tomorrow,
4 to 6.
4 to 6. If people come out, what should they expect? You're not going to be able to go through the whole book.
No, but I'll give them a nice overview and talk about setting up your production and questions to ask and how to arrange an interview. Where to put the cameras when they arrive.
You're going to actually shoot something tomorrow?
We're going to shoot and we're
edit it,
and we're going to edit.
Because editing, I mean, when it comes to video,
what are you going to edit with, by the way?
Well, I like Final Cut, but we're not going to do Final Cut tomorrow. We're going to do iMovie because they've got Mac computers in the room, and iMovie's free on all entry-level computer on all new Macs.
Yeah,
and it's a great way to get your feet wet. You can make a great-looking video in iMovie.
Or on Windows, you could do it with like Windows Movie Maker or something.
I really don't like Windows
If you
Movie
had
to,
for people who aren't on Mac,
I really don't like it. It's
what
really
would you
terrible.
use
I would use Adobe Premiere Elements.
Adobe Premiere
I'd make
Elements.
you spend $75. You can do anything you want on it. They've got multiple layers of video and audio. The problem with Windows Movie Maker is you only get one layer, and you have to export it as a Windows movie file, which is a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't make it easy. But when it comes to video, I've seen when I was learning, because in this day and age I had to make the YouTube videos, I had to figure out really early on that audio was a key thing, and I had to get some wireless mics because that was important. It could look great, but if nobody can hear you and the wind is blowing and it's choppy, nobody wants to watch it.
Yeah, audio is 60%.
Yep, that's part of it, and then you've got stability, and then you have editing. Editing is something that you have to learn today. Editing, you can do so much. Even if you send somebody out with a camera, to me, it's unlike photography where I try to get it as right in the camera as possible. But with video, you're picking up clip after clip after clip, and it's about putting it together into a package that you can present. That's what you're looking for.
My favorite interview of all time, I interviewed Kermit the Frog for USA Day.
Nice, that's good.
Okay, I walked out of there and I was like, I can't believe how good this was. And then I put it together and I watched it. It wasn't that good.
No.
It wasn't that good. And then I started cutting and cutting and cutting, and now it's great.
Because a good editor can really do something with your raw footage. And I'm not a great editor. I can shoot all day long, but when you give it to somebody to edit, and they come back with a final product, you're like, yeah, that's what I had in mind.
Yeah, it's always making it shorter.
I took a class one time, a college course about video editing, and everyone in the class was given the same bundle of footage. Now, there was a lot of footage to choose from.
Really?
Everyone was given the same bundle of footage with no instructions whatsoever except make a movie out of it. And it was like maybe, I don't know, half an hour worth of total footage or something, and you had to make a 2-minute video, let's say. You wouldn't believe the difference. I mean, we had everything from like a horror flick movie trailer to like a little love story. I mean, you can do anything with the footage. You just need to shoot it, and then you need to tell a story with it.
Right. With our iPhone videographers, it helps to think about what you're going to do before and plan it out, plan your shots. It'll make the editing go by a lot faster.
It will.
And on editing, people are scared to edit. They don't know how to edit. They're worried it's going to take a long time. It's a lot of fun. I have more fun editing than anything else I do. It's storytelling at its best. I create the story. I am the producer. I'm the director. I'm the editor. It's me. It's my thing. And I'm in control, which you don't have anywhere else.
Right.
And the more you do, the better you get. Yesterday I edited 2 videos, both of them in 10 minutes. It was unbelievable. I was on deadline. I was at the Windows 8 launch here, and we had to put 2 on the website. I was just cranking it. But that's because I've done so much of it.
Practice.
You get better at it.
Absolutely.
All right, it's time for us to take a break, but you mentioned something about maybe doing a book giveaway.
Yes.
And now that we know what is in this book, what do you want to do? You want to do like a Twitter giveaway or something?
Yeah, at Jefferson Graham. I'll tell you one thing, we've now
bunch of
picked
people
up
are already
15 new Twitter followers.
Well, that's great. We'll push it out to a few more. So
just say at
Jefferson Graham.
I'd like to win one of your books.
Okay, and we will arrange it.
I think what we should do is, how about this? As soon as you get off, put out a tweet. And here's what we're going to do, folks. You're going to tweet, want to win one of my books, retweet this for a chance to win.
Let's do it right here.
Okay, do it right now.
Let's do it right
now.
now.
He's going to put out a tweet, and you guys, if you will retweet it, then you are entered to win a copy of that book, and you'll ship it on. Now, we need to probably tell people that it needs to be U.S. only, maybe, because you might have difficulty shipping that to Zimbabwe or
US
something.
only.
So you got to be in the U.S., okay? But if you'll retweet it and you're in the U.S., you get a shot at winning, and you can pick somebody later on today to send them one of those books.
Okay, so what am I saying? Tell me.
Okay, well, I'll tell you as soon as we take a break. You guys, we
also,
are going to...
Saturday, 4 to 6, PPE.
That's right. If you're here Saturday...
4 to 6.
Come out for the lecture.
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break. We got to go play with our Drobos. Don't forget, we're doing the Drobo giveaways on his Facebook and my G+. We're going to take a quick break for lunch. We'll be back in about, 30 minutes, I believe. Correct, Dave?
How many more hours do we have after lunch?
Oh, we have 30 minutes. 30 minutes for a bio break and lunch.
That's it?
That's all you get.
And then we're back to bring people more.
That we are. All right, so guys, we'll be back as soon as we can. Hang on and keep an eye out for Jefferson. We'll retweet him as well so you can see it. And we'll talk to you shortly. Hey everybody, we are back. We had a little bit of lunch. Are you feeling better, Jared? I mean, relaxed?
I always feel good when I get to eat something.
Okay, good. You had a little, people want to know what you ate for lunch.
Chicken Caesar salad 2 days in a row, except that table over there has this brick oven pizza that I wish they would order some extra ones 2 days in a row.
Oh, come on, guys.
2 days in a row I have to sit here and look at that awesome pizza.
That is not fair.
They're like, oh, you could get it. It's quick. Take a 10-minute cab ride.
I had a hot dog.
It looked good.
But you know
Tube
what?
steak.
I like hot dogs. I have no issue with that. I'm not one of those people who needs to eat something healthy in order to feel good.
No, you don't eat anything green.
I don't eat anything green. I just like eating. So, you know what? I want to tell you something else too. Just it's totally off topic, but it's interesting nonetheless. I've been using my MacBook Air. You guys have seen me using it all day. And you may see that it's plugged in, but it's not. I am not.
And the green light's on, fully charged.
The green light is on. It's not plugged in to an outlet. I have been using this brand new Hyperjuice battery all day. This is, by the way, they didn't sponsor. This is not a commercial endorsement. I'm telling you about a device that I have. This is one of the very first ones they've produced. you're looking at, it's got a really cool LED display. I charged it up last night. This has been running off of this all day, and you tell them how much battery charge has it got left.
40%?
It's 40% left.
We've been going for, what, 4 hours-ish
At
since
least.
you got here?
Yeah, oh, well, no, more than that. It's been on 5 or 6 hours. And that means what's happening is it's using this battery first. When this one dies, then it'll go to this battery. So I'll have another 5 hours or so on this.
That's
so
incredible.
basically, we're going to just use this all day.
How much is it?
I was testing it.
If you know.
I don't know. I think it's maybe 200 to 249, somewhere in that.
Not bad to have extra juice.
You know, if you had to take your laptop out and do editing with it on the road and stuff, this would be a great option. Although, I will say this. I don't know if this battery would feed like a full-on MacBook Pro because they have different power requirements. But for a MacBook Air, I mean, my goal was to try and broadcast here all day using this battery, and we'll see, but I think it's going to work. So, anyway, that's a complete aside.
Yeah.
And we have another special guest with us. I'm excited about this next one. Jerry is here. Jerry, you are the creator of the Ice Light, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
All right. Let's
bend that in a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
I have an Ice Light at home.
I don't have one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've got one.
Stop bragging and stuff, but people have no idea what an Ice Light is. But before we get to it, tell us where the idea came from.
You know what? My favorite light source is a window light. Love window light.
Oh, hang on just a second. Sorry, we got to get it plugged in. There's something is not connected right. He's plugged into the other one there. Ken, can you give us a little test on the mic? Just
test.
switch the plug. You want to plug in the other one?
We'll get that plugged in. We'll get going.
Yep.
See the power of the Ice Light, which is blinding sometimes if you look right at it.
You're not. I don't think you're supposed to do that.
No, well, the models look right in it. I took it to the bar. I took it to a bar. And I was photographing Leora in the bar with the Ice Light.
Sorry.
And everybody's looking at me like, are you weird? I hear you. No, I don't hear him.
Are we getting anything, Ken? Okay, change the headset. That's why we bring multiple headsets.
Switch the headsets. But anyway, I was shooting Leora in a bowling alley, and everybody's looking at, there's somebody else carrying pizza.
Wow, there's a lot of pizza around here.
They're
bowling.
Just rubbing it in.
You're at the bowling.
We were in bowling, but we were at the bar. And we had just somebody hold the light, and it created this really clean light that I was looking for, mobily. So it's like a stick. You can change the power of it, and it just worked really well in the bar. So I was happy with the results I was getting there. But we're going to hear about the ideas behind it, and if we get these mics working, and figure it out from there.
Test.
I heard that.
Test.
I hear Dave Herwig. So we'll
switch that out.
Switch out the headset. No big deal.
And get the Ice Light.
This is what happens when you do live broadcast.
Yeah.
We're bringing it to you guys live and unfiltered here.
Filtered, unfiltered, depending on how you like it.
I like my sake unfiltered.
Do you?
I do indeed. I think it's better that way. I don't know if anybody else is a big fan of sake.
A little bit. Warm?
I know, mine has to be really cold.
I like that better than the warm.
Ice cold, unfiltered sake. I learned that in Japan. I did not like it before I went to Japan, and then they served me some of that. And I think it's called niguri or something like that.
Test.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
All right, there you go.
All right, we got you, Jerry.
You just bend it up a little bit. You can literally bend this.
Yeah, it's good.
You want to bend it?
There you go.
We got it?
He's good?
All right.
Yeah, test.
There we are.
Perfecto.
Now we got it working.
Let's go back to our other original question. Tell us where the idea came for the Ice Light. We haven't told you guys about the Ice Light yet, but tell us where the idea came from first.
Sure. Well, look, I've been shooting professionally about 20 years now, and since the start of my career, I've been using video lights. Tungsten lights usually, all that kind of thing, but my favorite light source is window light. So I'm thinking, you know what, I would love to have a portable window light. The closest that I've seen is probably the fluorescent, And certainly there's been like LED lights that are around, all that kind of thing, but we're vertical people. I think, wouldn't it be cool to have a vertical continuous light source that's very powerful, very dimmable, all the rest of it? So
and durable too.
And yes,
I just saw one get dropped on the way by, and it's still going to work.
That is my wife, actually. So that was all cued perfectly. Thank you very much.
Well, she's allowed to drop it if she wants.
Well, there you go. And I am a huge fan of Star Wars, and I thought, I can't believe no one has actually
built a lightsaber.
But I can't call it a lightsaber because I'll get sued by.
You get really sued for that.
Yeah. I was going to have the sound built in, but ninjas in the night would kill me, or Ewoks, one or the other. But yeah. So anyway, that's pretty much what it was. So it took a couple of years to develop. I designed it. I approached a really great company called Westcott. And they're fantastic at continuous lighting. I believe the leaders in continuous light with their spider lights and the fluorescent stuff. And there it is.
So how long is it? It looks like it's maybe under 2 feet.
It is under 2 feet.
How long is it?
Let's see. Let there be light, guys.
That is really bright. Wow, you're going to get a suntan. It's daylight.
I have this
right?
at home. I've been playing with it.
Yeah.
There, we'll just lower the volume a little bit.
Okay, show them how the controls work. Jerry, hold that over there where Dave can get the video, the wireless video on it.
No worries. So it's dimmable. So it basically has 7 increments of brightness and output. So you can actually just press it one by one, so notching right by one, or you can just press and hold it and go all the way up, which is fantastic. It's a built-in lithium-ion battery. It'll last you over an hour on full charge. And it's AC/DC, which means you can use it while you're powering it if you wish.
When you say over an hour, you mean at full brightness?
At full power.
What if I turn it down? Does it last a little longer?
Exactly. So it'll basically double it. So for example, if this interview was for an hour and I put it on full brightness and just left it there, it would last over an hour.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's cool.
But if I don't want to use it on battery, can I plug it in?
It's AC/DC, which means you can basically use it while you're powering it. We're just about to come up with an accessory called the Power Pack, and it's about that long or so, say 6-7 inches. You screw it in, and it'll give you another 2.5 hours extra battery life.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. I was just sick of carrying this big cord and a brick of a battery, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool to just handhold it very easily? Of course, it has a 1/4-inch 20 thread in the back. And the front as well, which means you can put it on a light stand, and that's it. It's cool.
And it also comes with clips, so you can put different color gels on it.
Yeah.
And you can
how do you clip it?
So you clip it on here. So you just basically 2 gel
comes
clips.
with 2 plastic clips.
And,
you literally just wrap a gel around it, and a clip will go over it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So you can have one that's red. Somebody can have one that's blue, and then maybe you have a purple one, and you can have a nice battle.
Right.
Well, if you want to be the Sith, this is a pretty cool thing.
You put 2 together.
So we have this dual connector coming out where you can screw this little connector in, get 2 lights, and then you can double the power, double the length. Yeah, sounds cool.
Nice.
So I'll just show everybody the buttons. I'll hold it up. Let me turn it off real quick. And here are the buttons on the side. If we can get that camera to show it. Or not.
The camera, the wireless camera's down. Take that over.
Anyway,
back over to
back
Ken.
down. There. You have brightness. I've only taken it down to the yellow. I haven't even seen this get down to the red yet since I've been using it.
No, it's good.
But it is really bright.
So let me see how heavy it is.
It's about 1.2 pounds, so you won't feel it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to go out and do some portable kind of on location stuff, I could throw 3 or 4 of these in a bag.
Yeah.
With some maybe like some nasty clamps. Have you heard of nasty clamps?
They're not pretty, but the commercial guys use them. Don't really care. They just clamp anywhere.
You screw it into this end and clamp it on anything, right? Yeah. And we can light up a subject. Now, do I need to be pretty close? I mean, we're using these big LEDs that are quite a bit of ways. They put out a lot of light, but you can hold them off, at a distance. How close do I need to be to you to really light you
I find the closer the light source, the prettier that it is. That being said, I photograph full-length shots with this, no problem. I typically want to expose for the ambience and then add the light in. So for me, if I'm shooting with streetscapes or I'm shooting at a reception with some beautiful chandeliers, I'll expose for the chandelier, maybe slightly underexpose it, then bring the light in. If this is my main light source, then it depends on how far you want to go. But I've used anywhere from 200 ISO at 82.8 to anywhere to as high as your ISO can go.
Before we move on, because you actually mentioned kind of a technique tip.
Sure.
And I want to make sure everybody catches that, because that's a good tip. So you said, before you worry about lighting your subject, let's say a model or a bride and groom, you first set your exposure essentially for the background.
Exactly.
Let's say the room, like in here, we would not even worry about the models, set up the camera on the tripod, set the exposure so that the room itself comes out fine.
Absolutely.
Then we'll bring our models in, or our bride and groom, or whoever, our daughter, in, and we will light them independently, correct?
Exactly. I mean, look, if like a typical example, like I said, if you're at a reception venue and you bring the couple aside and want to do something really beautiful and romantic, it's the ambience that's beautiful. It already exists. Why overpower that with a big full flash and so on? So it'll always be, set to the ambience. As an example, most ambiences, like at a reception would be maybe 1600 ISO, 100 speed at 2.8. There's my exposure. Then I bring this light in. The perfect thing about it is that, as opposed to the older video lights that I used to use, which were tungsten and so on, if I had tungsten and tungsten, then I'm correcting both, and they both look white. Whereas if I have a chandelier that's very tungsten, very beautifully warm, I use daylight white balance with this. I get clean, beautiful skin in the foreground, nice romantic yellow light in the background, and then we get this beautiful complement between tones and color temperatures.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the tungsten was giving you some color, and you were using tungsten and you white balance after the fact, you just removed the color from their face, but you also removed it from the room.
You removed, absolutely. You take away the romance of what's in front of you.
And of course, if you're using this, it's basically daylight anyway. So if you had a light source in the background that was like a window or a sunroof kind of thing, then you don't need a white balance. No. It's already daylight, so that's what we're trying to get to anyway. 52
to 5400 Kelvin degrees. Every LED light, as you know, has a slight tint, which is normally green or blue. It's like a horribly cold color. Like now, I think we're probably a bit cool.
Yep.
This has a slight warm tint, so it just makes skin look really beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And how sturdy? I know they've done drop tests and they've
Did you see that video?
With it. No, I didn't see the video, but I heard about it.
So what we did was, to test it, we turned the light on. One of us stood on a ladder that was on a 3-foot platform and just dropped it about 4 or 5 times. And every single time, it stayed on. Then we grabbed it on concrete and then we just threw it. It shattered, and then we basically put it together and it still worked. So let's say that it's pretty durable.
It's good. You could probably run it over with a car.
Yeah, exactly.
Tony in the chat room wants to know, does it get hot after it's on for a while, or does it stay cool?
It's LED. So the cool thing about this LED is, like the ones that we're illuminating us, for example, they're bulbs. These are cells. They're called diodes. And there's 72 of them. So you got 72 little diodes,
72
little cells.
diodes in there.
So you got 50,000 hours of life, and you'll be totally fine. But heat, I mean, we've been showing them at the trade show here all day. They've been on all day. And if you touch it like this, it's a bit warm, but it won't be a problem. It's not going to cook an egg, put it that way.
How new is this one?
This has been used quite a bit.
What number is this one? This is a 59. I think I have like 34. You guys made an addition that is good. You added the on and off.
Yes, we did, yeah.
Because it wasn't there before.
That's right.
And now that it's there, it makes total sense why it's there. Because I got the thing, and I'm like, how do I turn? I'm hitting the power button, and I'm like, oh. And then I realized you hit both of these, and that's why it has the on and off there now.
So what we've done is that the original ones, you could actually dim it all the way down to off. And it'll slightly trickle the power. But now what you do is you can only turn it on by pressing the up or down button. And if you go all the way down, it'll stop at a certain point, and you can't turn it off unless you turn it off
fully.
It has about a 1.5 second delay on the actual power on. So if in case it gets knocked during a travel, it's not going to turn on
and waste the battery.
And you just hold it for about a second or so. It turns on, and you're right to go.
So I don't need to hit both buttons.
Not both buttons. You can do it if you wish.
I used to do that. That's how I thought I had to do it.
You press a lot of buttons, I hear, so you can if you wish.
Okay.
Whatever floats your boat.
That's the one I have.
Does it come with any kind of a travel case or something?
It does. It basically has what I call a sheath.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool because it comes over you here, and if you want to do it all very dramatically, you can just pull it out like that. So
it's a samurai sword.
It's the samurai Jedi master.
What is the sheath? Is it made of? What's it made of? Does it have cushioning, or does it? I mean,
it has slight cushioning. I wish I actually brought one here to you today, but slight cushioning. It's that sort of that standard camera material, the camera bag material, that sort of that nylon, sort of poly type of material.
You know what I think would be cool if you could do it with like a neoprene. That might give it some cushioning and make it a little waterproof or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about sticking like 4 of them in a bag. What I'm really thinking is one is great, 2, 3, or 4 is better, and they're so small, to me, I would want several that I can stick in something and take with me, and I just wouldn't want them to beat each other up.
The actual sheath, the actual case that it comes in is really small, so it protects it very beautifully, not a problem at all.
So the last thing I'll ask is, where can people get it and how much?
Okay, so basically it's $499.90. It's basically sold at all retailers. Obviously,
$499?
Yeah, $499.90. And it's sold at all the big boys, obviously B&H, Adorama, and all the big retailers. I also am a distributor as well as the inventor of the product, so you can buy it from theicelight.com.
That's a better place for you.
That is a better place for me, but there's quite a few images and videos and things like that. What I'm really excited to tell you is that I'm actually creating a free photo sharing website called the Ice Culture. And anyone who owns and loves the Ice Light can develop a profile and share their stuff, photos, video, you name it. So we could all learn from each other. Obviously, those who don't have one will be inspired to buy one. Those who do have one can strut their stuff, and we'll all teach each other how to do it. That's for about a month away, I would say. So very cool place to play.
Well, Jerry, thanks for coming on and showing it to us. And,
no worries.
I look forward to getting one later, and maybe I can take some decent photos and contribute to the
low light
community.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Good luck with the rest of the show.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay.
So we'll have to get them to send you one.
Yeah. We'll try one out later on. So I might need to buy like 4 or 5 of those. We can take them on location with us.
Yeah, they're good for location, good for when you just need some extra light, bright light.
Speaking of low light stuff.
Low light stuff.
You know what? If you go to my SmugMug account, johnp.me, I've actually got some really cool pictures I took in low light. Look, there's one of my wife, Holly.
Nice.
That's a good one. And also, you know what? One of the best ones I took was a picture of Callie Lewis at her birthday party. If you go to johnp.me, you can look for Callie Lewis's picture at her. It's lit entirely by birthday candle light. So, and of course, we're giving away some SmugMug Pro accounts.
We've done a few today.
Everyone who's a photographer should have a SmugMug account. You have one.
Yes, I do.
I have one. And
we're getting the next.
I'm supposed to be keeping up with things on the run sheet here, but I can't take my eyes off of this. I don't know what this is, and I want to know. So we're just gonna have to get right into it. This is Josh, right?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hi, Josh, and you're with Tether Tools, and I see some kind of a funky rail you've got mounted onto your hot shoe attachment with something hanging off of it. I don't know, that looks like a GPS or a battery. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's actually Tether.
Pull this up just a little bit. Is that working?
Yeah, how's that?
There we go. There we go.
Yeah, it's called the Tetherfly by Cameramator. And what it is, it's a wireless solution that allows you to move images from your camera to your iPad, your Mac, your Droid device, PC, all those different things, and you get able to view the images, and you can also control the camera from your iPad. If you have it mounted in the rafters, you can still fire the shutter, you can change the ISO, white balance, all those different things.
So that to me, I'm trying to think of other things that I can relate it to. It kind of sounds like a combination between one of these DSLR control cables and like an iFi card or something. Like it's like all that wrapped into one little device.
Yeah, well, it's more than that. It's much more than that. It's great for when you're working with clients. You can hand your iPad off and allow them to view the images as you're shooting. It's very reliable and stable on the network.
Is it giving you a preview, or is it actually moving the images there? Is it staying on the card and showing you there?
It stays on your card. All of the images will stay in your card, but then it will move the high-res, medium-res JPEGs, whatever you set.
But not raw.
Not raw. Yeah, only JPEGs. The raw files are just too large, and it locks up on the system. So only the JPEGs, and it will allow the client to preview them. You can lock out all the camera control functions, so it keeps you as the photographer in control all the time. You can mount this a number of different ways. We've got it just showing it on a rail, but it doesn't use the hot shoe. You can still use that for your strobe, your flashes, and all that stuff. You can mount it on your hot shoe. You can also put it in your pocket, clip it to your camera strap, however you want to mount it. Very versatile.
Do you have it actually connected to that iPad right there right now, or is that just for?
It is. No, it is connected currently, and
so if you take a picture we're going to be able to see it appear there?
It should, yes.
I'm just saying,
hold on, let's turn this.
The camera's
We've got a number of Wi-Fi. We've got hundreds of Wi-Fi connections going on in here right now, so it's going a little bit slow. Normal transfer rate is about 3 to 5 seconds, but with all the hundreds of Wi-Fi connections in such a small space, it's going a lot slower than normal.
Sure. Well, still, I want you guys to be able to see this. It says loading image. Sorry, it's we can't use our little Wi-Fi with it, but it says loading image at the moment. It'll take, I guess, just a minute because all the Wi-Fi in here.
Yeah, there's just a tremendous amount. But this
there
will
it
use
is. It's appeared there.
And you can rate all the images. You can scroll through them. You can zoom in. It creates its own ad hoc network. So if you're out in a location shooting, there's no existing network. You can log into the network, no problem. Or you can create your own network, or if you've got an existing network, you can log into that. The range on your ad hoc network is about 100 feet, 150 feet if you're on an existing network. It has its own built-in battery, so it's not draining your camera battery at all.
How long will it last?
It's an 8-hour battery, about an hour and a half to recharge.
8 hours of continuous
shooting.
Shooting?
Correct.
What's awesome about that is handing it to a client. You want to be able to keep them from the back of the camera. You want them to just see what you're shooting and leave you alone and let you shoot. So that's definitely a bonus.
Well, you know what I'm thinking is your iPad, you can connect that to a big TV monitor.
Absolutely.
Okay, and use it as a second screen. So you can just have that mounted on a wall in a waiting room or whatever.
Yeah, and you can actually connect this to up to 5 wireless devices or 5 other devices, so your Mac, a couple of iPads, all that stuff, and it will go simultaneously out to all those devices. And the other feature too that we're going to be incorporating, if you're an event photographer or a wedding photographer, you have multiple camera bodies, you can funnel those all into the same device. So you would need a Tether fly-by camera meter on each camera, but you could funnel it all into the same channels.
So if we're doing a wedding together, and he's shooting and I'm shooting, we have independent cameras. One person can be monitoring both of our inputs.
Correct. That's functional. That's going to be added into it. It's not. We're shipping these in 3 weeks. They begin delivering. In the initial shipment, it's not going to have that functionality, but we can do all the app upgrades. Just when you go and log in, it says upgrade available. So that's functional.
How is it physically plugged into your camera?
It's just using a USB. The mini USB, it also works with 3.0, like the D800. It's just a regular USB cable. And this is the jerk stopper device, which allows you to take a different anchor point away from the device. So your camera,
it's not going to yank it out.
So it doesn't yank out, and it protects that.
That is awesome.
It's got a quick disconnect. So this stays on the cable, this stays on your camera, you don't even know it's there, and then you just plug it back in when you're ready to go.
Do you sell those separately by any chance?
We do. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Really?
The jerk stoppers, available at Tether Tools. That's a separate. We also got the same concept for the computer side, so your ports don't pop out when you're shooting. You
haven't heard of them before?
I'm sorry, no.
Because Peter Hurley loves using these Tether tools in his studio. We were talking about that last week, and Peter will be on a little later. But yeah, that's you need that because it just pops out. You don't want it to pop out, and that makes total sense.
We have huge problems. We shoot a lot of video and stuff with ours, and if you plug in anything into the side of the camera, it's always wanting to pop out. You got to be so careful with it. So that is brilliant, actually, in its simplicity. So
what does a Tether tool cost? One of those jerk stoppers?
$16.95.
Not bad at all.
Yeah,
I need like 12
it's
of
inexpensive insurance for something like that.
Okay, how much? I'm sorry. Remind me of what this other unit is called.
Tether fly-by camera meter.
Okay. Now the $1 million question of the day. How much is it going to cost?
It's $319.
$319.
Yeah.
That is not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Well, compared to some of the other solutions out there that are the proprietary, running into $800-900, and those only work on that specific camera. This works across the board, Nikons, Canons, other manufacturers, as well as a number of the different models within that manufacturer's range. So it's a non-proprietary solution that is growing as cameras add. So it's very versatile and will grow as your camera bodies change and whatnot.
Where'd you get that stand for your iPad?
Oh, this is the Pivot by Wally through Tether Tools. It's an interchangeable iPad system. It also is available for the Galaxy, but it's a protective back case. Yeah, the Galaxy.
Okay.
and all these different accessories that we have snap into that. So you got hand straps, you can mount it on the wall. We've got our Connect bracket, which mounts on all different types of photography gear, light stands, Arca Swiss really right type of gear. This is our pivot stand. We've got about a dozen different accessories that allow you to use the iPad exactly how you want it to be used.
It's a nice stand. I like that stand. It would match everything I have.
I feel like an idiot because but I'm glad this is why we have people on the show. I've seen none of this before, but it's fantastic.
Yeah, you can go landscape, portrait. It rotates right on there. Not a problem.
Am I seeing correctly that we're going to also do a giveaway of one of the jerk stoppers?
That's correct.
Sweet. So how do we want to do that? Are we going to Twitter it away, or what are we going to do?
Might as well.
Tweet it? How about if I do a Twitter giveaway on it?
Do it.
Okay, guys. I don't know exactly how we're going to do it, but you know what? The team's going to take care of it. Watch my Twitter, @JohnPose, and I'm sure it will involve just something simple. And
yes.
we'll definitely give, Oh, we're doing it on Google+? Scratch that. Let's go do it on Google+. Google.com/+JohnP. And you'll have an opportunity to win one of these jerk stoppers.
Right.
Can you can get those jerk stoppers anywhere? Like
what's your website?
TetherTools.com. They're available.
Okay.
And all the other
and
retailers.
all the major retailers?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. You think Allen's has?
I don't think
Allen's
Allen's actually has those.
We need to make that connection for
Probably
them.
needs to get the connection so it doesn't fall apart.
Connection?
Exactly.
All right. Well, any other? Let me check and see if we have any other questions here. No questions at the moment. Well, thanks for showing us all the goodies.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll look forward to giving it a try.
Cool.
When did you say this is going to be available?
It's available for pre-order now. We're shipping in 3 weeks.
Shipping before the holiday season.
Before the holiday season, yeah.
Excellent.
Sounds good to
get
me.
one of those and give it a try.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
Thank
Good
you
luck,
very
guys.
much.
Thank you very much.
Okie dokie.
Cool. Moving right along.
Ashley just said, "What's the Google Plus page?" It's if you just do a search for John P on Google Plus, it usually comes up first. But google.com/+John P. A lot of people don't know, but usually people have these really weird long numerical Google Plus.
You're special.
Yeah, they've rolled out. They're beginning to roll out the vanity URLs, but only a few people have them, and Callie and I got them. So that's how everyone's will be eventually. /+ John P. Or anybody else.
You got to say that using one of those jerk stoppers is going to save a lot of people from having the cord pop out when they're shooting tethered and losing the file that they had if they weren't right into the card.
All kinds of bad things.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. Wouldn't be good.
Yeah,
wouldn't be good at all.
I'm not kidding. I need like 10 of those at least.
Yeah, you guys do. Definitely. So are we moving on?
Yes, let's keep on going.
Well, we got BorrowLenses coming up.
We've got Jim from BorrowLenses.
How you doing?
How are you, sir?
Nice sticker.
Why, thank you.
That works perfectly.
You have the highest quality stickers maybe I've ever seen, but definitely around here. I mean, that must cost like $5 a sticker. Okay, those are ridiculous.
We're very proud of our stickers. Also very proud of the service. I think it's reflective. It's the quality.
Yes.
That's right. So a lot of people don't know that if you want to gain access to a high dollar piece of equipment, you don't have to buy it.
This is true. Yeah, the service is extremely beneficial for people that want to try niche type equipment that they don't want to own. There's a wide variety of selection, over 1,000 items that we have, so it's extremely helpful. It's really, everybody should know about it. It's just a great resource.
I noticed you walked in with a Canon camera body. Is that
it's an 85-1.2
on there?
No, that's a 5D3 with a 50-1.0.
It's a what?
50 millimeter 1.0.
Oh, that's a
50-1.0.
Did you say
1.0.
What's that smell like? Holy.
I didn't even know they made a 51.0. How does it smell? Metallic-y?
No, it's wide open.
Oh, okay.
1.0. It smells like almost out of focus before you even
right.
take the picture.
You didn't even take a picture. How much does that lens go for?
Oh, it's a personal lens of mine, so it may find its way to the inventory. But we carry the 1.2, and this one is more of like a personal pet project of mine.
They don't make those anymore. That's one they used to make, but they don't make anymore.
Yeah, that's right. They don't make this one anymore. Yeah, it is.
So you just want to show it off and upset everybody?
Yeah.
Pretty much,
That
yeah.
they can't have. But if they want to find an 85-1.2, instead of spending, is that about $1,800?
Yeah.
You can rent it for how long?
You can rent it for like 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, even custom durations or lengths. And so the expense is much, much less. You know, you're talking about like maybe $60, maybe $60 to $100 for a rental like that.
I don't understand how you can do that, to be honest. I'm trying to understand your pricing model because I've heard that you can get, let's say, a $15,000 lens and you could take it for a couple of weeks for maybe like a couple $100.
It's a little more than that. The bigger lens is like a $15,000 lens. Maybe 3 days is going to be a couple $100, $300.
Okay.
And then after that, it goes up from there. But it's still much more reasonable
If
than
you
buying
think
it.
about-
Better than $7,000 to
Yeah,
buy
if you
it.
think about how many weeks worth of continuous rental it takes just for you guys to recoup the money of the cost of the lens.
It works out, or else it wouldn't be at that rate. So, I mean, we were able to make sure that we pass the savings on to our customers. The fact that there is a good deal of volume helps as well. So, I mean, we've worked it so that it's to the greatest advantage of the photographers and the customers that use our service.
So you've got bodies, you have lenses, you've got video capabilities, you have underwater housings. Because an underwater housing could be, what, $5,000 for like any kind of housing for a pro body, but you can rent an underwater housing and go swimming with it.
Exactly. I mean, we cover everything. If it's in a camera store, we've got it. Even like the really high-profile ones that everybody knows. So whether it's DSLRs from like the super pro DSLRs to the more entry-level lenses, cinema lenses, video gear. We just got a second Red Epic in. We've got Scarletts, audio equipment, video digital conversion equipment. I mean, you name it, lighting, tripods, it's all there.
So how does one go about renting from you guys? Where can they pick it up? Where can they drop it off?
What kind of requirements do you have? Because you're not just going to rent a lens, or you're not going to rent an expensive piece of equipment to anybody.
So, well, it depends on what is being rented, and
Okay.
it depends who you are in terms of a production company versus an individual. Some of the really high value items do require insurance. Insurance is optional for many of the items that are on the lower end of the spectrum. That's how we make it accessible to everybody. But your question was, beyond, I got hung up on the...
Where do they get it?
That's right.
Where can they pick it up, drop it off, send it back? How's it shipped?
So the whole model is built around ordering it online through our website, and then you have the option of having it shipped via FedEx, either to like a residence or a commercial place of business, or to a FedEx pickup location. And then from there, you use it. It's out of the box. Keep the box. It includes a return shipping label. You're done with your rental. Get it in the box, shipped to us by the post date at the end of the rental period, and it's back to us. The other option also is that you can use one of our dozens of pickup locations that we have partners across the United States. Allen's Camera, for example,
Allen's
in Philadelphia.
new drop-off location.
That's
Cool.
right. And so you can also have it shipped there. The benefit there is if you have multiple boxes, like a large order, you're paying for a flat rate courier fee versus the exorbitant FedEx shipping fee. So it's a great resource to be able to reference as well.
Last night when we did the meetup, one of the viewers was telling me they went on vacation to Alaska and they had the lens. This is what I found interesting. Not just that they rented a lens, they had the lens shipped to Alaska, a big one, like a 400 or 500 millimeter or something, okay? They had it shipped to Alaska where they picked it up, used it on vacation, and I guess shipped it back.
Yep.
So they don't have to travel with it. I hadn't really thought about that. Although I have to say that makes me a little nervous because it sounds really attractive to not have to carry that thing around. But what if you get there and you're relying on it to be there and it's not? That made me a little nervous, maybe.
Well, the good news is FedEx is an extremely reliable partner for us.
That's true.
And so generally, because you're given a tracking number at the moment that the order goes through, that you can easily follow it and you can easily see if it's on time or not. And if there's any extenuating circumstances, then you can work with us or FedEx to try to find a solution.
Okay.
That's very cool. You guys also, so you rent a lot. but you do have a used section for people to purchase some
and
stuff?
it's extremely popular. Our site goes crazy when we announce that there's new inventory on there, but we make available all our products at some point or another on this one section. It's the used gear section of the site, and it's wildly popular.
Well, so the thing is, you cycle through, and how do you check the cameras back? Like, how do you make sure the lenses are still good? How do you make sure the bodies are still cranking before you ship it out to somebody?
Right. Well, in terms of just the average rental experience, anytime that a piece of equipment comes back to us, it goes through a rigorous schedule of checks and balances and reconfiguration. So we make sure the lens is sharp, it's tested, it's cleaned. Every piece of equipment that we ship out, the intention is to have it be like new. And so that really helps out a lot. And then, of course, when we put it out there on the used sale page, it's clean, configured, optimized. It's as good as new, and then we put it out there. I know a lot of people have concern about, well, it's rental gear, but we keep our gear in tip-top shape.
It's definitely a great option to have, especially for people that can't afford, say, a D4, a 5D Mark III, and you have a shoot coming up. It's much easier to build in, say, $1,000 for gear to pass along to the client than to say, oh, I don't have it, I can't do the job.
Right.
So you build that into it, and you're good to go with pro gear.
Price it that way.
Absolutely
You're saying
for a
price
lot
the
of
job
people,
that way.
particularly
Basically.
wedding photographers, it's just, and commercial as well, it's just that is the way to go, that you build this into your pricing. It's much less expensive, and we know several people now that they don't own, they just rent. And it's an extremely flexible solution, and it works extremely well.
So we are almost out of time, but I do have one other question for you, because you guys are moving through so much stuff, and then as Jared mentioned, you sell some stuff after it's been used for a while. So do you guys have like your own built, like in-house repair facility? Are you like certified mechanics on all these things you do, or do you have to ship it all out and get it repaired?
For almost everything we do, make sure to use like an outside repair facility to make sure that it meets certain standards.
Okay.
For certain configurations, like recalibrations, like some fine tuning, we do that in house.
Okay.
But yeah, we rely on.
But like if you got a 5D back and you're like, oh, the audio isn't working on the video recording, you'd ship it over to Canon, and they're going to fix it the way it needs to be and come back to you.
That's right. That's right.
Did I spark another thought?
Yeah, of course. How many, when you're buying this stuff to stock, what's your stock room look like? How many, say, 5D Mark IIIs are you sitting with on the counter if
That's a great question.
nobody had them out?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's hundreds in many situations. It depends on the product and it depends on the popularity. But yeah, there's several products that we have hundreds and hundreds of, and it's, to meet demand. I mean, some lenses like the 24 to 70 to 70 to 200s, both Nikon and Canon, very, very popular.
You would love to be let loose in that room.
Well, they've offered.
For like half an hour,
Well,
right?
I'm going out to San Francisco, so I'm going to make a stop on one of the days in their cage.
Just don't let them in with an empty bag.
Do some snow angels.
Snow angels on gear, throw around some 200 F2s and all that good stuff.
All right.
Yep.
Well, Jim, thanks for coming on the show.
Thank
we
you for
appreciate
having
it.
me.
And
BorrowLenses.com.
Yeah, easy to remember. BorrowLenses.com if you need to get anything.
Yeah, it's definitely an awesome option. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Photographer's
very much.
Disneyland, as people like to say.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
thanks, guys.
I'm going away to a tropical place. I'd love to take an underwater housing. I'm not going to spend $5,000 just to play around, but if they have the underwater housing, better yet, I can even rent one of their cameras, put it in the housing, and if anything does happen, their camera's going down and not mine.
Hopefully, though, there's some insurance on it or something.
Well,
you know?
I'm covered.
Yeah. Okay.
I made sure I have coverage.
All right. Yeah. No, that's a good plan, and I hadn't really thought about the underwater housing thing.
They talked about you have a pickup
the 5D
location.
Mark III with a nice lens underwater with video.
Oh, it'd be incredible.
It would be amazing.
And he mentioned that you can pick it up at Allen's, but also on Allen's they've got all of your Nikon stuff that we've been talking about for a while. You're looking for the D600, they got them in stock. You're looking for the lenses to go on it, in stock. You got accessories, you have used gear, you've got new gear, you can pick it up there. Check out allenscamera.com, talk to real people, get help. I mean, you could even, some days I just show up and answer the phone.
That'd be awesome.
I do. People
You
call
should do
and
that.
I do pick up the phone and they're like, whoa, it's you.
Hey, it's Fro.
Yeah.
Welcome to Allen's.
There's a number of times where I'm sitting there and the phone rings and they're like, yeah, Fro sent me. And they're like, well, Jared's here right now. Do you want to talk to him? So they throw me on right there and we help them figure it out. But, allenscamera.com, check it out. And that's what I got there.
Well, excellent. We have another special visitor today, and this is, you're going to have to help me pronounce your name. Ishai.
Ishai, pull this up a little bit.
It's spelled Y-I-S-H-A-I, but it's Ishai.
You got it, like Ishai. And from Spin.
Excellent. Well, you're with Spinlight 360, and I stopped by and chatted with you a little bit yesterday. I said, what the heck is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. Jared hasn't seen it yet. So without further ado, we are talking about how would you describe it? An adapter for your flash?
Basically, it's a flashlight modifier.
Flashlight modifier.
And the whole concept behind it actually started from, instead of diffusing the light, we want to take away light and bounce the light. And your last option, you can always diffuse the light and throw it on the subject. We believe very much that today, with the advanced ISO capability of a lot of the camera, this flash system that sits right on top of the camera became pretty much many times more powerful than it used to be about 8-10 years ago.
Yep.
And we can use them almost like a studio strobe. So when you're sitting in a certain situation, you want to shoot somebody, the idea, yes, you always can diffuse the light and throw it on the subject. But first thing, if you have a surface around you or wall, every surface around you can act as a softbox. So in a way, you are all the time in a studio.
Yep.
So when we have the capability to actually totally eliminate the light coming off the flash and goboing in a way the subject, we can introduce a pure bounce light that give you a beautiful wraparound lighting that looks not like 10% better, 80% better than regular flash that's coming off every light that come off the flash. Because this flash, no matter how much we diffuse it, it's a very small light source.
Yeah. Right.
So as soon as we bounce it, you can get much bigger light source.
So you have different modifiers for it as well?
Yes, we have a plethora of modifiers here you can see in the front, and different cards. And the nice thing about the system that all really quickly interchange. In and out, you can change different modifier. We just introduced grids right now. We have white and black grids that give you different quality to the light. And our gel system, it's integrated within the unit here. So every time you decide you need to gel your light, you never have to go back and worried about adding different modifiers, because when you add the modifier, it will not interrupt the gel and won't move the gel.
It's definitely good to have the different gels built in.
It's the capability to put
to put them in. Okay. Yeah. So what applications would you see this being the time to use this?
Basically, if you an event and you go to a wedding and you want to do some creative portrait, so instead of using the diffuse light off your flash, see if you can bounce it. If you can bounce, think about a wall, even somebody with a white shirt that can stand in a location where you would love to have a softbox, bounce it against them, block the light, you're going to have a totally different light. And somebody can hold even a towel, or you have any surface that you can introduce and try to avoid the direct flash coming off your flash toward the subject. And the capability to rotate 360 degrees so quickly, that's basically giving you the goboing effect in a second. So, and adding another point of variation in the flash.
Okay, we've got people on the online are saying it looks very interesting. How much? And of course, where can they get it?
No problem. $149 for the full extreme. They have all most of our modifier except the black grid. Today at the show, we're going to give the black grid for free, and we have an event version, which is a $99. You can get it at our website, B&H, Adorama. We have a whole list of dealers on our website. You can see us here at the show, booth 155. We give you in-depth samples of images, whatever you need in order to answer all your difficult questions.
And by the way, you mentioned that they could get it on your website.
Absolutely.
That's actually spinlight360.com. And if they have other questions, they could tweet at you, I guess.
They can come to the booth right now. Will be the quickest way.
If they're in New York, then come over here to the show. Come to the booth.
Or send email to support. You're going to get all the information, and in some cases, if it's very difficult, we even call back or whatever we need to do in order to help you guys.
Okay.
Very cool.
What flashes will that fit? What all can I use it on?
Pretty much will fit any flash that's it's a shoe mount, from the SB910, which is the biggest flash, almost to the smallest size flash, as long as it doesn't go smaller than the little middle hole that we have here. But pretty much one size fit all.
Okay.
Sounds good to me. Spin it 360. Spinlight 360.
Indeed.
But you can bounce the light all around. You see that at weddings all the time where people try to put their own modifiers that are like pieces of paper and then the light never bounces off properly. In this case, you can have the light bouncing around that.
I've literally seen people take a white sheet of paper and tape it around the thing.
In here you can feather it, you can rotate it, you can make it totally blocked, and this is very quick, and it actually looks like almost a lens, so it gives you the, so you're very used to the whole feel of lenses.
By the way, did you demonstrate that the white piece comes right out?
The white piece come out that
just
quick.
Pull that out.
Just pull that out. If you want to add the modifier, you just plug it right in. So you can, and we have a black card, whatever, so it's very simple. You don't want the white card, you just pull it out.
What's it made of? How durable?
That's plastic, made
the
in the
whole
USA.
Thing, how is it
made in the USA? It's very light. One of the big considerations that we had, how can we make something that will not make the flash top heavy?
Okay.
So it's a very, very, very light, and everything here, every component we use here, made in the USA, very light, and that was very critical as part of the design.
Excellent. Cool.
So other than bounce options, you have directional options with the grids as well?
Yes, with the grid. If
just
you
pop one of those on for us?
Pop on this grid right on, boom, you're good to go.
There you go.
Point it kind of at that, there you go.
So if you need, you can have your second, the guy who hold the light, have right away, if you want a different grid, you just add a grid, the white grid, and you right away have
and you have some nice directional lighting.
Yes.
Did we show that how that insert right there comes out so you can put gels in it? Did you demonstrate that?
Basically here,
I thought that was cool because if you want to add a little color.
Yeah, you can take those gel out here, and we have this clear disc that sits on top of it to hold any gel. And if you decide to be creative and you want your own gel, you can always glue anything to here that have colors, and you pretty much have a lot of flexibility with the system. And nothing will interrupt the operation of the gel and changing the modifiers. So the modifiers always can come in, and the gel is there. So if you gel the light the whole night, you have no problem.
Have you seen any of these flash modifiers that do as many things as that one?
Not with the gels and all the grids and everything, and that dome and the white.
I haven't seen anything that competes with this in terms of
rotation.
Yeah, being able to quickly rotate it and swap those pieces. I've never seen anything quite like it. So, good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
And, tell them again where they can find it.
Spinlight360.com. So you guys head over and check it out. All right.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Are we going to do a giveaway? Are we going to give one of those away? Oh, excellent. Well,
this is going to somebody here?
Well, we're going
at the event.
We're going to send one out. We're going to do a giveaway on Google Plus.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right, guys, a Spinlight 360, the whole shooting match, the event kit. That's a $149 kit.
Oh, it's that light.
On my, there, can you see it? Right, there you go. We're going to do it. We're going to do it on my Google Plus. We're going to send it out. Okay?
Yes, we'll give it back to them to send out.
Yeah. So google.com/John P, and you'll get, it'll be up there in just a minute. I don't think it's up quite yet. And do the giveaway. You know, I bet you that would fit on my camera. We brought a 580 flash with us. I want to do some more flash photography tonight because last night I went out with RC and he taught me some tips.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm going to get my 580. I might just steal that box and take it home with me tonight to do a little sample.
Just put the tape back on it. You're good to go.
Yeah, why not? Okay.
Give it a test.
And because I've got to test out this lens too. Earlier today, someone was asking me on Twitter. They have a 5D Mark III like this one I'm shooting with, and they were asking me what I thought about this 24-70 Sigma that I've been shooting with. And I told them I recommend it for the money. Now, I also have the equivalent L series Canon lens, and I think it costs more than double what this one cost.
It does.
If you really want to do a technical comparison between the two, that lens is probably superior. But then again, not everybody can afford to drop $2,300 on one lens. So I took some pictures with this Sigma around New York, and I intend to continue doing so this evening. I've got more that we'll share tomorrow, and tonight I'll put them up. We can share them later. But generally speaking, I think the quality is at least 90% of what we're getting out of the L series Canon lens, and it's like less than half the price.
Yeah, and you're just talking about this lens.
Yeah.
They have the 85-1.4. I
haven't tried that yet.
I played with that lens for a while, and for the value, for the price, the quality of glass, the quality of colors that are coming out of it, it's a great option at half the price again for an 85-1.4. And whether it's Nikon, whether it's Canon, whether it's Pentax, they do even have Sony mounts, I'm pretty sure. That 85-1.4 is great for portraits. The bokeh on that's incredible. So it's just smooth, it's nice, it's a nice hunk of glass.
Nice hunk of glass. All right. Well, yesterday, of course, we did run around and shoot a bunch of different stuff. I believe, Ken, Ken's giving me the thumbs up. So what we're going to do, guys, we're going to step away for a quick break, but you don't go anywhere because you're not getting a break. We've got the coverage we shot yesterday, and it's coming to you right now.
Fuji Instax. You guys know I have a bunch of Fuji, whether it's the mini Instax or now the wide. We got the 210 over there. Is that the 210? So we're going to get a picture of me with the 210, and I'm going to let you watch as it develops. You want to come over here, jump in here, and I'll just be like, hey. There we go. Now what's cool about this thing is it pops out the top. It's a Fuji. It's Instax. You don't need to shake it. I'm just going to sit here and talk for a while. I have this one. I have a 210. I have the Mini. Where are they awesome? When you take them to a party, they're great at a bar. It's a conversation starter. You don't know how many numbers I've picked up because I've had the camera with me and girls are like, what is that? And I'm like, oh, let me take your picture. Then I take their picture and then you can write your name and number right on the picture and then they know who you are. It works like that. That can work. So this is going to process as we're talking, but that is the best use I've found for it so far is taking it to a bar and birthday gifts. I literally bring the camera as a gift. So I take pictures of everybody at a party and start throwing them on a table, and that is a great gift for the person's birthday, whoever it is. I've also used it for my birthday, where I've taken it, we've gotten like 40 or 50 different pictures because I have a ton of film. Hey, look at that, I look good. I look good wide, look at that. It's still processing. You don't need to shake it. You just need to wait and let it go, and that's going to be it. So we're going to let this process. I'm going to sign off. We're going to go back over to the booth, and let's go do that right now.
We going? Is this thing hot? So, obviously this caught my attention. Why wouldn't it catch my attention? I'm a guy. But what caught my attention was this attractive woman is wearing her lens cap on a strap here. It's called the Hoofa. And so let's come around here and take a look at it. Actually, that's Darren. He's the guy who invented it. We're going to chat with him about it. Hey, I don't want to interrupt you guys, but while you're demoing this, can you tell us what it is that you're showing off? It looks like a lens cap holder.
Sure, this is the Hoofa, the original lens cap clip. And basically what it is it is the place to hold your lens cap when you don't know where to put it.
Instead of putting it in my pocket?
Right, pocket, getting lint, collecting dust, whatever it is, and putting it back on your lens, you don't want that. So what you do, you take it off your camera, you slide it in and it keeps it safe, dry, clean, and the big thing is you know where it is when you're finished taking pictures.
Oh, well, there's not much more to say than that, except that I do see another one right here. That's a Black Rapids strap you've got on. What's the deal with that one? Is that just another version?
This is a different version. This was specifically made for our friends at Black Rapid, although it does fit other styles of 1-inch straps. It's a narrower version, so it goes vertically, so the orientation goes up and down instead of sideways.
Right. And can we buy these right now?
You can buy them right now. We've got the black ones for sale at the photo show for $9, which normally they're $10.95.
Okay. And what if they're not at the show? Can we get them online?
You can get them online at www.hoofaholder.com.
And can we get the ones for Black Rapids too?
They're 4 weeks out. The production is being finished right now, and they're sending them on the ship.
All right, okay, so those are coming soon, folks. Keep an eye out for Hoofas, and we're going to keep going with more coverage. Back in a minute.
So I was hanging out in the Fuji booth, just found that Zach Arias was doing a live presentation. I'm going to keep going. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. This is my last presentation of the day, and so now it's hanging out.
You and Meg going to go to dinner tonight?
We are going to dinner. We're going to dinner with some friends, and I'm going to a photo shelter thing, and then a photo mechanic thing, and then dinner and drinks, and then back here for it all tomorrow.
So when you come to a show like this, what do you look forward to the most?
The thing I look forward to the most is just meeting people within the industry, like fellow photographers and all of that, and just talking shop. And then meeting some of the people, like I use their products, so I get to meet the people behind the products and go, like Think Tank. Like I always stop by Think Tank and go, thank you so much for making the best bags in the world. And, you know, what's your new bag? What do you got? And then, but to be very honest, if we want to have like an honest moment.
I'll turn this way so we can be more honest.
Yes, let's look at each other.
Here, hold on. Cross my legs.
The thing I hate about coming to these shows is a lot of the, can I cuss?
You can say hate.
Okay. That is the crap stuff that is being shilled to us. Is like, oh my God, look at this new thing. There's this one specific light that is now getting pushed, and there's this light getting pushed right now over that direction, and I was like, how much is this thing going to cost? Well, it's going to be somewhere around $6.99 retail, and I just wanted to look at the guy and say,
was it a ring flash?
No, it's not a ring flash. It looks like a drill with a flashlight on it. And, it's being touted like, look at this, amazing, look at what it does, it focuses. And it's like, it's a drill with a focusing flashlight on it for $700. And it's like, okay, you know what? Bullshit. Sorry, but that is not a $700 light. It's a flashlight.
No, I hear exactly what you're saying.
So I hate to see, like, crap be, look at this, in the limelight when it's just kind of junk.
Yeah, and we know that you come to the show, you see the people you see the cool products that you like that are useful, and then you do run into some of those that are just like, that they're just grabs to try to get people to think they need the crutch, but they really don't, and they're not learning the fundamentals and where the fundamentals would really help them out.
Right.
And so we run into that. But other than that, is there something at this show that you caught that's caught your eye so far?
Like gear-wise?
Yeah.
Yeah, two things have caught my... Lastolite has this new magnetic system of accessories for hot shoe flash that looks really awesome, and they've built this... this new universal mount system that my Quadra head or hot shoe flashes can work on. And it works with all these different accessories, and they all go on with magnets, and that looks really hot. And then Chimera has this little pop-up, basically beauty dish for hot shoe flash.
Really?
That looks really good. Like, I've never been impressed with all the DIY beauty dish things for hot shoe. But Chimera's got this little pop-up thing that, like, holy crap, look at that. And Michael Greco was over in their booth shooting with it, and it's really cool. Like, I'm kind of hot for that right now.
So I know that you talk about being against some of those products. Do you ever see yourself having a product line of anything, Zach Arias, branded with a big Z on it?
No. I don't want to brand anything myself. I have some ideas for, you go out and you work in something and you go, I wish this did this thing differently, and that's the birth of a new product. And there's, product ideas in my head, and I've taken a few to some, I've come here before and I've sat down and we basically had a lighthearted NDA moment, like, don't take this from me, but I have this idea, and they kind of fall on deaf ears, but I wouldn't make Zach brand thing, but, I wouldn't mind making a few things in my head, and just because I want it,
Well, yeah, I mean, that's why we all come out. Like, everybody, we see those domes, flash domes, and we see all those toys, and we all think we want to create something like that, but then we go, but they're not really needed, certain things. We just want practical and to teach as much as possible and just get people doing the traditional way of figuring it out.
I would rather people learn how to make pictures than give them some crap product that is going to promise they're going to get to make pictures, you know, when it's really not doing anything. Like a $700 flashlight. Like, you can do what that thing's doing with a hot shoe flash that costs $100, you know, but you got to learn how to use flash, you know, instead of buying a $700 stupid flashlight.
I don't think you like that stupid flashlight. But, you know, so going forward, you've been traveling a ton for the last year.
Yeah.
You've become gear agnostic because you have, well, not gear agnostic, but you have a bunch of different go-to bodies that you like to use, but you can pick up anything and shoot with it. What's next? What are you doing next? Like, where are you going? What do you want to do? That's it?
I don't know. So like at home, we have this studio, and I've got, you know, I work with a crew of people, and I had this like anxiety moment a year or so ago where I wake up and I'm all stressed out about, you know, overhead, and basically I've worked really hard to build a machine, and now I work really hard to feed the machine, and I woke up one morning and said, what would happen if I got rid of the machine? Do I need the machine? And we're now looking at opening up a second space, because the space that I opened up in the last year has, luckily, work has come in and it's being filled up with a lot of stuff, but the kind of the big vision I had for the space isn't happening because, well, we're busy doing this other work. So, but there's this other space. So what if we go get that space, and then I can do this kind of work that I want to do in that space, but then I now have two machines that I have to build. You know, and I'm kind of wondering if it's worth it, and why am I doing this, and am I just chasing my tail, and I just need to focus. So right now I'm just focusing on my craft. I want to get really, 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 really good at portraits, and I want to minimalize my bag of gear, but what I have in my bag of gear, I want it to be really good stuff, you know, because I've had a good amount of gear, but it's all kind of the cheapest, or it's all held together with tape, or it's all bought used, and I've just, you know, nickeled and dimed all my gear together. I want to kind of like have a very simple set of tools, but they be really solid, good tools.
Oh, it makes sense, and it's just, I know what you're going through with you build the machine, and you have to feed the machine, and everybody wants more and more and more, and sometimes you just want to step away and just focus on yourself.
And take pictures.
Yeah, and I've run into that too, where I feel like I don't want to make video every single time. Like, I help a lot of people making a lot of educational videos, but sometimes I just want to go shoot for fun again, and it is fun, and it's just one of those things. But you know, I'm going to continue on my path doing what I'm doing. Going to still do my shooting on the side, and you're going to continue. I know you've been your Tumblr blog is almost what 1,000?
Yep, almost 1,000, and then. So the Q&A blog is, my goal is to hit 1,000 questions answered. I'm almost there. And then I'm pulling off social media for the rest of the year. I usually do that every December. I just, hey, bye everyone, I'll see you next year. But I'm trying to get this blog up to 1,000 questions answered, and then I'm just going to take the rest of the year off. Do everything that I'm committed to already on the books, and not take anything else. And just sort of like breathe, because I have been on the road a lot. I've got 4 kids at home. Like, I need to just be at home, and I need to go ride bikes and play Legos and not worry about work, and coast to January.
I hear you. Well, let's wrap it up there. Thank you for taking the time, Zach.
Thank you, Jared.
All right, now back to the booth and everybody else over there.
What it looks like it's...
All right, Jared, make sure your hair looks good. Because
it does. Well, I just had to take my shirt off.
Yep.
I did. I just got challenged to a
pose
body
off?
pose. Yeah, pose off
A
here.
pose down?
You can check out the Facebook and the Flickr page for the pose off photos and see who won.
I think he won. I'm sorry.
I mean, his arms were a little bigger than my
head. Actually, yeah. He's built like a like
brick.
a Mack truck.
Oh, I like the brick
was gonna say
one.
a brick something.
Yeah, that
But
one's better.
Did you see? I stopped myself.
You did. Good job. Why do we have this thing up here?
Oh, because earlier Ken was giving people a view using our wireless
Camera.
video, our wireless video connection. He was giving a view of the.
Well, you know what I should say with our next guest. We better get some people over here because we've got some cool stuff to give away while within the next 15 minutes.
Oh yeah,
we've got actual giveaways of stuff.
We're going to be giving stuff. Do I get something?
Well, we're going to get you one yourself.
I never get anything.
Does that? I guess that leads us in. Can
Nobody
I have
gives
this one?
me anything.
Can I have the red one?
And
I
if
want
you
the red
believe
one.
that,
Well,
you're
that's
silly.
That's because the RS Sport is my favorite one until they come out with the RS Fro, which will have my head on it, and I'll keep saying it.
Is it going to be furry?
No, it won't be furry, but the hair, it will be this nice rubber-shaped thing. So if you guys are out there and if you tweet, at Black Rapid, I want my RS Fro, it's kind of like I want my MTV, but I want my RS Fro. Maybe one day they'll give in and make it. And then we'll ask them as they come up here what they think about that. But, I've been using this strap. You need to get one.
I guess. I got to say, now I have, and, I know we're going to hear all about it, but I will say I have this little thing.
Wait a second. Look at the screen.
Yeah, there you go.
Look
that
at
was
that.
the pose down right
That is
there.
it.
It's already making its way around.
Look at that. That's awesome.
Yep. You look good, no doubt.
Hey, that's all right.
I've been using this little think tank strap, okay, and I'll tell you exactly what I like about it. It's a very small strap. That's not what I like about it. It has one thing, and one thing only, that's very useful for me. These two little ring things here, what I can do is on my backpack, the little rings they clip to a thing, so they're hanging, and it takes the weight off of my neck and puts it on my backpack straps. I'm just setting this up for you, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Just so you know what you're competing with. All right?
All right. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are.
Hi, I'm Mark Catula from Black Rapid.
How you doing today?
I'm good.
You hanging out?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm
What?
sorry. Wait, before we get started, we have to announce some winners.
Okay,
We're
go ahead.
giving away so much stuff that if we don't announce some winners, we're going to get backed up, okay? So, Smug Mug winners. So earlier I tweeted, and you guys did whatever you did to win, and we have two winners. Chaz Boyd.
No way.
Do you know Chaz? Huh?
You didn't pick that. So happens to be Leora's boyfriend.
Leora's boyfriend won. Chaz Boyd is a recipient
there you go.
of a $300 Pro account.
We didn't pick it. That was random.
And C. Marnell, Cody Marnell.
I don't
Do
know
we
that
know
one.
Cody Marnell? Well, each of them just won a $300
Subscription.
Smug Mug Pro account. Leora's just giggling like a little kid over there. But
she's going to be texting now.
Now you're going to give away two more.
I am.
On your Twitter, on the Twit.
Sounds good to
on
me.
the Twitter. So you guys go over to twitter.com/FroKnowsPhoto and do whatever Fro tells you to do.
Ari, that's
in
going,
general,
right?
That's a good thing to do in life.
Ari's
whatever
got
you
it.
tell them to do.
Absolutely.
So and then one little reminder is, don't forget we're giving away one of the jerk stopper things over on my Google Plus account, and now we have a special guest star on the show representing
very
Black Rapid, Mark.
Hey, hi.
How are you, sir?
I'm good.
All right, so I teed you up earlier. I told you what I like
teed
about
me
my
up.
little. I might have teed you off too. I told you what I like about my little think tank strap. Now we want to hear about Black Rapid, even though I've heard a lot about you guys, but I've never tried one, believe it or not.
You've never tried one.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
Okay. So basically what the strap does, it's the same system for all of straps, and you have the ability to hang the camera upside down at your hip.
Okay.
So the camera's not attached to the strap, though. It can glide along. So at any moment you want to take a picture, it's just that fast as far as taking a picture.
So it's got a nice fluid motion. It's always at my side kind of thing.
I ripped on the product the first time I saw
Yeah.
it. I ripped on it. Then they saw it and said, thank you for ripping on our product. Why don't we send you one to play with? And they did. And my concern has always been hanging $8,000 worth of gear at one time off my hip. and then I tried it, and then I spun in circles, and I didn't have any issues, and I've gone to South by Southwest and given a bunch out and showed people that you can trust that it's going to work. You know, if you just follow what it does, put it on, and I gotta say, the easiest thing, the best thing I like to say, I wish you guys would do a commercial about it. When you go,
Which is?
When you're at a wedding and you're a photographer and you have, say, a camera on your shoulder and you try to wash your hands after you go to the bathroom, the camera kind of starts to slide off your shoulder, but when you have the black wrap-it on, you have 2 free hands because you don't have to worry about the camera hanging there because you know it's secure. You can now wash your hands or do whatever else you're going to do.
Actually, you mentioned that every time that I'm carrying my camera around, I do have that problem. You're trying to, what I do is I try, because I'm pretty tall too, so I got to lean down. I don't know if everybody does, but I have to lean down to wash my hands. So I put my camera right, I try and keep it on the small of my back, and I lean and I go like this.
Exactly.
And then it swings around and hits the porcelain.
Like, shit,
Or you-
$10,000. Sorry, okay, I get it.
Or you're doing something which I call the chicken, where you're trying to keep the strap up on your shoulder.
Yeah, I've had that happen.
Now, with ours, you can lock the camera down as well so that it doesn't move, so then you can bend over and the camera will not swing
It won't
around.
swing forward?
Yeah, will not swing
How
forward.
did you do that? There's a little...
There's bumpers, we call them bumpers.
Can you see that, Dave? Can you see that?
So you got a bumper in the back and you got a bumper in front. And you send the camera back to wherever you want it to stay.
So you could put both of them right beside each other. It literally won't move.
Right next to each other.
Do you have another strap under your arm?
Yes. Well, this is the sports strap. So the sports strap's made for people who do extreme sports. So if you're riding a bicycle, rock climbing, doing anything where you're running with the camera, it just keeps the whole strap from rotating. So I can tighten this down. It's not going anywhere.
It's my strap of choice, is the RS Sport. It has the built-in, they call that a brad, because it goes under your pit, and it just stays there, and it works well. But that's
Was that a joke?
No, it's the truth.
No, it's the truth. That's where the name came from.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
that's my go-to strap.
Yeah.
I've had the 7, which is still a great strap, because if you're a taller person, a larger person, and you need to get the extension, you got this thing called a Burt, and it extends it so that you could wear it. The RS Sport.
Wait, why is it called a Burt?
Because, well, I'm not going to go into that, no.
Because Burt Reynolds was a big strapping man?
No.
Okay.
If I told you where the name came from.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not going to.
Don't go into that.
All right, fair enough.
Tell us more about this.
Well, we've got this, the straps basically will fit anybody. You know, like you mentioned, we can extend it to fit very big people, but we have straps for women. We have straps for sports.
Yeah, this says women's ballistic.
Yes,
and that's the
it's,
ballistic one. I like the floral pattern one myself.
Right.
Why is it women's? Because it's smaller?
I got the answer for that.
Yeah.
I got the answer
I'll
for that.
let you
That's
go.
because it curves around this area. It's meant for women.
It's really literally made so that it will accommodate the female anatomy.
That is
Exactly.
correct. That's the way you put it. I wasn't going to figure that one out. But
Okay.
That was right.
Let me see that.
Try it on. See how it goes through the chestal area.
Yeah, I don't think I'll try it on. Okay.
I've tried it on.
Well, okay, that's good. And what's this other one? It says curve.
Okay, that is a very comfortable strap. So instead of being straight like some of the very first straps, this was made to give a little bit of a curve to it. Sits on the
so
shoulder
it's not
nicely.
Like jabbing into your neck?
Right.
Nope.
Exactly. And it can handle a lot of weight. So you can wear like a D4 or one DX.
I wore the D3S on that.
70-200, not a problem.
Okay, I have an interesting problem for you. As soon as we get back from Photo Plus, I will literally be in town for 24 hours, and I'm leaving to go to Mexico.
Okay.
I told one of our good friends who's getting married that I would play photographer for him at his wedding in Mexico. I am literally taking 3 DSLRs with me. I will have a 1D and 2 5Ds that I will be shooting with, and I don't know how to carry 3 cameras simultaneously. How would you do it?
I can see you carrying 2.
Okay.
We do have it. We do have a double strap, so you can carry 2 at once, and you look like a gunslinger.
One under each arm.
Yeah, yep. One under each arm.
And so they're not flapping wildly in the wind. I slide the little
Again,
clips back.
you have the bumper system. And there is a very small strap that comes with it that helps pull the cameras back on you, so that they're
pull them like kind of behind me?
Yeah, kind of back behind
So
you.
they're not like sticking way out on my side?
No, yeah.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's a really good way to carry. The first time I ever saw the double strap was during the Stanley Cup Finals a couple years back. Not that anybody knows what hockey is right now, being there on strike, but I saw a guy wearing a double strap. He had 2 cameras. He had shot with one, put the other one back down, and you don't have to worry about it. So you have a 70-200 on one, and you have a 24-70 on the other, or a 14-24. So you're ready to go with 2 pro bodies and lenses at all times. Perfect for wedding photographers, because they're always trying to figure out what lenses to have on and when.
Yeah, and you can't be switching lenses. You got to be carrying them.
No,
I mean, that's all
if you're
there's to
shooting
it.
sports or you're shooting a wedding, you don't have time to drop a camera. You have to have both of them right there. Short lens, wide angle, and then a telephoto.
So what's coming up new from you guys?
I can't really talk about it, but there are 2 brand new products that are coming out as of November 13th. And then from there, we have 14 brand new products coming.
14?
14.
Wow. You need my new address or what?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so I imagine, as with everything, a lot of things like this, straps and bags and everything, there's a lot of individual preference. You have to kind of try them on. Is there a way that people can experience one without always...
Yes, I would strongly suggest that people go to their nearest dealer. That's the best place to try on a strap and figure out which one fits what kind of shooting they do.
Okay. And are we going to do some giveaways or something here?
I hope so.
Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Jared?
I think we're going to give some away. We just have to figure out how we're going to do it. I'm not just going to throw it at people.
Well, we've got a ladies one there.
A ladies
and
one?
There's a lady right over there.
Wait, is she eating popcorn? Oh,
there's
no,
a
she's
lady
not.
right there. I think she wins the ladies one.
Would you like this?
See how easy that is?
See?
Here, I'm not going to throw it around the light.
Here.
I'm left-handed, so.
Dave will take care of it.
There you go, Dave.
Oh, and speaking of left-handed, we have a left-handed
Oh,
sports
don't
strap
even
now.
mention the left-handed sports strap to me. I'm left-handed, and I'll stop talking about that right now. What kind of strap do you have on your camera back there? Just a regular one? That's a shame. Would you like? Which one?
Would you rather have a comfortable one or a sport one? Any one you give them. Uh-oh, here comes.
There you go.
You got the sport.
And then you're up for this one.
Oh, well, I'm going to go, since you went to that side,
yeah.
I'm going to go the opposite side right here. This gentleman right here. Right by the lady who, you're right there. You. There you go. There you go. Sweet. Because he's got a camera. Clearly he needs a strap for it.
That's true. That's
So-
true.
Excellent.
I love it. I can't shoot without it anymore. As much as I ripped on it when I first got it.
Well, you have been talking about Black Rapid seriously nonstop since we've been here. I think you've talked about it more than any other thing.
That's because
period.
all I want is an RS Fro.
Oh, well, I understand that. Maybe
I'll
that's
try
one
and
of
make
the
it happen.
13 new products coming out.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark. Well, thank you so much.
You're
I gotta
welcome.
get one of those.
Well, yeah. What does he
double
need to
fisters.
do? You want a double strap?
Well, if I'm going to take it to Mexico, I guess I'd have to have one of those.
I'm sure they could hook you up.
We'll just get an address and get you one.
No.
Well, unless you can get it to me quick, I won't be able
They
to
can
get
get
it
it
by
to you
Monday.
quick.
Okay, cool.
You're in Texas. They're in Seattle.
That's the man right there with the address.
You got it.
You can figure that out.
Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on.
And thanks for
Jared.
giving it the goodies to appease the audience. We appreciate that too.
Leor, can we get an unsnapping over here, please?
All right.
And then we're going to move on.
So,
Thanks, guys.
Cool.
it's hard to say. We have so many things that we're excited about. So many people coming on that we're excited to talk to. The next visitor that we have coming up here in just a moment is Samsung. And you may know that I am a huge consumer of Samsung equipment.
Yeah.
I mean, my Samsung phone is right here. I've got Samsung TVs. I got my Galaxy Tab 10.1 in the bag right there. We use it as a hotspot here. It's really kind of ridiculous.
It is.
How much people have accused me of being a Samsung fanboy the way they accuse Apple fanboys of being Apple fanboys.
The thing is, you've seen Samsung shoot onto the market. First it was with those TVs. Then it was with the tabs. They've got a whole camera lineup now, which is pretty. I haven't used any,
Well,
but you know they have them.
Yep. And you're about to find out about something new too. So I see Ethan over there, but we've actually got Philip. Can we get that man mic'd up, because
And while we're doing that, we have the Drobos to talk about.
We're going to talk about that, but we're going to get Philip mic'd up, and we're going to talk about something interesting. I'm not going to spill the beans yet.
Oh, really?
Not yet.
I don't know what it is then.
Yeah, no, you don't know what it is, but it's going to be cool. So you
found out some news about the Drobo Minis today, didn't you?
Oh my God! Tell them.
I'll tell them.
Oops! Watch the light.
Yeah, well, it's
Tell 'em.
jiggling. The Drobo Minis has started to ship today.
They are shipping Drobo Minis.
So if you wanted one or you already pre-ordered one, they are shipping right now. I hope that means that mine is shipping right now too, because I am waiting for that.
I'll put a call in for you.
Put in a call, because I would love that.
I'll put in a call for you. So for those of you who don't know, they announced the Drobo Mini several months ago, and people have been waiting. I don't know how many orders, but the last time I talked to my friends over there were literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of orders. All these people are waiting. They've been waiting for a few months, and now they're shipping. So that is a big, big deal.
But they could win one today.
The other big deal is we are giving one away. And we were telling people earlier, you won't get it until they start shipping. So if you want to win a Drobo Mini, it looks like this, 7-inch by 7 inches of beautiful goodness.
Rubberized something or other.
Goodness. You can head on over to my Google Plus page, google.com/plus John P, and enter to win.
And on the other side, I've got the 5D going away on facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto, because there you can enter today to win the 5D.
Yeah, now those aren't shipping yet, but they're shipping soon, they told us.
We'll probably get an email saying when.
Wouldn't
soon.
that be awesome?
It's like, oh, they're going today too.
Okay. All right, so Philip, is that correct?
That's me.
Hey, Philip, how are you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
And you just won a Black Rapid strap a minute ago.
Happy to win.
You have a suspiciously sexy little toy in your hands. You have to just tell us about it. Just go right into it.
This is the Samsung Galaxy camera.
Did you hear that, Fro?
Oh, I heard it.
That's a Galaxy camera.
I see.
Okay.
And for Samsung, Galaxy means Android. So what I have here is an Android-powered camera. What you're seeing here is the point-and-shoot interface. So it's got a really nice, brand new
Can you bring that around to this side? Hang on just a second. We want Dave to
we'll show it to the wireless camera over here.
So here we've got our point-and-shoot interface. We've got plenty of scene modes. There's cool tricks like HDR, panorama stitching, the kind of things you'd expect from a high-end point-of-shoot. We also have some nice manual controls here with a cool interface. You can control your shutter speed, your aperture, your ISO sensitivity. Gives you some nice granular controls over the camera. And then, of course, it's also a full Android device.
Does it have a phone in it?
It does not have a phone, but it does everything else. It can do data with AT&T's network, with their 4G network. It does web browsing. You can do GPS and maps with it. Pretty much anything you can do with an Android, you can do with this device. It's running the newest Android system. It's running Jelly Bean. And it's running the same enhancements that we have on our Galaxy S3 and our Galaxy Note 2 phones. So all the great Samsung stuff that we're so good at, we've bundled into this camera.
Okay, before we spend any more time on the OS, let's talk a little bit about the lens and the actual camera capabilities. Tell us about the specs. Give us a few specs on it.
Sure. So what we decided to focus on were the things that smartphones really need some help with. So we think most folks are still carrying their smartphone and the point-and-shoot camera. So they want the better image quality, but the smartphone doesn't give them 21x zoom. So that's up to about a 483 millimeter equivalent zoom.
21x, is it?
Optical.
Optical zoom.
All optical zoom, yep.
Okay.
21x optical going down to 23 millimeters on the wide end.
What kind of aperture?
It's got, let's see here, f4.1 up to, am I getting that right?
No, that's not, that can't be right.
No, that can't be right. Easy enough. Let me open up the manual controls and we'll find out exactly what aperture we're looking at.
What size screen is that?
That is a 4.8-inch 720p display, multi-touch, of course. And as you saw, you can
it's
open
like
up the camera
a
from
Galaxy
anywhere.
Note or something, in your pocket that takes massive
What did it
pictures.
take, 2.8?
Yep, starts at 2.8.
2.8. Okay. And I'm sorry. What kind of sensor did you say it had in it?
It has a CMOS sensor, 2.3 inch.
Okay, and I mean, how many megapixels is it capable of?
16 megapixel sensor.
Okay.
Optical image stabilization.
So let me get this right. I could take a 16 megapixel photo using that. Because it's an Android-based OS, I could load my favorite photo editing software, crop it, do whatever the heck I want, and then I could share it instantly on Facebook, on Twitter, on Google+, on Picasa, on anything I wanted to share it on, straight out of the camera.
Yes to all of the above.
What about video?
Video, yes. It shoots 1080p video.
Can I upload it straight to YouTube?
Sure. You can record
I
it.
could edit the video and upload it to YouTube in the camera.
You can edit it on our Movie Maker software. You can upload right to YouTube or any of your favorite video services. Anything that runs with Android will run on this camera. For the video mode, we've got full 1080p recording at 30 frames. We've also got, at a slightly reduced, we've got 120 frames per second recording, so you can get some 4x slow-mo. So it's really got some cool advanced features built in for shooting.
Why would you leave the phone out?
Because we don't think this is going to replace a phone. We think people are still going to be carrying around their smartphone or their flip phone or whatever kind of phone they like. So this doesn't actually replace the phone, but the phone has so many great connectivity abilities built into it. People are so used to being able to share right away, load their own favorite apps, load their own favorite cameras. If you've already bought cameras for your Android smartphone, they'll work just great on the Galaxy camera. I've got retro camera, Instagram comes preloaded, paper camera for cool effects, the Lomo simulators, that sort of thing. So we think people are ready to have more connectivity in a point and shoot, and also have a lot better image quality from their portable mobile device.
That's a huge screen. Does it shoot RAW, I have to ask?
It does not shoot RAW.
Does not?
It shoots JPEG.
It's very interesting.
Okay, two big questions, of course. I'm sorry, guys, I've forgotten to check the chat room recently. If you guys want to ask him about ISO. ISO, what's it capable of?
ISO starts at 100.
Starts at 100, and
then it goes all the way up
what's
to
the high end?
3200.
3200, guys, 3200. Well, if you have other questions, sorry. What kind of mic does it have?
Good question. It's got a built-in mic.
It's a built-in mic. Does it have an external mic input jack by any chance?
It has the headphone jack, which I believe can double for a microphone as well.
Okay. Are we sure about that?
I will have to check for you.
We'll have to check on that one, okay?
Yep.
And now they're taking guesses about how much it costs.
I have a
CC
guess.
New Jersey says 600, I bet.
It will be available in time for the holiday seasons on AT&T.
With a nice price.
No, we don't know what the price is yet.
So it's just coming out through AT&T. It's not you can't find it at a camera store.
Right. This will be available and sold through AT&T stores.
So they force you to get their data network plan?
I am not sure what they're going to do as far as the data plans or handling things that way.
SD card?
Comes with micro SD slot as well as 8 gigabytes of storage built in.
Right.
Also a micro SIM card slot, and it takes a battery that's, it's like a sort of our standard cell phone size battery, so it's got a replaceable battery, charges through USB, of course.
It makes sense it has the micro SIM, being that they want you to use the data network. It's a very interesting function. Can I see it for a second?
Sure thing.
We've got all kinds of price guesses ranging from $400 to $800.
That's what I would say.
Or they're guessing like with a 2-year contract, it'd be like $200. You have $200 plus a 2-year contract.
Can you get a viewfinder? I don't think so, right?
You mean an optical viewfinder?
Yeah, some way to, because with me for shooting, I'm so used to just looking through something and stability purposes. But that's me. That's just me.
This is not necessarily targeted at you, okay?
Oh, I know that. I'm just
you
playing
know-
with it. But no, you can select the focus points by just dragging around in the back, which is pretty good. And I can see everything. That's a wide angle lens, and then we get some nice zoom capability.
How fast will it snap off pictures? Do you know?
Burst shot is about 4 frames per second up to a 20-shot burst at full resolution.
That's pretty good. I can't believe it's got over 20 times optical
Yeah, that's definitely something that the cell phones were missing. So if
Yeah.
you're stepping up from a cell phone to a nice point and shoot, zoom is one of the first things you're going to go for. The image stabilization, I bet a lot of cell phone owners don't even know how much they're going to appreciate the image stabilization, but it makes a big difference.
Yeah, and did you say that it'll do, like on my S3, I can do the panorama thing? Is that built into this too?
It does. It has panorama stitching. Another nice thing, if you have a Galaxy S3 or a Galaxy Note 2, it has our share shot function, which shares over Wi-Fi direct. So as I'm taking photos, they're shared to Galaxy S3 and back and forth. So your photos show up in my library and vice versa. It's got a very cool feature we call Best Face. Maybe we can try it with the audience here if you don't mind.
Yeah, do it.
So if everyone wouldn't mind smiling for a photo. Thank you. So now it's taking a 5-shot burst, and what you see here is you'll get a photo with everyone in it, and you can choose the best face for each person, and it'll swap in and out the different faces from the burst that it took.
That's pretty cool.
So I tap that here, and as you can see, I get 5 different to choose from, and it'll stitch them all together as seamlessly as it can.
That's pretty crazy.
I like it. That's
great
awesome.
for kids. It's hard to get more than 2 kids to smile at once. So.
Sure. Oh, at least 5 people have said, Fro, they need to know if it passes the sniff test. I mean, we gotta know what it smells like.
I need a palate cleanser. Here, let me hop
need a
on
palate
that.
cleanser.
I've cleaned it with.
Let's see. How's it smell? You need the flash out in order to really smell it.
Well, yeah, it's got a nice potpourri to it.
Does
you know, it's just like one of those country living homes.
Oh, is it?
You know, people that have the potpourri everywhere and potpourri, Ari, I said it. And
I'm an amateur photo.
You're an
I'm
amateur sniff
sniffer,
tester?
but yeah, I guess potpourri. I don't really know.
I just cleaned
know.
it with some lens cleaner. Maybe it's a potpourri lens cleaner.
It could be. It could be. But that's a pretty cool screen. Oh, he just took 87
I did.
pictures.
I did.
Good thing they're not raw.
I really like I'll tell you what. It's got a nice grip to it here. It's got and so it feels secure at least.
What else do you guys have? I mean, I've seen the digital SLRs over at your booth. You guys are starting to branch out into other areas. Are you able to talk about those at all, or just this thing?
You know, we can. It's not exactly my specialty. I come from the phone division, and I'm here mostly to talk Android stuff, but we have folks at our booth here who know plenty more than I do. I know we've got some new lenses out for the NX series, and plenty here showing.
I mean, because you guys have shot onto the market with a ton of stuff, from not just TVs, to phones, to cameras, to the tabs. And it's really come out of, I mean, you can almost say nowhere, but it's been a couple years building.
Yeah, I think there's some new ideas that we wanted to try too. So we're showing here the Note 10.1 tablet. So I mean, we have a whole range of tablets available, but the Note 10.1 takes a Wacom digitizer and builds it into the screen, which is something that no one was really doing before. You get the accuracy and precision and the pressure sensitivity of Wacom for your digital artwork and your touch-ups, built directly into an Android tablet with a really fast processor. So I think we're starting to combine our expertise a lot more. We've made the best smartphones around. We've got a full camera division doing a great work with the cameras. Why not put them together into the cameras?
Sure.
You know, why not integrate all these features into the Note tablets as well? Why not use them into the TV? So we've got apps running on the TV, great connectivity between the cameras, the phones, the tablets, and the TV.
That's definitely cool.
Hey, they want us to take a picture of that and post it later on. So I think I'm gonna just take a picture. I need something to remember it by. I'm gonna go old school though.
Go for it.
I'm gonna go old school photo on the new camera.
Here, let me hold it back a little bit.
Okay, you hold it there. All right, here we go. Wait, I gotta hit the button. That's just a little something for me to remember it by later on.
You've made an investment in film. What higher compliment could there be?
All right. Well, thanks for coming on to show us the new toy. I can't wait to get my hands on one. That seems like the kind of thing that actually would be really useful for Callie and I, since we travel so much and we're constantly doing this. The ability to shoot in that, do a little bit of editing. Uh-oh, Ethan's got something else there. We gotta look at that real quick. But the ability to shoot something, do a little editing, especially if I could have a couple other clips, merge them together and then upload it instantly That would be very useful.
Yeah, I think travel bloggers, food bloggers, I've talked to sneaker bloggers who are really interested in this. Folks who, they love the connectivity of their phone, they love being able to report live from the scene, but they really need better picture quality for their Tumblr or their WordPress blog or whatever they're using.
So Fro,
yeah.
Imagine this one, you can flip it forward so you can turn it around and see. Now you can shoot yourself.
That's what I do all the time.
Yeah, well, you know, if there's a lot of self-love involved.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
We don't want that on video. I mean, sorry. Yeah, tell them what model number is that one. That's a Wi-Fi unit too, I believe.
It is, I just hit the Wi-Fi button.
This is the MV900F?
Okay, MV900F. And that is a tiny, tiny little thing with lots of optical zoom and the cool flip-up screen and all the touchscreen interface. We are out of time, but we can maybe do a review on that one later or something like that.
Stop by the booth.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all coming by.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
And we'll look forward to the release of the new Galaxy camera.
On AT&T.
On AT&T. And maybe
at
later
a price
Verizon
to be determined later.
And things of that nature.
Cool.
Okay. So, you know what? We don't have... We've been going at it now for like 6.5 hours.
That's it?
We don't have a lot... Well, that's it. You know, you're in good shape. I'm an old man, okay? So we don't have a whole lot longer to go today, but of course we have all day tomorrow.
How long are we going today?
We're going till about 5. You know, maybe a little bit shorter, but about 5 o'clock. Now we've got another very interesting guest coming up, but before we do, we want to take a minute to remind you guys of 2 things. Thing number 1 is, if you need any kind of camera equipment, especially Nikon camera equipment, head on over to Allen's Camera, allenscamera.com, and just buy it, okay? That's number 1. Number 2 is, over on my Google+, we do still have that Spinlight 360 that we're giving away. We saw it earlier. It mounts on a flash. It's a flash modifier with all kinds of attachments. I have never seen a system that had that many
options.
Yeah, in one unit. So hopefully, I don't know, Dave, did I get one of those for testing tonight? Okay, we'll have to beg. Maybe we can borrow one later or something. But you guys are going to get one for sure. So remember to go on the Google Plus there and give it a try. Okay. So next up, we've got Gerard from Mosaic Storage Systems. How are you, sir?
How you doing? Nice to meet you. No
well,
problem.
We're glad to have you. I wish I could say I knew everything about what you do, but I know quite the opposite, but that'll just make it more fun.
Surprises are always good.
Yeah, that's right.
So we have a pretty new app we released in August. And basically it's a Lightroom app, and anything you do in Lightroom instantly shows up on your iPad.
Really? Anything?
Now he's a Lightroom guy, aren't you?
You're a
Yes.
Lightroom guy.
Okay.
So I have Lightroom on the screen. I know you guys can't see it here at home.
Well, he's got the camera. He'll
He's got the
shoot
camera.
it over your shoulder there.
So you make a development edit in Lightroom, you add a collection, you add a star, you add a flag. Basically, anything you do in Lightroom. You take something out of Lightroom and do it in Photoshop, bring it back into Lightroom, it shows up in Lightroom, then it comes right onto goes up into our cloud, so it is internet-based, doesn't take up any room on your iPad. You can access it through our web app. It is a web app, so it works very well on the iPad. It's sort of optimized for the iPad. You can get it to it on your iPhone. You can get to it on any Android device because you can get to it from the web.
Okay, before you go on,
yeah,
let's just for baseline perspective, what are the requirements for my hardware? Will it work on like an iPad 1? I see you have a little older Mac. What do we need to have in order to make it work? Will it work
it's a
on
slightly
PC?
older Mac, yes.
You know, PC, where all can we use it first of all?
Right now, you need to run the desktop software. So there's a desktop software that monitors your Lightroom catalog with the Lightroom plugin.
Okay.
That is Mac only.
Okay.
We hope to have a PC version out by Christmas. The dork speaks, I know we're all geeks here, we're among friends, right?
Yep.
Is that it's written in Java, so it's not that hard of a port over to it. But everything will work the same on PC land coming up soon. After that, it's a web app. So we hope to be in the App Store soon. But right now, you go to our website, you log in with your username and password, and you see your stuff.
Okay.
So if you go to mosaicarchive.com is our website, you sign in from there, and you see all of your photos. I could show you guys here. and we can show it to you guys on the
By
screen.
the way, they're asking in the chat room, what is the app called?
It's called Mosaic View.
Mosaic View, okay.
Yes. We have two products. So we have Mosaic View. Mosaic View takes all of your photos and moves them up to the cloud and makes them available on your iPad. We're moving JPEGs up to the clouds so that they look good on your iPad and they load quickly on your iPad because you want that. We also have a service called Mosaic Archive. Mosaic Archive backs up your raw photos. Works very similarly to the way Mosaic View does, is that it's very integrated with Lightroom. So you do something in Lightroom, you add a photo to Lightroom, it uploads to the cloud automatically.
How much storage?
That's always the question. So the two products, I'll explain our pricing. Mosaic View is free of your most recent 2,000 images. It's forever free, so your most recent 2,000 images are always there. For most prosumers, that's a good 2, 3, 4, 5 months worth of their photos.
Or one wedding for
or one,
some
you.
heavy shoot. No, not
wedding.
me. I won't shoot that much.
Okay.
If you want 20,000 images, it's $7 a month.
Which isn't bad.
Which isn't bad. If for $15 a month, you can get 110,000 images.
Raw?
No, that's our Mosaic View product. Our archive product is $12 a month for 400 gigs. So again, we're actually a little bit more expensive than Glacier, but not much.
Not much.
What we're coming out with in November, a new product, same interface, is actually the ability to back up using metadata. So let's say that you want to just back up your RAWs, but you use pick flags. Or you say, I only want to pay for storage of something that's 2-star or greater.
5 stars, 4 stars.
Cool.
So you can do it by Smart Collection, you can do it by picks, you can do it by stars, you can do it by flags. You define the criteria. We'll take that within Lightroom and back it up. What we found is that we're photographers. That's why we started this. Is that we saw the need. Is that we didn't see anything else like this in the market. Is that we take so much data and we might take a whole bunch of bracketed HDR shots and really we only care about that one shot. And so we wanted to say let people really control it. And right now the way you control it is by folder. You say I want to upload this folder to the cloud, but that one good shot is mingled with your 15 bracketed shots. And so we're trying to let people better control their online backup and do it in an automated way.
That's cool. I mean, storing raw files is always an issue. I'm always looking for a cloud solution to go along with the Drobo solutions that I have, because one, the Drobos sit on your desk, but two, when you have the cloud ability, you can grab it from anywhere, but it's up there in the cloud.
And that's the idea, is that Mosaic View and Mosaic Archive are two different products. They play well together. So you can go to our app, and you can view what your edits look like in Lightroom. I mean, as you know, you grab your raw file, it's going to be huge, and it's not going to load quickly, and it's not going to actually look like it does in Lightroom if you made a whole bunch of edits.
Well,
and so,
can I ask you a technical question?
Absolutely.
So if I shoot, I do shoot only raw images.
That's fine.
Now, I don't use Lightroom, I use Bridge, but let's pretend I use Lightroom.
Let's pretend, yeah.
And I shot all my raw images in RAW, but I wanted to sign up for the free account. Will it automatically create and upload a JPEG version of my RAWs?
That's correct.
So I don't even have to worry about that at all. It just sees all my RAWs and uploads 2,000 of them.
You got it.
And then when they're more beyond 2,000, it starts deleting them, and it just keeps backfilling.
You take more photos next weekend, and the older ones fall off the cliff, and the newer ones get uploaded.
But what's the conversion that it's doing for your raw files?
It's a 1024 pixels on the long edge.
But what changes? Like, is it the changes that I've told it? So if I make no changes, it's just going to be a flat raw file, right?
It looks exactly like it looks in Lightroom.
Okay, so if I haven't touched it yet, it's going to be no corrections, and if I do make changes, then it reflects that. So the applications for something like this, what do people use it for?
So what we're finding from people is that, we the way I explain a lot is that, remember when we had mixed CDs?
Yeah.
Right, and we thought they were the best thing in the world.
When I had my 2X burner that I used to have in ninth grade.
They were awesome. You had your 18 favorite songs on them. You'd rock out in your car to them. They would be great, right? Then all of a sudden the iPod came along, and you had access to everything you did. And all of a sudden, those 18 songs, you still listened to them a heck of a lot, right? But if you wanted to listen to that B-side Bruce Springsteen song, you could. And so right now in photography, we selectively move stuff over to our social networks. We selectively move stuff over to Facebook. We selectively push stuff in the kludgy way to our iPad. But we're living in a mixed CD world. And what we're saying is, let's give you access to everything. And now you can sit there with a friend and be like, they want to see the latest photos of your daughter. You can show it to them.
So your computer doesn't have to be on.
Your computer doesn't have to be on. It all goes up to our cloud to do it.
I'm afraid I think we took down your website.
Did you? Awesome.
Yeah, I think we crashed your website. MosaicArchive.com. It does appear to be down now at the moment, guys.
Sorry.
But
that's great.
That's good news for you guys.
Check it out again. Yeah.
But somebody is going to be freaking out in the background.
I'll make sure that our technical guys freak out right now. Yeah.
So just give it a little while, guys, and then you can visit it later on. Okay?
It makes sense to. If you want to take your iPad with you, you don't want to log in through some other third-party software to try and get to your computer, which is slow and it's got to replicate everything. Yep. But if I want to go to a certain archive that I have in my catalog and I just want to show the hockey game I shot, I mean, that's a great solution. Or past weddings, or just being able to access your past, 2,000, or if you pay for it, it's up to...
It's unlimited.
It's unlimited. To be able to have access to just pull those up and look good on the iPad is a great option.
I mean, I give you a story. Last night, I'm in New York. We're a New Hampshire-based company, and unfortunately, my grandfather has Alzheimer's. And I was sitting with my grandfather, and I had my iPad with me, and I pulled up old photos of him. And I didn't prepare for this moment. I didn't do it. But I pulled up photos of him, and I was able to sit with him and go through old photos. And that's something that was really, really powerful, right? And he enjoyed it, and it brought him back, and I enjoyed it. And it's something that I wouldn't have had an opportunity to do before we sort of help sync and give you access to everything. And so we want to enjoy our photos, right? We take them to enjoy them. And we're trying to give people a better way to enjoy their photos, which I think is powerful whether you're a prosumer, you're a pro, you're somewhere in between, you're just starting out. And we're trying to do it in an automated way, which is easy.
It makes total sense.
Good news. The website
is back up.
We had an error in our URL on the screen, so website's fine.
Fantastic.
No fear.
That's good to know. I was going to say, our website hasn't gone down since I can remember, so that's
that's a good thing. It's definitely good not to have it go down.
Yes, exactly.
But I like the fact that if I play with my RAW files and change them, that I can show it up on the iPad and have it with me.
Well, I mean, what we're doing, right, is that Lightroom has a unique way of editing files, right? They keep all the edits
in a sidecar.
In the sidecar, if you write them to the sidecar, but in a catalog mostly, right? And so it depends if you're shooting DNGs or what you're doing. We're taking all that information about the edits, creating the JPEG automatically, so you don't have to do the export process. You don't have to do the publish service process. We're just taking that information and doing it for you. Moving it up to the cloud, so if you up the exposure, you change the white balance, you change the detail, you do everything that you would do in Lightroom to make the photos look pretty, we're taking exactly that image and making it available on your iPad without you doing anything.
We did have one question.
Please.
When will metadata sorting be available?
Metadata sorting is available now, so you can sort by stars and flags, you can sort by date, and you can use any of the search fields. So if you search by keyword, you can search by it. Also, collections work. Long term, not that I should talk about features we don't have, but I will anyway because I'd like to. In the spring, we're hoping to do two-way sync. So from your iPad, rate, star, flag, photos, goes back into your Lightroom catalog automatically. Cool. So that's what's coming down next on the pike for us.
Rick Springfield said on the storage side...
Rick Springfield's here?
That's
cool.
right.
Rock on.
On
Speaking
the
of
storage
iPods.
side, it would be nice if the storage compressed when it landed. That way consumers use less space, or 2 terabyte local equal 1 terabyte in the cloud type thing. But I'm not sure that you can compress a raw, you definitely can't compress JPEGs like that without degradation.
Without degradation.
I don't think you can compress a raw file like that.
Out of the cameras, you can compress, there's options in the camera to do lossless compressed.
Yeah.
I mean, everything I shoot is just straight uncompressed.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so what we try to do is give the best of both worlds, where you want to see the JPEG, what it looks like, so it loads quickly on your iPad, but then back up the original RAW and give you access to both. The JPEG loads fast and you see what your edits look like, but keep the original data so you have it. I mean, if we want to just talk beyond Mosaic, I mean, the new DNG format that Adobe just came out with has the new lossy compression in it. So they have sort of 2 different types of DNGs now.
Oh, okay.
You can tell Rick that there is some potential to use that long term if you wanted to, but that's a different topic.
I wouldn't recommend losing anything.
Okay, we're out of time, but there is one more question that I have personally for you.
Sure, John.
I love Apple stuff. as you can tell.
Yeah.
But I am curious about any plans for maybe Android support instead of just an iPad.
Absolutely. Right now we're a web app. Which means that you can lag to it from any internet-connected device.
Okay.
So I've seen it on a Samsung Galaxy tablet, and it looks fantastic.
Okay, great.
We hope to be in the App Store soon for iOS. Google Play would come soon thereafter. But today, anybody can go to our website, log in, and if you're an Android guy, you can get it to it.
Okay, so head on over to mosaicarchive.com.
That's correct.
And sign up for a free account, at least try it out.
Try it out.
And then if you want to
upgrade, we have a special offer for Photo Plus this week, and I'll extend it to anybody who's listening.
Okay.
20% off if you use the coupon code Photo Plus, capital P, capital P.
Okay.
And that'll get you 20% off of any of our paid services, but the free will be free forever, so give it a try.
Oh, excellent.
Sounds good to me.
I like 20% off coupons.
Yep.
Photo Plus.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We
Appreciate it. Thank you for your
time.
time.
Yeah. Take care now. Have a good show. Okay. In continuing the theme of our coverage that we did yesterday, it is time to let everybody see what you experienced when you went to visit our friends over at Nikon.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
All right, guys, here it comes.
I know John was checking out the Canon booth earlier, but when you walk in the other door, you see this. Well, that's the camera over there, but now look at this. You see a big, huge Nikon booth. It's big, it's yellow, it's like Big Bird, and we won't cut its funding. So let's go look at it, because there is some cool stuff over here that we need to check out. Like there's a big line, and I want to get my hands on that 70-200 f4, which Jeff's going to hand to me, because they've got security on me today. They're making sure I'm not going to run away and steal anything, but better yet, they're making sure I'm not going to talk to the booth girls, which there are none. They have dancers. We'll see what happens when we get over there. So what I want to talk about right now is this. This is the 70-200 f4. It's a VR. They're selling it. The main feature on this camera, on this lens, other than it's smaller than the 2.8 and less expensive, is that it has 5 stops of VR capability. Now that's better than 3, that's better than 4, and I did some testing with this a couple minutes ago where I turned the VR off and I turned the VR on for video, because I think the strong point for this, for me, is that it would be a great video lens. It's light, it's an f4, so you're going to let in a lot of light, but you have those 5 stops of VR capability. That's what I like. That's what I'd look for if I was using this for shooting video, because I zoomed out to 200 on the D600 and put the VR on, then took it off, and it was really a noticeable difference even on the back of the screen. So if it was noticeable on a 3.2-inch screen, it's going to be even more noticeable when you get to a bigger screen. So what else? I'm going to hand this back to Jeff. Here, get Jeff real quick. Hello? Yeah, don't get Jeff on camera. He said don't get him on camera. But I made sure I did anyway. So we're going to walk through here and try not to run into people. Let's go look at the flower pots. I mean, of all of the things to put in a booth, they've got a park bench, they've got flower pots. I mean, I should just lay on this bench and Jeff, I'm gonna go in here. Oh, look at this. Oh, yeah, oh my God. Look at those flowers. Do you see those flowers over here? I mean, look at that. Does it get any better? I don't think so. So if you were standing here, you could shoot some macro type shots. You could grab any camera. You could get some cool things. They've got some, we got to get over there before she's done. Let's get right over there now. Before they kick me out, we're going to go over here. And then we're going to look at the lenses and the cool stuff. But they have a new dancer. She looks good. Oh, she's a tap dancer. Oh my God, a tap dancer. Do you mind if I jump in right here? I want to tap dance. Is there a J2 out here yet? No, there's not. All right, so we got a tap dancer right here. Look at this. Wait a second. Do I know that tap dancer, Jeff? There's a J2. It's over there. Wait, you want to back up and get me doing this? I'm going to do it. You ready? How's this? Are we doing it? No? I just want that stick that she's holding and be like, I'm like a flapper. It's a flapper. Oh, I got to do that. Wait, hold on. You ready? All right, let's move on. Should I go talk to her? Yeah? You think I should? I don't think I'm allowed. They're not going to let me do that. All right, let's go over here to the big lenses. Actually, the lenses of everything. Excuse me. Go ahead. Look at this. Look at this. You've got some big, huge glass. What's the 70 million mean? You sold 70 million of them, Jeff? I think they sold 70 million lenses. Would you like to have this? I'd like to have this. Actually, I could do without that 18-200. But, by the way, Alan's Camera's got all of these Nikon pieces of glass. If you ever need them, go to alanscamera.com. They have it. I want the big bad boy right here. That would be fun to have. And just really, a sniff test on that would be amazing. But you know what? They do have some big-ass glass over here that's open. I can say that. What? You going to bleep me for that one? I can say that. That's what I call it. So we step up here. Oh, there's a... All right, let's see what we've got here. We have here... Oh, it's a 400-2.8. It's only a 400-2.8. It's about $8 grand, $9 grand. It's a here. Can I rotate it? Look at this. Look at this. You see that? How awesome is that? Does that look good to you? Is that a big piece of glass, a nice hunk? I'm going to sniff it. It smells good. It smells like a glacier. Yeah, some glacier ice right there. But that's cool. So in the Nikon booth, you have a lot to work with. You've got all these big lenses. You could shoot people from across the floor. But let's go to the main floor and see what some people think about it. Watch your step, watch your step, watch your step. Don't get Jeff in there. Don't get him in there. Let's go over and see what some people are thinking. Should we go tap dance again? No? Let's see. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I want to find somebody looking at something cool. I don't know. But here you go. This is where you can come to the Nikon booth and you can ask to use a lens. You can ask to use a D4. You can use a D600. You can use all of those different things right here in the booth. So that's cool to get to put it on your camera or one of their cameras. And that's really awesome. And there's still a tap dancer going. You've got point and share. I don't know what that is. Low light experience. Should have my work in there, but it doesn't. But it really should. Other than that, I don't know what else there is other than the tap dancing lady. What else should I talk about? Oh, that's Jeff. We don't want Jeff in the footage again. Here, let's go tap dance on the stage. Let's see what happens if I do that. What would happen, Jeff? Don't do it? All right, I won't do it. I don't want to upset them. But as you know, I shoot all this Nikon gear. Nice job. Hi, how are you? Can you say hi? Hi. They're going to yell at me for that. You know that. She came to me. She came to me. I didn't invite her over. She remembered me from 2 years ago and last year. So she's good at that. I'm glad. But really, I don't know what else to say in here. Jeff, can I see that again? I'm going to wrap it up from here, but don't forget, the D600 it's one of my favorite cameras so far. I mean, you know my feeling. I take the D4 everywhere with me, but now that I've picked up one of these that I've had for about a month, I'm really enjoying this D600, a full frame camera. It's only $2 grand. Well, it's a little over $2 grand, but it's great for video. It's great for stills. And by the way, I'm giving away one of these. If you check out the websites, FroKnowsPhoto.com/contest, you can see how you can win one of these bad boys, and maybe not one from the competitor. But that's it. You know, let's go see what John is up to. Let's go dance with the lady when we turn the cameras off so that I don't get in full trouble. But that's it. That's a tour of the Nikon booth. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you a little later. You guys don't have anything going on.
Okay, guys, we're back. Don't worry. All
refreshed yet?
We had a 15-minute break, but the Nikon segment was only about half that.
The tap dancing was wonderful.
Yeah, but I had to go to the bathroom, to be honest. So
it happens.
You know, what can you say? So you got a couple minutes of viewing the floor there with us. And we've got a special guest who's coming on here in just...
They're all so special.
In just a moment.
This one's just a little bit more special.
A little more special. So before we bring him on, let's take another second to, I just wanted to say thanks again to Sigma and to Smug Mug.
Yep.
For making this whole thing possible. And, we've shown them a lot of love today, but it's genuine. We've been having a lot of fun with the Sigma lens that I've got on my camera body, and I'm going to show you guys some more pictures tomorrow that I've been taking while we've been here. I think I got one or two decent ones.
I like to push the panning one you got, the zoom pan. looked really good. It just looks like a classic New York style shot, and you did a great job with it.
Well, thank you very much. That means a lot coming from you. And of course, I will be putting that on my SmugMug account very soon because I want to order a shot. I want to order a print of it.
You should get a metallic print of that.
It's really colorful. I think it'll look cool.
Absolutely, I agree.
So we're going to find out. We've got a couple more guests coming up after this, but right now we actually have Peter Hurley joining us. Peter, Jared has been talking. By the way, I'm John. Nice to meet you. He's been talking nonstop about you. I've heard everything, you know.
We plugged in? Is he plugged in?
Do we have him plugged in? Can you guys hear Peter?
He's got more hair than me now.
Did you cut yours off?
Yeah, I did.
He had to shave his head. He made a bet.
I bet you if I teased it out like that, I would have had him beat too. I was past the shoulder.
Yeah, well, yeah, but your hair went poof. I mean, your daughters have the hair.
They do have the hair.
They have
That's
great
true.
hair.
They do. They have
just-
major hair. Yeah, I saw you. I saw a shot of you without picking it out, and it looks kind of like their hair.
Yeah, nice ringlets, nice and curly.
Look for you when you're styled up. You do that. On
You know, when
occasion?
I've seen pictures of you when your hair was like wet and it's just kind of long and
it's like Jesus. We'll just
sexy.
put it out there.
Sexy. Peter, you take pictures of people.
Human beings, yeah.
Have you
in
taken
their
a picture of
natural
him yet?
habitat? Have I not shot you?
No, I still have to get into your studio and do a video of you shooting me.
That's right. We have to do that. I have not done that. He shot me.
Yeah?
I didn't shoot you? There
No,
was
just Instagram.
No, that's too...
You know, if we were...
I need to mentally prepare for that.
If we were at like a military kind of exhibition and you were talking about shooting each other, it'd have a whole different meaning.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know...
Well, the real plan, I'm glad Jared, asked me to come on here. But my real plan, I had a master plan at the beginning of this, was that I was going to grow my hair out, and I was going to force him, I was going to tell him, I would shoot him, and I would give him a major headshot if we went to a salon in the city and both straightened our hair and came to this event together with straight long hair.
Look, I'll go with the emo look. Give me some purple streaks, and I'll put part of it over my face, and I'll be like so emo because I'm so emotional now.
Is it even possible for you to straighten your hair?
I'm sure it is.
How many hours do you think it would take a professional to straighten that?
Let's call Al Sharpton and ask Al Sharpton.
Hour and a half operation.
Is it really?
It's an hour.
It takes that long?
Definitely an hour, yeah. My daughters, they do it and it takes an hour.
I watched that Hair Nation movie and watched how they do that too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What do they use, like an iron or something?
That has got to be.
They use chemicals.
Look, if we did a photo shoot with it curly, and then I have the girl that straightens my daughter's hair, my hair girl, we do your hair, I'll do a headshot with you. Right now, we're talking about this. Make sure he does this. I'm going to shoot him with the fro as large and as live and in all its glory. And then I want to straighten it, and I want to shoot him like that. How's that?
I'd like to see that, Jared.
If she can guarantee that it's not going to ruin anything, I would consider it.
What do you mean it's not going to ruin anything?
I don't know anything about hair.
My daughters do it on it. The minute you take a shower, it goes back.
As soon as I take a shower. Are you going to film that too?
Yeah, sure.
Why not?
Okay.
I would do that. I would do that. You have a hair lady?
I do. Well, let's do it.
Would you shoot
I'm
me?
doing it. We're doing that. Come
Would
on.
you shoot me if I go and get my hair straightened?
Your hair's pretty straight.
Yeah, it's pretty straight. Straight up, straight out.
Yeah.
So tell us about the challenges of shooting people, because people are like animals.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, they're not easy to shoot.
Well, no. Well, I mean, it is a challenge, I guess. They're not. I find it easy to shoot them.
Really? I have a hard time shooting people. I am good with landscapes, buildings, inanimate objects where I don't have to interact with them.
That's true. I
People
think
are hard.
I think there's a lot of that out there. That's what when I started shooting, I realized that the interaction with the subject was the key. And I think a lot of landscape shooters or still life shooters or people that just shoot things happening in front of them have a tendency to have maybe a fear, maybe just of really talking to people or knowing how to direct them properly. Because if you say something wrong, you're always worried about what they're going to think.
Yeah.
You guys, you have to kind of stop worrying about what they think, and you have to just go out there and put yourself out there and try it.
But how do you get over that? I mean, some people are
Just
really inside, they're kind of shy, and they And they do worry about what people think about them. They don't want to disappoint people. And, you know.
Well, I think if you're a pro and you're making a living at it, I didn't have a choice. I didn't want to be a bartender anymore. I was like, I picked up the camera. I want to make this thing work. I'm shooting people. That's what I'm doing.
But you also were in front of the camera. And did you learn anything from that? Did anybody direct you well enough that you took some of the methods that they used when you were posing, being a model?
Not that I remember.
So nobody was like, put the neck out,
there was nothing
lower
like
your
what
clavicle,
I did.
and jump around 3 times.
Nothing like what I do that I can
Shebang,
remember.
no, shebang, S-H-A.
Shebang, people.
That's how you spell
it? Yeah.
We had a discussion about that.
Yeah, that's all right. No, because it was shebang first, and then everybody said, no, you should have it shebang.
Exclamation point, smiley
right.
face.
So I went with the shebang, I guess. Had the hashtag, if you will, shebang.
Where are you going?
There, I'm turning around.
It says shebang.
Oh, it says hashtag shebang right across the back.
Shebang.
Nobody can see that, I'm sure. But
Did
now
you
they
guys see that?
Well, it's because
it's a little dark. I'm going black on black.
You
yeah,
printed
I'm
black
going
on black.
stealth. I'm stealth.
Peter,
I didn't ask him for his tips on T-shirts.
No, you didn't. The chat room wants to know what camera did you bring, but I don't see a camera here.
Oh, no.
So
I
did
didn't
you bring
a
one?
No,
or
I don't walk around in public with a camera. I have an iPhone.
Okay, well, what are you shooting with?
I shoot a H3D22 at the moment.
I don't even know what that is.
A Hasselblad H3D22.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's my go-to camera, 120 millimeter macro lens, barely comes off the thing. And
Until
on
the H5
occasion,
comes
I'll
in.
flip it vertically, but it's very rare.
You're going to get that H5, aren't you?
Yeah, I just had that bad boy in my hands. The
Did you like it?
H5D will be in my possession in, well, they're saying it's shipping January 1st, but I'm hoping it's...
Before that?
Before that.
I'm supposed
I'm going to
to
come in
tell
and get
you-
my picture taken with that.
I'm supposed to tell you Kill Kenny Katz is on the chat
Ryan?
room.
I don't...
Okay, wonderful.
Ryan. I know Ryan.
Who's Ryan?
I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know.
I'm just supposed to tell you that.
I don't know where that came from, Peter.
Now we know.
Now we do know. So you brought a Pro board?
I brought a Pro board with me. So this is my thing. I started this company called Hurley Pro. And the concept of it was I've been shooting 10 years in the studio. There's just things that bug me about it. And I have a buddy that makes stuff. So he makes stuff. I had things that bug me. We decided we came up with this idea. For me to get a piece of plexiglass into my studio, I got to go down the street to the set shop and spend $130 or something, and lug the thing into my studio, 4x8 sheet. It
12
barely
stories.
gets into my freight elevator, and it's freaking heavy. And then if I try and bend it, it breaks in half, and it's got sharp corners and stuff. I was like, this is ridiculous, and I can't take it on location. So I developed what I'm calling the Hurley Pro board, which is right here. I don't think I'm going to take it out because it's 4x8.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get that one out here.
Take it out.
Don't take it out.
It's 4x8.
It's huge.
I
mean, that's what she said, but it's huge.
Where are we going to put it on here?
Okay, well, tell us what it does then.
Okay, so
it's
it
rolled
rolls
in
up.
there?
I take it I take it on the plane with me all the time. And
you
like
have
I
to
just
check that,
shot.
obviously.
Yeah, I check it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I shot on Monday. I was in San Diego shooting for Microsoft, and it's my backdrop. So I don't have to take white seamless with me anymore. I have a smaller footprint.
How do you stand it up? I mean, like
this, I put on 2 C stands.
Oh, and 2 C stands.
Yeah.
Okay, so you carry another bag like this with 2 C stands, or
Well,
they fit in there with it?
I can put them right in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's ingenious.
Yeah, there we go.
And what kind of material is it made of?
It's an acrylic, some sort of acrylic stuff that my designer deals with, and
Okay.
I just say, let me try it, and we do prototypes. Right now we're working on a line of lights, Hurley Pro lights. I'm coming out with some LED lighting.
I'm still blinded by the light from the last time he turned those on.
That's
just
a song,
even a
you
demo.
know, blinded by the light.
I got the prototype board in the studio. I mean the light, and I turned it on, and it bombarded Jared with
So let me get
ridiculous
this
amounts
straight.
of light.
That's a big piece of
Here.
acrylic that
Yeah.
rolls up,
Yeah.
but when you get there, it unrolls flat.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay all curvy.
It does
and-
get a little curvy, but for the background, I like it curved.
Okay.
I'm working on trying to figure out how to flatten it out because it isn't a curve, but for the portability, it's more important to be portable than
How do you
anything
light
else.
it?
I light it with strobes. I hit it with strobes. But actually, you know what? I started out, the idea was with having the reflective surface on the floor. I didn't know that it was going to shorten my footprint in my headshot work and allow me not to take a 9-foot seamless around with me to jobs. I'm like, this is great. Now I got a wide thing that I can hang up, and I shoot like crazy. And I curve it on purpose so that I get a kick from the back because I'm bouncing strobe off of it. And I really like to accentuate jaw lines and stuff like that. If you look at some of my work, you can see that action going on.
Do you have any of the pictures that you've taken with that on peterhurley.com?
HurleyProGear.com is the website.
Okay.
HurleyProGear.com. And you can see some of my work that's up there on my regular website. I also have, my shirt is a PH2 photographer shirt. I started a site called PH2 Pro because I've been teaching. I did a DVD about headshots with Jared.
I wasn't in it. I watched it.
Yeah, you enjoyed it,
I
right?
downloaded it.
Okay, he enjoyed it.
Who cannot
Did you
enjoy
not
you
enjoy
talking?
it? You enjoyed it.
I watched 4 hours of it.
All right, there we go.
It's 4 hours in 2 parts where you just give everything and anything that you could think about in terms of doing headshots.
Well, I want to see it. How do I see it?
Tell them where they can pick that bad boy up.
You can go to peterhurley.com/DVD and get it. I did it in association with F-Stoppers, and you can get it on their site. I think it's an amazing resource if you ever have a human in front of your camera. A lot of the stuff that I teach, I say, I don't care if they're 3 feet in front of me or 30 feet in front of me, this stuff applies. So it's a great resource. And there I am on the Pro board with my long hair. You see that? That's me in action.
How long ago was that
That
taken?
was for human scale. Another client of mine that I use the Pro board with quite frequently. This was in Chicago. We brought some Pro board to Chicago. Shot that at Nikon, their new, I believe that's a Freedom chair, their new chair that's coming out. And yeah, it was exciting. So I just did a shoot for them so I had Microsoft on Monday and I did human scale on Wednesday.
Microsoft as in like the big wigs, or Microsoft as in the just people?
Yeah, what kind of stuff do you do for Microsoft? Like if
Well,
you do something
I
like
was
that.
shooting headshots for their executives.
Okay.
So did you get to see Bomber?
I didn't see him. He wasn't there. This was an elite crew that
The elite crew that you
had
never see.
come. Well, the ones that I shot had come in from all over the world, so they were like, they congregated in San Diego. I flew out, and I had people. I was shooting them as they got there. It was
And then they
because I
left.
was there the day before. Well, they had a whole week long thing, but they wanted me to get the headshots in, so that they could use them for all their meetings and everything. That this was a team that the stuff that they had going on down there was incredible. And it was really interesting to see. I wish I could have stayed, but I flew back from San Diego, got off the plane, and went straight to a shoot. So it's been a
You're
busy
busy.
week.
You
It's been
shoot a
busy
lot.
week.
How many headshots are you doing a week?
Well, this week
In
I
a
did
normal Peter Hurley
47
week.
for Microsoft.
47.
And then I did,
Winning.
and then I had 3, 4. I don't know.
That's a lot of headshots.
Human scale. I was shooting inanimate objects.
How do you process your images? After you shoot them with a Hasselblad, then what the heck do you do with them?
I process in Focus software. I use that as my capture software, and I process them out to TIFFs or JPEGs or whatever, and then I rarely open Photoshop. I have a retoucher that does most of my work, or a lot of the work for the ad agencies. I mean, for like Human Scale, for instance, they have a team that works on it, and I work closely with their art directors to make sure the stuff looks good.
Okay.
I like it. I like it a lot. So you've got the Pro board, you've got the lights.
Lights are coming out.
The DVD.
I'm working on V-board.
What is the V-board?
V-board is V-flats that are portable.
Really?
Portable V-flats. Oh, I'm selling, I got t-shirts of me in action.
Oh, the t-shirts. What's a V-flat?
You want to explain that?
You can explain it.
You want me to explain
Yeah,
it?
you explain the
All right,
V-flat.
Photographers for years have to block light from hitting their subject in some way. If you blow a strobe off and it blasts all over the room and you want to create a shadow, you got to make sure that you block that light from being bounced back from anything. So foam core has generally been used with a lot of gaffer's tape. So you got foam core, you got your gaffer's tape. All right, you get it out and you got this white on one side, black on another. And you sit there and tape it together. Personally, I'm sick of putting gaffer's tape on foam core. So, and I can't travel with it. Now I got a 4x8 sheet of foam core and I tape 2 together and I can't get it in a car, I can't get it anywhere. So I don't go to shoots with V-board. I mean with V-flats because they're not portable. So I'm creating a portable V-flat.
How big will it be?
It'll still be the same size,
But
but
shrink
I'll be
down.
able to. No, it'll
You'll
be the
be
same
able to
size.
roll it
and we
up
can,
and
no,
take it
we're
with you
just
kind of thing, or-
we're
fold.
It'll be
like a fan.
It'll be like, no, you just stick pieces of it together. It's like a puzzle.
Oh, all
and
right.
You
Now
jam
that
it
makes
together
sense.
and you build it when you're on set.
That
so it
makes
comes
sense.
in a bag that's like this, and you can carry it.
And you can check it on the airplane, pick it up on the other end,
yeah.
shove it in your rental car,
Yeah.
and go anywhere with it.
Yeah.
As opposed to a 4x8 sheet of foam board.
Yeah, exactly. What
Okay.
can you do with that?
You've got
So we're working on that.
You're ready to expand into Europe. Take your headshots, teachings.
We're talking about that. We were
workshops.
talking about London.
Yes, London.
You were just there.
I was just in London. I have the perfect studio for you.
All right, that's what I need. So we're going to talk about that.
We are going to
That's
talk
good.
about that.
Yeah.
Question, how much does the Pro Board cost?
Pro Board retails for $148 for one sheet. If you buy 2 sheets together, you get a deal. It's $248.
Boom, ShamWow comes with it.
Nice. John
No
Cornicello.
ShamWow.
There he is. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you again.
You just know everybody, don't you?
Okay, we have 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes left, and you still
I run
you know
all
what?
the way over here. I only got 2 minutes left.
What do
You've
people,
been on for 20.
What do
you want
people?
more?
How are people going to follow you in the social media space?
Oh, if you want to find me on Twitter, I'm Peter_Hurley. On Facebook, I'm Peter Hurley Photo.
Are you on Google
I
Plus?
do tweet on Google Plus. It's just my
Peter
name.
Hurley?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to get asked to speak at the Google Plus photography event, and I'm loving Google Plus, so I use it quite a bit. I'm doing Kelby training coming up. I'm doing a lot of stuff with the Kelby guys, which I'm loving right now. So I'm pretty psyched about that.
How many people watch that?
Watch what?
The first one? Didn't
one?
you have the first one go
Oh,
live on there?
I was just told that I had the biggest blog post of the year over at Kelby. So thanks, guys. It's all about the jaw. So go to my YouTube channel, Peter Hurley Photo, and check that out.
Do you have that shirt? It's all about the jaw?
No, that's where Shebang came from. You got to watch that video to understand Shebang. He doesn't watch my videos. He's got too
I'm
many
too
of his
busy
own.
making my own videos
He's
to
got
watch
too
every
many
one of
videos
yours.
to watch other people's videos.
Look, we're giving you more time to sit here and talk, all right? We're stretching
Okay.
it out for you.
All right.
Just because it's you.
Yeah, because you got to boost because people are excited. We're
Sorry.
firing people up.
I
Look at all
said-
these people congregating.
I said we only had 2 minutes, but that's not true because our next guest is running a little late. So we can go as long as we damn well please.
Oh, there we go. Fair enough. Good. Who's that? What are they doing right? Well, I thought I was late. I was running.
Well,
Fernando, what's going on, buddy? All right. Good to see you, man.
People come and see you. So talk about doing corporate gigs, corporate shots. People come and find you. You've done. I love the story about the shooting. What TV show was that?
Can we just talk about my experience on shooting human scale?
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, so I get the human. Well, I just want to talk about the experience in general. Do you know Tether Tools?
Yes, we had Tether Tools. We're giving one away today.
That's right.
They were on
I'm
earlier.
giving one away right now, I think, on
I
Google
love
Plus
them.
or something.
Okay, so I'm in Moron, and I have a bunch of their gear, and I won't go anywhere without the jerk stopper. But for some reason on Wednesday, I just didn't take my tether table. I just was like, I'm shooting at the Brooklyn Public Library human scale chairs, and I was like, I'm not gonna take the tether table because it's a library. There's got to be places for me to put my laptop. Of course not. Of course, I'm running around. I didn't have the tether table. My assistant, I was in the street because they wanted me to shoot the outside of the place, so I'm holding the laptop because I can't. I got a major problem shooting untethered, guys. A major issue. I might have to go to therapy, but I'm not shooting untethered ever again. I can't stand it. Maybe with the H5D, I'll change that.
Maybe you will because you have a nice screen on that.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm holding while I'm trying to shoot, and then my buddy Chris Fain is assisting me. So, Chris, how are your arms? He's still sore. That was Wednesday. He's still sore.
He got his workout.
So I want you guys to go over to Tether Tools and pick up your tether table, and then don't go anywhere without it. That was just I just had that experience, so I was just psyched to
We
share
didn't
it.
get to see a tether table
We
earlier.
didn't get to
I
see
don't
a
even
tether
know what
table.
that is.
We need to see one, but the Lost experience. Whatever we know you from that. Some people know you from that,
Yeah.
but you know the picture of Hurley hanging in your studio.
My studio,
There
yeah.
it is, right there on the screen right now. I know
Oh,
you
yeah,
had to
there it
fly
is.
there. You know, how did this job come about?
One of my best clients over the years has been the Vilcek Foundation, and they are a foundation on the Upper East Side. They're based on. It's all about how immigrants have contributed to this country and what they've done. So they do different projects based on that. So they came up with the idea that there's a lot of immigrants working on the show. So we did an exhibition, and they sent me to Hawaii, and I got to shoot all these cool people and had a great experience. The only problem that I had going to Hawaii and being treated first class and everything was that I booked the 2 biggest jobs of my year in the same week. I was supposed to stay in Hawaii a couple extra days. I had to fly back to New York to shoot an author, Vince Flynn, right after, like the next day after I was shooting in Hawaii. So I had this, and then I was like, I don't have anything other major going on the rest of the year. I blew 2 days in Hawaii, an extra 2 days, so I missed shooting some of the other celebrities that were immigrants. But I got to shoot Mikhail Baryshnikov for them.
Nice.
And if you go to, he runs the Baryshnikov Art Center, and there, I believe that he's using my images for his headshots and stuff like that now, and for some of the promotion that they did for, he won an award for the contribution he's done for dance. So the Vilcek Foundation's been really supportive for me. Go to vilcek.org and you can check them out.
You're a busy man. Busy man.
All right, if you had to give those of us who are not very experienced at people photography, like 2 or 3 of the most critical tips that you could give us. You know, if I want to go take pictures of my family members or something, and I want them to be special, what would be your quick tips? Things that I can do with an average camera.
I have a quick tip thing.
All right.
Anyway, my tips are not technical. If you look at my Twitter handle, underneath I say 90% therapist, 10% photographer. So I am feeding people information. I'm not, oh my gosh, what's the f-stop? I don't ever do this while I'm shooting, because when you're doing this while you're shooting, what is that person doing?
Wondering what the hell you're doing.
This guy doesn't know.
And
what
getting
he's
nervous.
What the hell's with this guy? He doesn't know what he's doing. This guy's, what is this guy? This guy's not going to make me look good.
But
and then they look in your camera like this.
Yeah.
Is that a deer in headlights?
I call it out to lunchitis, actually.
Out to lunchitis. There you go.
So they have out to lunchitis. So how do you get rid of it? You got to coach them. You got to give them little things to do. The first thing, go to It's All About the Jaw and watch this video. If I'm like this, is this attractive?
Yeah,
not
man.
Really. Not really.
What do we have to do, people?
Stick your jaw out.
Forehead out and down. You know, not chin, because they'll go like this. That's just weird. They'll do that though. That's weird. So you got to go forehead out and down. So I did a thing on Kelby training about expressions I call making faces. So I talk about what the face can do and what can, so you need to really get them physically in the position that's going to make them look good, and then they'll be like, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about, or this girl knows what she's talking about. I'm going to listen to them. So you have to give them direction so they feel like you know what you're doing, and you can't be doing it, like, know this inside and out before you get a human being in front of your camera, please. And if they are in front of your camera, make sure they're not paying you if you're going like this the whole time.
Yeah.
Once you start charging, you're a professional, act professional, don't be technical. This stuff, you should know left, right, and center.
And halfway to the left of center, whichever way you want to go.
That's right. How's this smell?
That's mine. That's my D600. It smells
He thinks
good.
it smells delicious.
It does. It smells like a Pro board. I haven't sniffed your Pro board yet.
Are you going to do it now, or are we going to do it another time? I think you should do it now.
No, I have to make a video about your Pro board.
Yeah, but we can do a little
You're
sniff.
right. I got to let you sniff it.
But you can
No.
do a little sniff test
No,
right here.
can't do it.
No, I want him to
can't
do
redo
it. No,
the
he's gotta-
official way.
Let's do it officially.
I have to clean the nose palette. It just has to happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
That
fair
didn't
enough.
sound too good. Clean the nose palette. That can be taken the wrong way.
I mean, we could get some Kleenex in here or something if that's what it takes. I don't know.
If it takes.
I don't know.
So what have you seen at the show? Have you seen anything yet?
No, I ran in and I went down to the keynote, saw David LaChapelle speak, which I thought was awesome. He's really inspiring and an interesting guy. I had to run out of there, but and then I ran in and saw this thing on editorial photography, which was really nice. 3 guys talking about that for a couple hours. And then I ran up here, and now I'm going to run back to the studio, and I'm going to come in tomorrow.
Why are
and
you going
I'm
to your
gonna-
studio tonight?
I'm not saying that.
Well, they already posted it on the website.
Where?
Where?
No, we don't need to talk. What?
F-Stoppers posted it.
All right, that's enough. We already have an issue there. But we don't need to, like, extrapolate.
So nothing's
anyway,
happening
tomorrow,
tonight.
you know what I'm doing? Tomorrow at noon, I'm going to meet people between Canon and Nikon, do a little walk around with people that want to do
just impromptu?
Yeah, anybody who wants to hang out with me and
Where are
walk
we gonna
around and
do
look
that?
at gear.
You said-
I was going to meet them in the front, right between Canon
You said
and
tomorrow
Nikon.
night?
Tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow at noon?
Yeah.
Go do a little photo walk.
I just want to
Impromptu.
walk around the show, and I have
Okay.
a lot of people that look. If you're out there and you're shooting headshots, I'm telling you, there's so many things that you could do that are amazing. And the people that follow me, I'm thankful for all my fans and that have really said that this headshot thing, I've kind of embraced it, and it's been great. And you know what? I know I don't have as many fans as this guy, but I'm working on it, and I just passed 10,000 fans on Facebook today. So
That's
thanks,
amazing.
guys. Yeah.
Congratulations.
That's cool. Just today.
That's awesome.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah,
it's
that's
amazing.
awesome.
I think Leora's in love with you. I don't know. That's Leora over there.
She's cool. Look at the she's
she's got all the tattoos.
Yeah,
she does.
Yeah.
So Peter, and what else are we?
We're
going?
good.
I have
just
to
a couple
give a shout
more
out
minutes.
to a new dad and John David Pittman's over here, guys. JDP is the man. He came all the way up from Little Rock. He's my PH2 associate photographer in Little Rock, and it's his birthday tomorrow. And his daughter's 5 weeks old, and she let him come to New York to hang out with me and see the show, and with our other buddies, John Tokarowski and Chris Fain over there, 2 other PH2 associate photographers. Go check out ph2pro.com. I am creating associate photographers worldwide to take headshot photography to a different level. We do referrals and we get people work, so go over there and check it out.
You running for office? When can they vote?
I'm doing the best I can.
And then don't
jam
forget
as much information in here as possible.
Vote Peter Hurley.
You forgot to say that this message was, I approve
Oh,
of
I
this
approve
message.
this message?
My phone's like vibrating like crazy in my pocket. I must have done something right.
Did you? Did we tell people about your Twitter ID and stuff? Maybe
Peter
are you getting
Hurley.
your notifications of subscribers possibly?
Oh, no, I don't get that. That's
Yo,
too,
you don't
it's
have
too
that turned
crazy.
on.
I
He's
don't
too
get
busy
that.
for
Yeah,
that.
it goes nuts.
He gets too many people.
It goes nuts.
All right, Peter. I think are we ready to wrap it up there?
Yeah, I think there was one more comment I was trying to.
There was
give
another
Peter.
question?
It's scrolling too fast. I'm
Scrolling.
having
See,
a little.
you blew up the room. You blew up
Yeah,
the
you
chat
see?
room,
Oh,
Peter.
No, I got it. Lay them on me. I'm ready. What do you got?
Ingen says, Peter, you should YouTube. You should YouTube. You should make some video YouTubes.
I know.
YouTube
I've been
videos.
trying.
You have a long way to catch up to me.
You know
I
what
know.
you can do?
I don't have time. For
No,
that. I
you
mean,
do
I
have
do
time.
do it.
Look, you know what you can do?
I
Because
don't plan on ever catching up to you.
listen, you have a very
in that department.
you have a very unique thing that you do, and what you could do is when you go do some of these photo shoots, just get one of these little Vixias like we're using
Yeah,
here.
but
stick it
I
on a
got to
tripod,
understand.
and let
I
it
do
go.
that. I have a coaching platform called PH2 Pro. It's $20 a month, and I have to do more, but I do videos every monthly in there, and I throw them in, and that's where all my tidbits of information go because it's privy information for those people.
Okay.
I just did a video for Kelby Training. You can go in there, and if you're not in Kelby Training, you should go check it out. I mean, for $20 a month, how can you go wrong? You know how much information's in this thing? And then I also have the Art Behind the Headshot DVD. So yes, I will throw out free information out there for people to see on my YouTube channel. So all the stuff on Peter Hurley Photo on YouTube is there, and I will be continuing to build that. Not at the rate of this guy.
Yeah, it happens.
Fair enough.
Thank
And
you for
I usually
coming
just
on.
used to do a flip cam pointed at my face.
Everybody wants to see
and
your
then
face.
just throw it up there real quick. But now I got an iPhone. I don't know. It's like, I'm trying.
Peter, as always, it's fun. If you want to hear more about Peter, we did a podcast, FroKnowsPhoto.com/podcast. You can listen to it from Peter's studio, a nice long hour discussion that we had. You can check it out.
Thanks for coming on,
Yeah,
Peter.
thanks for
It
having
was
me. I really
fantastic
appreciate it.
having
No,
you on.
I was psyched. Thanks for
You were
Wonderful,
psyched.
Thanks for
wonderful stuff.
putting me in, firing me up, getting me in here. I love Photo Plus. I like coming every year and checking out the new gear. So I got to go out there tomorrow and check it all
We'll
out.
see you later.
Yeah, you're coming. Yeah. Okay. Good.
All right, dude.
Thank you, Peter.
All right. Thanks, guys.
We will see you later on. Okay, we've got some more winners to announce? Okay, we got more winners. I see. First of all, remember the jerk stopper?
We do. Well, Peter loves his jerk stopper.
Peter was talking about it. We saw it. I saw it for the first time earlier, and we gave one away. And our winner for the jerk stopper, Jenny Johnson.
Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, we just gave one away, Peter. We just gave one away.
Peter loves it.
Jenny Johnson got it.
Jimmy Johnson.
Jenny Johnson.
Oh, Jenny, not Jimmy Johnson?
It's a lady.
I'm sorry. I apologize, Jenny Johnson.
Jenny Johnson won it.
Congratulations on that jerk stopper, because that is pretty cool.
Dave, what else are we giving away?
Dave, we have any others?
What else was I supposed to announce? Oh, the Spinlight winner. Okay, let's see. The Spinlight winner. Here we go. We had a winner on the Spinlight contest. That was
nice
Paul Niyama. Paul Niyama. Niiyama. So Paul won the Spinlight 360.
Congratulations on the Spinlight 360.
Way to go, Paul. Okay. Well, let's see. We're going to move right along, and I guess we've got Amber with us, right? Hi, Amber. How are you? You're with Spinlight.
I know. Yeah, the Westcott Spinlights. Actually, Jared and I
own two of them.
Yeah.
You do? I own one.
Oh, do you? I have a TD6.
Yeah.
I don't know which one I have.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. Pretty much constant daylight balance, fluorescent, 1,200 effective watts. I mean, it's a pretty legit light. It's nice, especially for photo and video.
Okay,
I got to say something, though. Before we even go into that, Amber, that purple eyeshadow is really drawing out the blue, beautiful eyes that you have.
Thank you. I
Look
know.
at that.
I know.
It's unbelievable. You got to give me some makeup tips later.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe you could get a little, I don't know, maybe some greenish to...
Well, purple is my favorite color.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Before we really get into it, let's back it up a bit.
Okay.
And for those photographers who would like to step their game up a little bit but don't have a lot of experience, let's talk basically about the Spinlight. Let's talk about why one might want one.
Okay.
What will it do for you and some of the basics on it?
Okay, well, a lot of things with photographers, if they start out, a lot of times they start in natural light. So having that constant daylight balance, natural daylight from outside, it's taking that window light that you're so used to and bringing it inside. So it's just a whole different, it's bringing the normal natural light that people are familiar with, bringing it indoors. So that's why people love the Spinlights. And the fact, if they're looking to invest some money on both Spinlights, they can work for both photo and video. And that's probably the extra added bonus, is because it's daylight balance, it's cool. All the soft boxes that we have on our line will fit the Spinlight, except the 12x16 because it's just too small. But having that versatility and being able to make one purchase, and that's it. That's the bonus.
I love the lights. I mean, I've had them for a while, and I use them to light most of my videos. It just gave me, in my loft, because my loft was pretty big, I was able to use two of the lights, just get some amazing quality that I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only could I use it for still photos, which I did when I shot all of the shirts for my store, all of my merch I shot using the constant lights because they're great to have on.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And they work great for video. So to have the two options. Now what I would like to see them do, because you can't be all positives and roses and peach buds and...
Well, everyone has room for improvement, and
Exactly.
whatever you're about to say,
can I say
even if they build it in, you'll then ask for the next thing.
Yeah.
So
Of
that's
course.
fine.
No, it's great. It's just I would love a portability option. So if there was a way to easily fold it up and have its own case,
But see,
with the
that's-
lights on.
But that's where the next product comes into line.
Well, tell me about it.
Okay, well, if anybody attended PD and Photo Plus, you're going to actually walk into the booth and you're going to see a constant light that is always on with no lamps. And the reason why is because it's our brand new LED, 1,000 watts.
Well, I don't have one yet.
It's so new. It's not even going to be released until about February, March next year. So it's actually so new that the casing, everything it's not finalized, but the guts.
You got a
the stuff that
prototype, basically.
The prototype is actually in our booth at the show.
I
so
have to go see that.
It's amazing. But it's a cool, constant daylight balance, 5,600 degrees Kelvin, all LEDs, 1,000 watts, and that thing can really throw some light. But it takes everything that's great about the Spinlight TD6, makes it compact, portable, low wattage, and it takes all of the bad stuff that you were just mentioning about the fact that you can't collapse it down, you can't take it with you. It changes everything, and a speed ring mounts right onto it. So imagine yourself being...
How big is it?
It's no bigger than a strobe light head.
Wait, that's it?
That's it.
And it does 1,000.
And it does
it's
1,000
watt
watts.
equivalent or something.
Correct, yes.
But that's not going to replace my TD6.
Well, no, you're still going to have your room for your TD6 if you like that look and quality of
I
light.
like that power. I like how much light it throws out.
Yes.
When you mean when it pops?
No, it doesn't.
No, it's a
They're
constant light.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
it's
just love
completely
how
on.
bright they are for lighting up TV shows kind of like this.
Yeah, yeah.
These are our cheap
These are hard to look at.
They are.
You know,
Yeah.
and that's the difference between the LEDs that we have. The new LED actually has a self-diffusion panel already on it. So you're going to get that soft LED color without the harshness of looking at the LEDs. The same thing with our Ice Light. It's the only strip of
We
LEDs.
had them on earlier.
And it has a built-in diffusion panel. So it is that soft, beautiful LED that you're not used to seeing. You're used to seeing a harsh, it hurts your eyes to almost look at.
Yep.
And that's the other thing. The Spider Light's the same thing. It's a soft, beautiful, constant light. And you get the power, you know, but you're not going to get the harshness of the LEDs. So... yeah.
What else is in the works? What are the other good tools?
Well, depending on budget, things like that. We just came out with a new X drop a while back. It's a portable. It's under it's under 5 pounds with the backdrop included.
Wow.
So the entire backdrop frame telescopics out, pops right up, and you have an instant studio backdrop in 3 minutes or less.
How small does it break down?
The bag's probably this big and maybe that wide. That's it. And everything is in the bag. You can fit.
Is it stable outdoors, or you need to be indoors for something
You're
like
probably
that?
going to want to have some kind of stability on there, but it's built to be able to hold up to a lot. So,
And how much is that going for?
$120.
Wow.
Comes
And
with the backdrop, the
what
bag,
kind
and
of
the stand.
backdrops? Like what colors can we
You
get?
can. We have a couple like distressed modern vintage, and we also have some solids: the green, the black, and the white. What's cool about it though is you don't have to telescopic out the full top. You can actually leave the legs down at the base of it. Use it for product photography. So
how big did you say it gets?
It's a 5x7, and then it
5x7.
collapses down into
and
a
it collapses
bag.
down to that and
Mhm.
weighs
It's
less
like-
than 5 pounds.
Yeah,
All in.
all in.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That's pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
That's a nice option.
Oh, yeah.
You know what other light I like, and I use it for doing like videos in front of the computer. If I don't want to set up the TD6, because now that I'm moved back home, I have a smaller area to work
Yep,
for
yep.
now. And I have the smaller one, the $99 one.
Oh
with
yeah, the
stand.
U-Light.
The U-Light?
The little guy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that is great because it has a big, huge CFL in there.
Yes.
And that is perfect with a softbox just for doing online tutorials in front of the computer.
Yeah, so if you imagine if you're doing any kind of online tutorials, you've got your X drop you can replace so nobody sees what's going on behind you. You could be in your kitchen, so you can set up the X drop behind you. Then you can take the U-Light, set it up as your actual lighting, and you can have a complete professional setup and everything. So it's pretty phenomenal. But yeah, you target all those together, it's a complete kit.
I like that option.
Yeah.
I do. Alan's got them.
Alan's camera. That's
he does
right.
have them. I know he does. Are we looking for a question for me?
I'm showing you something.
Oh, somebody wants to give me. They want me to give away my photo guide.
I don't know. Do you want to do
I
that?
should have asked. Hey, Peter, over here. I'll give away one of my photo guides if you give away one of your perfect headshots to somebody. Not a headshot. The
Your
DVD.
video, your DVD.
Will you give one away if I give one away?
Will you do a DVD
Yes?
giveaway?
All right, good. We'll
Okay.
get the information for that. So I'm
All
going to
right.
give away one. I'll give away my beginner photo guide, and Peter's going to give away one of his as well.
Okay, we'll tell you guys how to enter that in just a little bit.
Yeah, Ari-
We'll let the guys work on it. Ari, did you hear that?
We're going to figure out how to
You
give
heard
away
that?
my guide and Peter's.
We'll come back to that. Sorry.
On Facebook.
They were like really
Couple
begging for
minutes.
it. There
It's
was a lot of consistent.
Have you seen it?
Hey, tell Fro
Which
to do
one?
that.
My video guide?
You see, guys, you ask, we
No,
deliver, just like
unfortunately
that.
I have to send. I'll send Amber one too, so that she can watch
Sweet
it.
score.
That's right.
So, do you have any tips out there for people just starting out? They're on a budget. They want to find a solution that they can use for, say, video and photo. Is there?
Yes, pretty much. One of the great things about the Photo Basics line of Westcott is it's designed to be educational, user-friendly, and consumer-priced. So being able to walk into literally walk into a store, pick up a home studio lighting kit. You can get, which comes with education. Then you can get our 407 kit, which is our 304 kit, I'm sorry, which is pretty much a whole reflector kit with education. So everything includes a really nice educational DVD, so then you have this complete startup, and if you do want to do both photo and video, the U-Lights, like you were saying earlier, you use them for both your webcasts and stuff like that. You can use those, pair them up, you're good to go.
That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
There's
and it's
there's
all
a lot
inexpensive. It's super affordable, you know, so you can't beat that, that's
no, you
for
can't
sure.
beat that because everybody's looking to save a little bit, but still get the
Exactly.
quality.
I got to read you guys a funny comment from Chubby's1. Photography is like owning a Harley. Everything is over $100.
Not everything.
No, the
not
pocket
everything.
boxes are only 50.
There you go. Yeah. But you're right. It is. I mean, it can be like golf. We could say that about a lot of things. You know,
Well, yeah.
Exactly.
You can spend an infinite amount of money on equipment and gear for anything. But you know, I think the trick is just to find a nice, reasonable set of tools that you feel comfortable with, that does the job for you, and instead of going out and continuing to just buy, that is not what makes you a better photographer.
No. Exactly.
It's practice, 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 and become proficient with the tools in your bag. Once you figure out, hey, this, you know, lower end lighting kit I have literally is incapable of doing this particular shot that I'm trying to do, then step it up to the next level.
Yep.
But until then, you know, you don't have to buy new stuff constantly. You need to practice. You need to become proficient. And you can do it with all these different lines that Westcott makes. You can do it for,
Exactly.
you know, I mean, just with a couple of those ice lights, for example, you could spend a year learning how to perfect those.
Well, and not only that, but a lot of Westcott products, I mean, they're pretty affordable as far as being able to look and see what you can afford. There's a level for everything. And with Westcott, one of the biggest things, and I'm not just saying this because I work there, but the quality of product that we do produce is pretty substantial. I mean, the ice light alone, we threw off our dock door 4 times and it did not break. You know, so we really stand behind the quality of our product. And if there's ever an issue, you know, our customer service, we always rave about how great our customer service is.
You don't know that I played tennis ball with took it to the ice light. Ari was pitching in the loft before I left, and I was hitting tennis balls with the ice light.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you that.
It can take it. Doesn't surprise me one bit. But we
Not
have a
a
lot
real-
of. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say not a real baseball, but just a tennis ball would have worked.
But no, a lot of our products, though, we do have, like a lot of people don't know, we have lifetime warranties on our reflector frames, as well as our scrim gem frames. We also have 5-year warranties on our soft boxes. So, I mean, there's a lot of quality that we stand behind on there. So
That's definitely a good thing.
Of
That's
course.
a good thing. What's coming up next? What are you not allowed to talk about that you can talk about?
Well, it is the holiday season, so you know, if you haven't visited our website, we're probably going to be having a lot of holiday promos coming up here soon. So this is the time of the season to definitely take advantage of those. But those will be launching out here in the next 2 weeks, and literally, it's everything across the board. Whether you're a beginner photographer all the way up to pro, we're going to be able to offer you some really great deals for this time of season. So, but other than that, I can't really talk about it. But the next couple months are going to be pretty intense for Westcott as far as product coming out. So definitely stand by on that one.
So just make sure you have my new address.
Yeah.
So you can send some of the new toys out to...
I'm sure we can
Hey,
work
I
something
haven't
out.
even gotten an ice light yet.
I still have to send my... Do you know I still have an ice light?
Yes.
No, you don't. Forget it.
I was supposed to send it... When was I supposed to send it back?
Like days ago, months
Well,
ago.
you went away to Germany, then I
Yeah.
went away to Germany, and then it just, you know, I've been using it.
I know, we've been traveling.
Yeah.
What can
It's
you
been
do?
a fun tool.
'Tis the season.
It is. Where are we ready to move on?
Well, we never want to move on.
Well, not from Amber.
We don't want to. We'd love for you to stay all day, but
That's okay.
we probably ought to go ahead and, you know, say goodbye for now,
Okay.
but not forever.
Exactly. Well, and if anybody has any questions or anything like that, definitely, I have my Twitter account, Westcott Co. You can find us on there. We have a great YouTube channel and a whole bunch of other stuff just going on. Software is coming out. I mean, it's just one thing after the other. So definitely stay in tune with all of our social media, and we'll keep everybody posted. But yeah.
Thank you,
so
Amber.
much
You're
for
very
coming
welcome.
on and
Thank
sharing
you.
with us.
We'll see you later.
Yes,
We will
see
chat
you
with you
soon.
later on. Okay, so it's 4:30. We're in the home stretch.
That's it?
We're in the home stretch.
Are we going till 9?
We have 30 more minutes, guys. We have 2 more of our friends coming up.
Yeah, who is coming
to
up?
share? We've got our friends from Tamrac, and then Nikon.
Yeah, Nikon.
Okay, so also in about 15 minutes, we're going to announce the last Smug Mug winners of the day. So you have, I'd say you have a maximum of 10 minutes left to enter for the Smug Mug contest on Jared's page. You also have the same amount of time for the, what else? Are we giving away Black Rapids straps?
We already did.
Oh, okay. Well, are we giving away?
Ari.
Hey, Ari, did we put Black Rapids straps contest?
No, we didn't put that. We gave those out here.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, you have that Peter Hurley one, and right.
The plus winners? Okay, well, Dave and the team can work on getting the plus winners. All right, so just go check out my Google Plus thing and his Facebook thing and Twitter on both of us. We got a few more.
Yeah.
We'll give them away soon. But for now, we're going to move on to Tony.
How you doing?
How are you, Tony?
I'm doing great.
Tamrac.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, when I think of you guys, I don't necessarily think of whatever that is I'm looking at right there. So you're going to have to give us an overview. First of all,
yeah, most people probably think of Tamrac. They think of bags.
Yeah, I've got bags from you guys
Right.
and stuff like. I think maybe tripods or something. I don't know, but
Yeah, we do have a unique tripod called the Zip Shot as well. It's a very cool product. But yeah, we've been doing bags for over 35 years, from the pro to the consumer and everything in between. But we've also ventured into a wireless radio triggering system too about 4 years ago. And we're in our second version right now, and it's a very cool product.
Okay. Well, I think it looks kind of cool. You've got it mounted on a cannon there, and
Yep.
it's in the hot shoe mount, and it's just kind of pointing forward like a little gun or something.
Yeah, it's
what is it?
Well, this particular piece is the transmitter, and we also have the full kit here that includes the receiver as well. It is a radio signal, but it is very small. It's actually the smallest system in the world right now. So photographers love it because it is very lightweight and non-intrusive. So it's not a distraction when they're shooting weddings and whatnot.
Okay, so is this a wireless system for my big strobes that I have in the studio, or for like little flashes, or what?
Speed lights,
Yeah,
yeah.
speed lights. What's it going to trigger?
It's a multi-purpose trigger. You can trigger your studio lights. You can do your speed lights like your Canon 580s and your Nikon's SB800s, 900s, whatever. But you can also trigger your camera wirelessly using it as a remote. So
that's a cool option to have.
Yep. So you can trigger multiple cameras at one time as well, simultaneously. So
your kit looks like it's got a bunch of pieces in it. Dave, I don't know if you can get the Hurley. Can we get the remote
right here.
camera over there?
Oh, we got him right here.
Oh, there you go. So the kit has a bunch of stuff in it.
Right. So the kit includes the receiver, the transmitter, and then your adapter plugs for your studio strobes. Some of them require different ports, and we've included those from the household to the mini plug to the standard mono plug as well.
So that particular kit would be one we would use with strobes, but if we had we'd have a different kit that we use for the flashes?
Nope, it's all the same. It's all the same components. The only extra accessory you would need for your flashes would be the camera or the manufacturer cord. They're all different. So Canon and Nikon's require a different port. So you just need that additional cord, which runs anywhere from $10 to $20 usually.
Okay, I know. Can I see that for 1 second?
Yep.
I know I don't know much about these, but that is a 1/4 inch jack. I'm trying to figure out, how do I plug this is the receiver, right?
That goes into the white lightnings.
How do I plug this into my 580 Canon flash?
That does not.
Okay,
This part is only for your strobes, studio strobes.
Okay, so how do I then plug it into my flash?
Right here is a little sub-mini port that would go from the cord one end into the camera on the other, or the flash.
Into the flash.
Right, or
jack,
the camera if you want to do it wirelessly
okay,
as well.
I got you. Now,
so what is the cost on this option?
The kit is $129 for the full kit, which is about half the price of anything else out on the market right now.
No, that's a very good price.
Well, wait
everybody's
a minute. $129 is like the price of just a transmitter alone.
Right.
Not like 5 things.
And it is a radio signal, so it doesn't require line of sight. So you can shoot it behind walls, around corners. It also will shoot up to a 200-foot range. The other unique thing about it is there's no on-off switch for it. So the only time it's actually pulling power is when you actually take the picture. So the battery life on the transmitter is 3 years. So the batteries that you'll save in that 3-year period make up for it a lot too. So
it's not rechargeable. It's got like a little watch battery.
It's a standard CR2032 battery, but because it's not constantly pulling power, it has up to a 3-year life cycle on it.
Wow.
For $129, it's not bad at all, because a lot of people always ask me, how do we get into triggering our flash? How do we get into triggering our strobes without spending $400, $500, $600? For $129, this is giving you an option to do that, and that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a competitor of that, and 1 transmitter and 3 receivers, and they were very expensive. I see there's a transmitter and a receiver. What if I want to buy 2 more receivers? Do I have to buy the whole kit?
No, you can get the receivers separately. They do run retail $99, so even if you were to buy an extra receiver with the kit, you're still paying less than you would for 2 units otherwise. So,
it's about actually the price of 1 unit otherwise. Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah, it's a great piece, and this is our 2nd generation, and it's doing very well. A lot of our Tamrac sponsor photographers swear by it. A lot of the wedding photographers love it, and even some of the sports photographers too. So,
where can they find more information about it?
Tamrac.com will have a link to our microsync page, and we've got videos and little tutorials on it as well.
What's the specific model number they should search for?
Just you can do a microsync.
Microsync, okay.
Just that's the easiest thing.
Any other?
Just the price alone.
It's compelling.
Because there are so many times, like I said, that people just.
Can I tell you what my concern would be?
Go ahead.
My concern would be, why does it cost less than half the price? Is it going to work right? That's the only concern. But I mean, I can only answer that question by trying it,
Right.
So you guys have a great reputation. You've been around a long time. It's not like a Kickstarter project that could or could not, be around next month. So there's a certain amount of trust that's earned through the brand. But that's the only thing that comes to mind is, it's so much cheaper. Is it going to work as well?
Right. Tamrac is a very trusted brand. Like I mentioned, been around for 35 years, and we wouldn't stand behind a product unless we felt comfortable about it, and our customer service is outstanding. So if you did have any issues, we want to correct it in the quickest way possible. So
fair.
Sounds
what else?
good to me.
Any other big stuff coming out from Tamrac?
We're always developing new bags for style and function, so definitely be looking on the horizon for some cool new bags.
Maybe we should get Tamrac to make the Fro bag. That would be awesome.
I love your hair, by the way.
I like just the name. That just sounds good. A Fro
bag, and it has faux fur on it.
Now you got it.
Yeah, faux fur. That would look good.
That would be great.
I think that would be a nice option. One of my first bags was a Tamrac 612.
The classics.
In blue.
Yep.
That's I still have it. Yep.
They last for years.
Yep, they do.
Yep.
I also have the Back Killer 615, which they no longer make because it was too big. The Pro 615, I believe.
Yep.
That thing is a monster.
You can put a lot of gear in
there.
there.
Dead bodies in it.
You could fit everything in it. It's it's too big. I got yelled at by an AP photographer. It's like, go get a rolling bag.
Yeah.
Because that thing was so huge.
photographers are carrying less gear than they ever did in years past, so the bags seem to be getting a little smaller, but still carrying all the required equipment, so it's great.
Excellent.
So,
Well, Tony, thanks for coming on and showing us the new toys.
I like that option.
I think everybody will be excited about that. That's a good price
And we're
point.
also demoing it at the booth, so anybody who's here at the show can come by. And
the website one more time?
Go to www.tamrac.com, and you can learn all about the microsync there.
And if they have more questions, I'm sure if they tweet at Tamrac, I'll bet somebody will get on that.
Sure. Yep.
Cool.
And you can also check us out on our blog and Instagram as too. So
sweet.
All right,
Sounds
guys.
good to me. Thanks for bringing that along.
All right, thanks, guys.
And well, do you have anything to talk about before I get excited about the next guest?
Well, you know, I will talk about something.
Yeah. Well, okay, go ahead.
So, you know, I wish honestly that the Canon guys would have come over on the show. So
hey,
Nikon,
it's typical.
The Nikon guys are going to come on the show, and honestly now,
here, let me say this.
Canon is going to get a lot of beep for not being on the show.
People yell at me, and they're like, "Why don't you do more Canon stuff?" And it's not that I don't want to do more Canon stuff. It's that sometimes they aren't as cooperative as Nikon on getting me stuff.
In all fairness, well, they don't give anybody stuff.
No, they don't give it to you. You have to send everything back.
Screw that. I mean, they don't even send you stuff that you can try.
Rarely.
We have GeekBeat is an entirely Canon shop. Okay, we have Canon cameras, we have Canon camcorders, little ones, big ones. We have every lens they ever made, and we, with the ridiculous amount of money we've spent, we can't get Canon to even pick up a phone and call us, and everyone calls us.
Well, let's forget about them for now.
It makes me sad.
Because I like your yellow shirt. It matches the Nikon yellow. We're going to have fun right here. We got Steve.
All right.
He knows I'm not going to let him go with softball questions. Because we have conversations when I show up to the Nikon offices that you wouldn't believe.
They'd make your head explode.
Well,
they would.
Before we even get started then, one thing that we should point out is it's always good to have a passionate consumer, because if they're willing to give you a bit of a hard time, it's for one reason, and that's because they care.
That's right.
So
is this thing on?
Can we hear him?
Sibilance?
Now we got you.
All right.
So introduce yourself, tell us who you're with, what your position is, and let's get down to business
All
to
right.
close out this day.
I'm Steve Heiner, and I'm a senior technical manager with Nikon. How's that?
Well, thanks for coming on the show, Steve.
In my best radio voice.
Yeah, but I like talking with Steve. There's a couple of people that they try to have me talk to, and I ask for Steve every time because he's going to give it to me straight. He knows what I don't really care about, like built-in HDR. Whoopee. But there's other things. So I'm going to give you the floor and let you talk before I say something else.
All right. What you want to talk about first?
Let's take the little
Right.
redesign.
We'll set that aside for a second.
Before?
It is. This is our new Nikon 1 V2 camera. And yes, it's a little bit
Can I
smaller
interrupt
than the
real
V1.
quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We do have somebody watching to make sure I don't step out of line. Like always, Nikon makes sure there's eyes on me so that I don't do something like dance with the booth babe or interrupt something. I get warned every time.
Have you been over to see our dancers?
I was dancing,
Yes,
tap
he was.
dancing yesterday, and I got yelled at.
Scary.
That
Scary.
wasn't your option?
No, there's probably files of that. I want to see them, though.
Oh,
I didn't
yeah?
get to see them.
Okay.
But this is our new V2. It is smaller than the V1. We built in a flash on the front of it.
Wait,
we've got a finder on the top
I'm a
of
Canon
it.
guy. Assume I know nothing about the V1. Tell me about the camera. Okay.
A little over a year ago, we introduced a whole new camera concept. It's called the Nikon 1 system. And while there have been, over the last couple of years, a plethora of large sensor, very small cameras, we noticed that they require a very large lens, which kind of defeats the purpose, in our opinion. So Nikon developed our CX format sensor, which is a 1-inch sensor, in order to keep the size of the lenses proportionate to the camera body, thus making a super small system.
Okay.
So that super small system is what the Nikon 1 is all about. We introduced originally a Nikon J1, then a V1. Those two cameras were sort of targeted towards different types of folks.
Okay.
For instance, the J1 is very sleek. It comes in various colors. It's a very minimalist kind of approach. So it's a camera that's not intimidating in any way, because the people who really...
Especially if it comes in pink.
Yeah, and it is pink too. I
Oh,
mean,
it really does?
really pink.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes in a bunch of colors, but the pink is shocking pink. But that camera is designed to be as simple as just push the button and take beautiful pictures and movies. And also we introduced a concept called the motion snapshot. And the motion snapshot's kind of cool if you've never seen one. For people who are interested in sharing online, it shoots a short little piece of slow motion footage and mixes that with a full resolution still image to background music built into the camera, so when you play it back, it creates a motion to still montage with music. I know, he's cringing while I'm saying this.
I know he's not a big fan of that, but hey, you know,
nonetheless,
for a teenage girl, you know, who just saw something cool somewhere, and
it's a very
a lot of
interesting
people,
feature.
yeah.
It works really well to do the slow
what
motion, and I mean, they just need Chariots of Fire in there next time to get the rights for that, and then you can be good to go.
Okay, I feel like I have a handle on it. So,
I gotta say that feels better than the original.
Yeah.
That you put a grip
like
on it.
I've got large hands, and it does tend to give me more to hang on to. The V1 camera that we introduced a little over a year ago, awesome camera, had also an EVF. That was the difference between the J1 and the V1. The V1 offered a little bit more control, a little more versatility for somebody who was a little more into the process of taking pictures, not just about the finished picture. So this go around, we introduced the V2 with not only the same 1.4 million dot EVF in it, but we built in a flash, we've made the body smaller, we put a grip on it and made it a little more easy to hang on to. Plus, we've also increased some of the specifications. Now, it can actually shoot 15 frames per second.
With that?
With full autofocus at full resolution.
Does that mean raw?
That means raw.
No.
Yes.
You're telling me that will shoot 15
Yes.
raw, 15 per second.
15 per
raw.
second with full autofocus, absolutely.
Up to
now,
how many?
if you can accept the focus being locked on the first frame, you can shoot 30 and 60 frames per second at full resolution as well.
The
raw.
Yeah,
Sure.
The one thing I'll give to this camera is that the full-time autofocus for video is tremendous.
Yeah.
It's fast. There's nothing that matches that
Okay,
I've
I
seen.
wanna
And in fact, what he's hitting on is kind of at the heart of how this works. Because there is no reflex mirror, of course, we had to put the phase detect autofocus sensors right on the CMOS sensor itself. So it has the duality of both, or the hybrid nature of a contrast detect and a phase detect on the same sensor. And of course, that makes it super, super fast.
Okay, I have a question.
He's got a question.
I feel it percolating
I don't
there.
even want to ask because I feel like I'm going to get a no, but I have to ask because I got to know. Does it have an external microphone input?
No.
Okay.
Why not?
I didn't think it would.
Of course it does.
It does?
Right there.
Okay. Callie and I carry, the only Nikon that I own is we have a Nikon P7000
Right.
that we use as a backup, and we actually started using it for a lot more video because
Yeah.
it's just so dang easy.
Yeah.
Like when we're traveling to pull
Absolutely.
it out.
Let me tell you another-
You're telling me I could use this instead and
Here.
get way better.
Absolutely.
Hold on to that.
As a matter of fact, because it has that mic jack, and because you can look through the viewfinder, it's like taking movies in stealth mode. Because you look almost like you're just taking still
But
photographs.
no headphone output though.
No, that's
That would be eminently useful to me to be able to set the audio level, and because right now what we have, just as feedback, what we have to do is we use a wireless handheld mic, and so I have to like shoot some test video and listen to it and make sure it's okay, and I have to pray that like a battery doesn't die in the middle or something. If I could just have a headphone monitor, that's my only thing. And then anyway, I want to try one of these now.
Yeah,
okay.
now
Can we scout the next good stuff?
we also have our ME1 stereo microphone that we make available for our DSLRs. That can fit right on top
did a
here
review
also.
of that.
Yeah, great little mic. So that'll
Okay.
work right here as well.
Okay.
Now, we also introduced an SBN7 Speedlight with this a few days ago, which you can put right here where the accessory port is, and that gives you a little bit higher power, actually much higher power than the built-in flash, but a little bit more than our existing SBN5 flash, and that will actually allow you to bounce it up to 120 degrees, and it comes with a soft diffuser also.
Okay.
Am I not doing the Vanna White well enough?
I was
Is
doing
it-
the Vanna White.
Okay,
but
sorry.
can we put this away and get to the real cameras?
I know, Jared really wants
This
to
feels
show
nice.
this
I'm not
off.
going to lie, that the redesign, you got it right the second time.
Thank you.
That is a glowing endorsement.
The first
from
time,
Jared Polin, okay?
Second time feels much
All
better.
right,
in the
let's
hands.
move on.
Good, that makes me
Is this
feel
a
better,
D600?
too. It is indeed.
All right, I have mine right here, and I'm going to tell you I'm loving the D600. It made the D7000, for me, a non-existent camera. Just for the fact that when I'm shooting my own videos, going out and shooting, that I can put a 14 to 24 on, and it's a 14 to 24.
Right.
I always grab my D4, but now that I can grab this, because the high ISO capability is there, I grab the D600 and use it.
Yeah.
Let's tell people what it's capable of, then you can hear from him whatever his complaints
They can watch
are.
my review on it. I don't have complaints on this camera, but we're going to talk about this lens because that's the newest toy that they barely let me touch and sniff.
Yeah, but you were the first one to touch the box.
Well, it's because I ran into Steve in line when we got here the other day, and I just took the box right off the top. He's like, his hands were full, so he couldn't do anything, couldn't chase after me. So talk about this lens. I know it has some cool features.
Yeah,
that you
this is a truly incredible lens. It's a 70 to 200 f4.0.
Okay.
It is a G-type lens. It has ED elements. It also has one HRI element, which helps minimize chromatic aberration. I know.
Is that
I know.
new?
I know. It is.
Is that not in any lens?
No, we have it in another lens, but this is the second time we've used an HRI element to help minimize
Is this
CA.
nano-coated?
It is nanocrystal
It better
coated
be
as well.
because I didn't even check to see if it had it on the lens.
It is.
Okay.
It totally is.
Okay.
But the biggest news here is this brand new 70 to 200 f4 has our third generation of VR, vibration reduction image stabilization, to 5 stops of compensation.
What?
So you can handhold this camera at 5 shutter speeds slower than you normally would with this lens because of this improved VR.
Wow.
5 stops.
The original was 3 stops.
Then we went to 4 in many of our most recent lenses. Now this is the first to go to a full 5-stop
So
VR.
are you replacing the 70 to 200 2?
No, the 70-200 2.8 will still continue to be available, but let me tell you, this represents a huge value at $13.99. That's almost half the price of our 2.8. It's only 29.3 ounces, focuses to 3.3 feet.
Wow.
For a 70 to 200, it's pretty
That's a big
remarkable.
deal.
And it's lightweight. I mean, feel it. It's,
Well,
it's
at that price point, the ability to really, I mean, if you can shoot at f 4.0, and even if the shutter was going to have to stay open a little longer than you were comfortable with, if it can do that much stabilization, then it's kind of like having a lens that costs twice as much, but without paying. It's not quite
Well,
the same,
it's not-
and you
it's
can't
not-
get the same bokeh and things like
It's
that.
not quite
but let's
the same,
assume
but-
that you don't need that. Let's assume you're shooting something and you were going to shoot it at 4 or 5 or 5.6 anyway, then,
You could cheat at one more
how
shutter
much
speed.
of a sharpness difference would we see between that and like a 2.8 lens? That's
I don't
much
think
more
you're going to see.
expensive?
I don't think you're going to see any sharpness difference. What you will see is a
Very
difference.
light, people.
You'll see
Very
a
light.
difference in the shallow depth of field by virtue of the other lens having a 2.8 aperture versus a 4. But it's a minimal difference,
Okay.
really. And with the cameras, all of our cameras' capability of shooting in such low light, having 5 stops of VR and even an f4 lens at such a great price makes this. I know this is going to be extremely popular.
If you are looking for something less expensive than a 2.8, this is an option to have. I'm still a big fan of saying save up for the 2.8, especially as a pro.
Yep.
But when I played with this in the booth yesterday, I put the VR on for
Yeah.
video.
Yeah.
That is where I think this lens can shine. Where a 70 to 200 is very hard to hold, the 2.8 is very hard to hold to do video. This is much lighter.
Yeah.
I zoomed out to 200, turned the VR on, then turned it off, and it went right to shaking.
Yeah.
So for me, I would put this in the bag if I was just doing video.
Yeah.
I could see it for that. So a wedding photographer that's going to start doing video out there, to get people on the floor, to not have to be on a tripod, to have the VR with the 5 stops, that is stabilizing it better than I've seen before.
Ashley, by the way, Ashley in the chat room said, Fro, not everybody can spend $2,000 or $3,000
Well, I know that.
on a lens.
I am well aware of that, and I tell people that if you're a pro, I'm not even going to go into it, but I'm all about 2.8 or better, and everybody knows that. And if you're going to invest yourself in this as a profession, you want to use the best that you can. This is a great option to have. It really is. At f4, it's perfectly fine. It's still $1,400, which is still expensive.
It's a lot of money to drop on a lens.
It's still expensive, but when you get onto a D600, I'm just going to go off on a rant here.
Go.
This is the first time that I've said on a body where, just flat out, if you're not going to use better glass, then you shouldn't
buy that,
be graduating into
buy
a
that body.
D600. If you can't afford it at this point, stick with your D7000, stick with your DX lenses, use them on your D7000 and below. But when you step into the pro range, to get the most out of a camera, to get the most out of the full frame sensor, you want to put the best glass on there. And I'm just saying it.
Is it fair then to say that your personal recommendation would be, if you were making upgrades, do the glass before the body?
I say the glass all day long. If you take a piece of crap lens and put it on a D4, you're going to get you have a better chance of getting a piece of crap photo. But if you take a D3200 and you put even a 70-200, you put a 14-24 on there. I've taken the D3000, which is 2 generations ago at this point, that maxed out at 1600, shot backstage, shot a concert, shot the whole concert, behind the scenes, and the whole show with the 14-24, 24-70, 70-200. I call it a Hebrew Trinity. The 3 lenses that I try not to leave home without ever. And people couldn't believe that I could do that with a D3000. But it comes down to one, shooting raw, but putting quality glass on it. But beyond anything else, beyond gear, it's education. If you don't know how to work your camera, if you don't understand lighting and you don't understand manual and how your exposures work, you can't be off by 4 stops and expect to bring it back. You get people complaining about noise and grain. Steve, what? Am I just, I'm speaking gospel
you are
here?
speaking we are all in violent agreement.
But this is what I'm just making sure that people out here see what I'm getting at. If you understand photography, you put quality glass, and quality glass doesn't need to be expensive. They make a 35-1.8, Canon makes a 50-1.8, that you're spending under $200, $210, something like that.
The Canon
for a 35
50-1.8 is $109.
Right, the $109 50 millimeter 1.8 plastic, fantastic.
Yep.
They don't have to be expensive. You put it on the camera, you shoot. Back to you, Steve.
Again, get really proficient with the gear you've got.
You talked about passion.
That's
it right there.
He has it by the barrel.
That's it right there.
By the barrel.
And that's after like
everybody loves him.
And you know what?
hours.
And you made a really good point about VR as it applies to video too. I don't find people wanting to discuss that as much as I think they should, because people who are shooting video, that VR will make all the difference in the world.
Do you use the VR on the monopod for video?
You can, but I don't. I don't typically.
All right. I enjoy it.
In 1 minute.
Depends on how much you're moving around on the mono.
Yeah. What else is new? What else? I'm gonna. While we're ranting, I'm picking up the D4 for one reason, because I'm gonna open the back and I'm gonna show you that there's an XQD slot in there.
Yeah.
Are you guys standing behind it?
Absolutely.
What's coming up next that you can tell me about that you can't tell me about because you're not going to?
Of
that's
course
going to use an XQD card.
I can't tell you anything.
I know
you know the old. It's
I know
too
the old
predictable to say I'd have to kill you.
And I'm not ripping on the XQD by any stretch of the imagination.
I know you don't like carrying different cards. You don't like carrying different
card
readers.
Give me 2 of it, or what's it? Give me liberty or give me death. Is that what he said?
But see, you'll like it for its advantages, but you wouldn't have had we introduced 2 at the same time.
My battery's literally says 0 minutes. Oh, there it goes.
There goes your battery. What were you going to say?
Well, we have some viewers who have been watching, all day.
Yeah?
And in fact, there was one, and I'm hoping to get, hang on.
Well, now we know how long that hyperjuice lasts.
Yeah, the hyperjuice died a little while ago, and I then grabbed my, then we went on to the normal battery. But we have one viewer who has been watching on their cell phone in the car while even driving around.
Who was it?
I'm about to tell you, but I got to plug this in.
Can we get a plug, please?
We're going to get it plugged in here.
Well, while we're doing that, we'll keep talking about what's in the works.
Talk.
How about let's talk hypothetically what's in the works. Hypothetically, what would be the lens for you if you could have a new lens?
Wow, I get the opportunity to suggest lenses all the time. And of course, this
14 to 24.
That fulfilled my dream for a long time. I've always wanted a lens that had the versatility of that super ultra rectilinear design wide angle lens, but the versatility of changing focal length.
I'll tell you, I brought one lens with me this week, or for the weekend. It is the 14 to 24 because I was coming just to do video. I wasn't shooting stills. But even if I was shooting stills, the 24 gives me the versatility not to do portraits, but that's why I'm going home with a 70-200 f4 in my bag, so that if I need to shoot portraits on the way home, I have the 70-200 f4. Yes?
Okay.
No?
Absolutely. I know. I totally agree.
You're letting me do it?
No, I'm not letting you take this one, but or unless you maybe trade me for this one.
No, that's not even close. Not even close.
Okay, I've got that name. Now, it's not really pronounceable. I'm gonna tell you what it says. It's TO6ARO. To6ARO.
Hey, you know, when you're naming everybody, and if you put a number in your name,
there you go.
It's pretty good.
Been watching all day, even on his phone, while he's driving back and forth in the car from work. And Dave Herwig, are you telling me that they won something for being there all day? That's what Callie's saying, right? What did they win? I don't know what you won, but you won something.
I want to get into more Nikon
Also, one more shout out. Ben Rothig has been watching all day long. Oh, won the Smug Mug. Oh, okay, so To6ARO, however you want to say that. You win the Smug Mug Pro because you were watching all day long. That is impressive. That's a marathon.
Hardcore.
Okay?
You know what I would like to do? Jeff, take a note, if you could. Can I come up to New York and get him on a podcast of FroKnowsPhoto Raw Talk? That would be an amazing Raw Talk to have you on.
No problem.
We can just talk camera gear, talk about the past, talk about San Francisco from the 70s. What? You're not allowed to talk about that?
No. I remember being there. Do you?
Remember being there? I wasn't there, but I know you were there with Jim Marshall and all those guys hanging out.
Yeah. No,
so
it was
what else?
great.
What else? Do we have to get going shortly?
Well, you know, it's officially time to wrap up the show for the day.
Okay.
But I know you two could go on forever.
Yeah, just put one of those to be continued across the bottom of the frame.
I thank you for coming on here.
Thank you for having me.
This is a nice step up. Does it come in pink?
No,
does it come in red?
Unfortunately, does not.
Does it come in purple?
Comes in white and black.
Black and white.
Black
it's
and white.
Nice.
Yes or no?
Classic.
You know, yeah. I mean, it feels nice. It's metal. It has
is.
a nice body. It has a
Magnesium
nice
alloy.
feel.
It's well built.
I legitimately want to try one of these. I'm not kidding. I seriously want to get one of those.
We can arrange
and
that.
Callie and I will shoot some traveling episodes of Geek Beat on it.
Excellent.
And we will
would
tell
work.
everyone will see how it works.
Outstanding.
All right,
that'll be great.
We could talk
Thank
forever.
You guys.
You know that.
I know
Thank
it.
you so much.
Thank you very much
That
for
was a
having me.
blast.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
You guys, thanks everybody for watching all day long.
Yeah.
That's a lot of coverage. We're going to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah. I know my voice will hopefully be here. Will you?
I'm going to try and take it easy tonight. I'll drink some tea and whatnot.
Jameson.
Maybe a little Jameson.
Can I remind people about the Drobo?
Please do.
On Facebook.com/FroKnowsPhoto, you can win a 5D. I keep forgetting where to look on the tally lights. The Drobo 5D, you can enter to win there. That's going to run until the morning when we pick a winner. And then you, on your Google+, you've got the Drobo Mini, which started shipping today. You have one to give away as well.
Indeed. And we still have more giveaways tomorrow.
We do.
I think, don't we?
Alan's Camera has a
It's
giveaway.
insane.
I know they have a giveaway because I set it up today for them.
Wow.
So they have a giveaway coming, which is a nice bag, and they're starting to turn the lights off on us here.
So one last time.
Yeah.
We are so thankful to Alan's.
AlansCamera.com.
We are thankful to Smug Mug.
Smug Mug.
Sigma. Okay. And who else? We've got one more. It's been such a long day.
Who's the last one?
Who's our other sponsor? Dave and Drobo. God, how do we just?
Oh well,
because
we just talked about it already, so that counts.
So, thank you to all four of our magnificent,
I'm
wonderful sponsors.
You want me to sign us out?
Please do.
For John P., I learned from watching TV. For John P., this has been Jared Polin, FroKnowsPhoto.com. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. See ya.